Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashinmon.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashinmon. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Go on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashinmon.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, the question is Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech we've seen in the last 20 years? On the affirmative side, I have Wick TV and Pisco's Hour. On the negative side, I have Sean Farage and the Misfit Patriot, who's making his double debut back from last night. If you didn't catch it, you're missing out. Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and start with opening statements. Wick, to you.
Sure. Tonight, I'm here to defend free speech, and it needs our defense today more than it has in a very long time. I'm going to read you a quote from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. And look, I get it. I'm a Biden voter. I'm a Democrat, a liberal. Why would you ever believe me, right? But Fire's been in the trenches for free speech. For people across the political spectrum since 1999. They've gone to war for you. They've defended Turning Point USA. They've defended the ADF, or the Alliance for Defending Freedom. They've gone to bat for conservative after conservative after conservative, including individuals and organizations, and opposed Democratic and leftist efforts to deplatform or cancel. And in regards to the current Trump administration and their relationship to free speech, this is what their legal director had to say couple weeks ago. He says this, and I quote, "In my career, I have never seen this scope, this scale, and this severity of what we've seen in the last 3 months," end quote. The Trump administration is retaliating against lawful immigrants who write op-eds expressing views they do not like by revoking their visas and seeking to detain and deport them. The Trump administration is retaliating against editorial discretion and opinions it does not like by weaponizing access to the press pool for press organizations. The Trump administration is retaliating against law firms that represent clients they do not like by banning them from buildings and stripping their clearances. The Trump administration is seeking to force colleges and universities to change their curriculum, violating their academic freedoms. The Trump administration is weaponizing the FCC against its political enemies, seeking to bring suit to those media organizations critical of him whilst protecting ones that view him favorably. The Trump administration is engaging in countless frivolous lawsuits it knows it cannot win in order to intimidate its critics into silence. The presidency has a wide array of legitimate powers it is granted by the Constitution and is granted wide discretion in how it uses those powers. But legitimate power can be used for illegitimate purposes, and that is exactly what is happening when Trump uses the power granted to him by the Constitution to try and attack and curtail your free speech. It is a full-scale assault on our liberty and the cornerstone of our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. Pisco, to you.
Yeah, they're not even trying to hide it at this point. So they're running numerous test cases that have already been struck down in preliminary injunctions or in TROs. So one example that Wick brought up was the attack on law firms. I mean, their stated purposes there are for the law firm's representation of clients. That's private speech that's well been protected by the Supreme Court for decades and decades and decades. They've also said it's because of their positions on DEI. Whatever you want to think about DEI, that's First Amendment expression and associational activities. None of the allegations allege that what they're doing with law firms were doing with their policies was, racially illegal or illegal under the anti-discrimination frameworks. They do the same thing with the immigrants who are protected by the First Amendment under binding Supreme Court precedent, saying, because Mahmoud Khalil or other individuals in these protests are just involved with Israel or pro-Palestinian protests, more properly calibrated, that they're a detriment to national security interests of the United States. And it's all pretextual and it's all in your face, open and blatant. They're trying to have a communist takeover, a Stalinist-like takeover of the universities, because they're not clamping down on anti-Semitism enough. Anti-Semitism, whatever you want to say for, if these protests really are anti-Semitic, I don't believe many of them are, though there are anti-Semitic elements in them. But regardless, anti-Semitism is protected by the First Amendment, even if it were the case. And they're trying to take over these universities openly, blatantly. And now there's a big lawsuit over it. I mean, Wick already mentioned FIRE, which is a respected organization in terms of their defense of the First Amendment. But there's a more core reason why you should be fearful of this administration with the First Amendment is their attacks on due process. Every single one of your rights is protected by due process. What does it mean to have the First Amendment or the Second Amendment if you're not able to have a hearing or access courthouses or go to a trial, even if it's in the case of a criminal conviction of yourself? And what the administration has been doing is trying to coerce judges, to coerce litigants, to coerce defendants, and the most vulnerable among us to really deny them due process. Right now, it's happening mostly with the immigrants and people who are here, allegedly illegally, or have pathways to perhaps some defensive relief. But in denying due process for some, they're opening up a can of worms against any individual who's claiming that their deprivation of liberty or their deprivation, let's say, of some right or some benefit is on the basis of First Amendment retaliation. You just heard Stephen Miller say they're talking about suspending habeas corpus. Well, what is the suspension of habeas corpus in the modern context besides, an invitation for the administration to start throwing people in jail because they say things they don't like? If you don't think that this is a danger to you or your rights, especially the First Amendment, or that Trump isn't capable of wielding the administrative, office against his enemies for political reasons, you haven't been paying attention. He's openly in the Oval Office targeting former bureaucrats because of their expression. Because they said that the election wasn't stolen. He's, revoking global entry, saying that he's going to publicly announce criminal investigations into people because of that. Attacking, as Wick mentioned, these frivolous lawsuits over the coverage of the CBS interview. If any of this shit was happening by the left in the era of Biden, you guys would be losing your fucking minds. And it's a disgrace that you come in here and say it's not an actual threat to the First Amendment. What you have instead are these woke righties who want to employ all the tactics they say they don't like from the woke left on campuses when it was done by private actors. And now when the government is actually engaging in coercion and using the tools and instruments of its authority to go after people on the basis of their protected First Amendment activities, they sleep and they don't give a fuck about it. It's classic woke tactics being used by the government, actually.
Thank you, Pisco. And Sean, to you.
Sure. Thank you. The title of this show is Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years? And I would have to say that obviously he is not one of the greatest threats to free speech that we have seen in the last 20 years. If we take a look at what the Biden regime did to concerned parents at school board meetings, putting them on terrorist watch lists, if you've seen what the Biden regime had done to folks who attended a protest on January 6th, who, albeit some of them may have gotten out of control, right? But when we have a conversation about due process, where was the due process for those protesters and those attendees who did not get their right to a fair trial? There is no fair trial in which a conservative can stand trial in a jurisdiction like Washington, D.C., where 95% of the people who you're going to be picking from the jury pool voted for a Democrat and will always vote for a Democrat. And there were change of venue requests that were made in those cases and in those proceedings that were swiftly denied by activist D.C. judges, right? If you look at the Biden regime and what the last regime did, we can have a conversation about them being the greatest or potentially the worst threat to free speech in the history of our country, weaponizing speech online, deplatforming people, debanking people, the cancel culture mobs that were encouraged by the last administration, bailed out of jail by the last administration. When you look at Donald Trump and you want to say that maybe he's a threat to the First Amendment, we can talk about there are things that he may or may not be doing that could threaten your right to free speech. But to call him one of the greatest threats in the last 20 years, I think is an overreaction. I honestly think it's either hyperbolic or flatly dramatic to say that he is one of the greatest threats to free speech over the last 20 years. One of the gentlemen who just went before mentioned he's making colleges change their curriculum. I'm not exactly sure which curriculum or which items in a college curriculum. I know that he is making sure that these colleges don't allow men to play in sports with women. I don't believe that's part of the curriculum. That is part of their athletic outfit, but that's not a part of their curriculum. I heard somebody mention that the anti-Semitic protests or anti-Israel protests. One of my favorite things to hear is that Donald Trump is making criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism illegal. No, he's not making it illegal. What he is making illegal, or it's not, he hasn't made it illegal. It's already illegal. It's a violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 373. It's the solicitation to violence, right? Soliciting violence is illegal. Calling for intifada, which by definition, is a violent uprising of the Palestinian people, is illegal. You're calling for a violent uprising. Immigrants, when you talk about immigrants and say that they're allegedly illegal, how about an immigrant like Gilmar Abrego Garcia, who isn't allegedly illegal? He's admittedly illegal. That man does not belong in our country. There is a way to come here. There is a way not to come here. Has nothing to do with his free speech or his due process rights. That man admitted to being here illegally. He is ripe for deportation. You had multiple courts, a police gang unit, his knuckles, other gang members, his wife's ex-husband, his wife, and so many other people saying that this man is a part of a gang. I don't know how much more evidence we need to be concerned about this man's existence in our country. And finally, what I will say about that, and when it comes down to illegal aliens, when it comes down to the right to due process, yes, that is something that is granted to all American citizens. And if all of us on stage are American citizens, I will fight to my death to make sure that your due process rights aren't violated, because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that we all, despite who you voted for, Wick said he's a Biden voter. Pisco, I don't know who you voted for. That's okay. It doesn't really matter to me, right? We're all American brothers and sisters. If we're legally citizens of the United States, I'll fight for your right to free speech. I hate cancel culture. I hate seeing people get banned. I hate seeing people taken off the internet, demonetized and censored and losing their platform. I do not believe that Donald Trump is one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years. I do not believe that he is a greater threat than the previous administration when it comes to free speech. I do not believe that he was as big a threat as Barack Obama. And I believe the idea that he's one of the greatest threats to free speech over the last 20 years is preposterous.
Thank you, Sean. Misfit, to you.
Yeah, so the 20 years thing, I thought that was interesting, because we would be going back to Obama, who basically made propaganda legal. And I just thought that was funny. I just thought of that before I was about to start speaking, completely unrelated. But I heard one of the, I think it was Wick, say lawful immigrants, right? So I'd like to know, once we get into the debate, are you defining lawful immigrant as a United States citizen? Because then you'd have an argument. If you're talking about an undocumented immigrant, they're not lawful. The thing is, when you try to make an argument that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, you have to look at his actions instead of thinking about your feelings about what he says, right? Number one, just in this administration, not even his first one, the executive order restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, right? This order was signed to prevent federal agencies from pressuring social media platforms to censor content. Okay. His public statements about the universities and protests and what have you, removing federal funding from certain universities that are engaging in certain practices, that's his right. He doesn't have to give these people federal funding, right? It's at his purview. And the main argument I think that people are going to make on the opposing side is the due process argument, right? Here's the deal. If you're referring to visa holders or undocumented immigrants, the rights that they hold are the First Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and the due process that they are owed if they are a visa holder, right, in regards to those is limited. Now, if you are talking about an undocumented immigrant or an illegal immigrant, right, they only due process that they have once they are found to have come into the country illegally is the process of removing them. That's the due process. So once they are found to be like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right, you're an MS-13 member. Donald Trump has designated the MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization, right? So we're not talking about free speech between free-loving Americans. And I think that that's the thing that you guys conflate. You try to make it this broad scope thing, like Donald Trump is going after a certain group of people. He could go after you and me next, but he's not, right? What he's doing is he's tying in foreign terrorist organizations to potential ways to combat people that either are in or are aligning with foreign terrorist organizations. Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization, right? They are terrorists. They are radical Islamic terrorists. So when you have anti-Israel protests, if they are just an anti-Israel protest, and what we talk about with protests on the right, I know you guys don't view it this way. A protest, a peaceful protest, is when you grab a license, you make sure that you get the organizers together, you do it lawfully, legally, you assemble peacefully, you don't restrict kids from going to class, you don't threaten people, you don't do any illegal activity. And protesting, by the way, which is your First Amendment right, the right to peaceful assembly has to be peaceful. The only thing that you can do in that is peaceful assembly. The second one person in the entire group goes and does something illegal, like let's say throws a bottle at the opposing side, assault, vandalism, any type of illegal activity, your entire group is now lumped into that. So when Donald Trump says, "Hey, we got this college protester who is we're gonna remove his visa, we're gonna kick him out of the country because he's engaged in alignment with a foreign terrorist organization and organizing a protest that is not peaceful," then he's organizing illegal activity. So there is no argument to be made for any undocumented immigrant. There's no argument to be made for any visa holder that's not adhering to the laws of the land. You can still have the First Amendment protection where you can legally do things. You can still have the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment protections, but you don't have the right to I guess you could say skirt the law, and you don't have the right to walk up to the line of what is legal and isn't legal in this country and go, "Hey, if I did something, then I have the same exact protections as United States citizens," because you don't. That's it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your statements, gentlemen. Kind reminder to the audience, we will go into an open panel dumpster fire at the end of this. We'll do the debate. We'll do closing statements. We will read and respond to your super chats, and then we will open the panel up to the public. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Okay.
Is independent advocacy for Palestine or for Hamas or anti-Semitism, is that protected by the First Amendment, yes or no?
Independent.
What was the question?
Is independent advocacy, speech in favor of Hamas, speech in favor of Palestine? Let's start with Hamas. Is that speech protected by the First Amendment, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No, because that is speech. And I'll just explain. That is speech advocating for a group that has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Terrorism is not legal. Advocating for terrorism is not legal in the United States.
So are you aware with Brandenburg Standard for incitement? Okay, so you understand that pure abstract advocacy, for a violent group or even a violent end, that's protected speech recognized by the Supreme Court. You can support, if you want to, Al-Qaeda. You can voice your support for Al-Qaeda. Do you think that's not protected speech by the First Amendment in this country?
The Brandenburg test does not cover what you're saying it covers. It is a violation.
Does it cover KKK? Does it cover the KKK, for example?
It is a violation of 18 U.S. Code, Section 373, solicitation to commit a crime of violence. If you are, that is a felony. That is a federal felony.
So solicitation isn't what we're talking about, right? So solicitation has to do with
contextualize
to it. But to be clear, 100% clear. Are you saying that if I go out on the street and I say, I support Al-Qaeda, I support Hamas, and I'm on the street waving signs saying, I support Al-Qaeda, is that protected speech?
That is. If you just do that.
So if someone says, if I go outside and say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is that protected speech? Why not?
Because you're calling for a genocide. You're calling for a genocide.
Because, so why don't we start with this? From one river.
Hold up. Let's just go.
From what river to what sea, Pisco?
Well, no. Granted means what you think. Grant that it means that.
It's not what I think. From what river to what sea?
No, I'm not. Yeah. So from the Jordan River to the to the Mediterranean.
And what exists between those two bodies of water?
But it doesn't. Yeah. So We're not here to debate what they mean. Take it for granted.
Well, you just asked the question, so I'd like to know what you mean.
Take it. No, I didn't actually ask what it meant. So take it for granted. Take it for granted that what's meant is genocide. What isn't it First Amendment protected speech to say I support genocide? What's wrong? Why is that not protected speech?
If it's in support of a foreign terrorist organization, then no. Right?
It is.
So an American can sit here and say, so just for example, someone who says I support the Holocaust. If someone says I support the Holocaust, you think that's not protected speech?
You support the Holocaust? No, supporting is not illegal. Calling for action is illegal, right?
You can. Hold on, I just need to correct you because
general support.
I can say.
Saying I like that Hamas kills.
I get what you're saying.
Is fine. Saying from the river to the sea, the implication is you're trying to incite Hamas to engage in a genocide.
It's not an imminent lawless call for action.
Hold on.
Saying you support the genocide that has happened is different. It's over. You're not calling for it.
Okay. To you. I understand what you're saying, but what I am saying is that you can go and you can say, I want there to be another genocide, and that is protected speech. It's horrible. It's
100% it is.
Gross.
I guess
but you can say, I want there to be another Holocaust. I want there to be another genocide. I think the Jews should be Holocausted. You can say that, and the government cannot arrest you for it.
No, yeah, you're right.
You agree? Wait, do you agree?
Wanting and hoping. Not
no,
illegal.
I want there, and I hope it is.
I want it to occur, yeah.
And you guys should do it.
Expressing a desire.
Calling for it. That's a slippery slope, man. It's like because are you calling to an action? If you so saying, I guess you could say that yelling fire in a crowded theater is the argument that the left always. Hold on,
stop. No, we're talking about Brandenburg right now.
We're
talking about Brandenburg.
Okay.
We're talking about Brandenburg, and the line that's clear
I'll let Sean jump.
The call for the line there that's clear is an imminent lawless call to action, a call to lawless action. And there you need to have proximity. And that's what makes certain differences. So like if I'm outside the building right now and saying, you right now go inside there, steal what's going on there, that's when we're talking about incitement. But independent advocacy, yes, even of violent things. You can say we eventually want to take over the United States. We think there should be a violent overthrow of the United States government. You need to have the immediacy. You need to have the proximity. That is what's key to the Brandenburg holding. And so what you're talking about, saying even, yes, I'm calling for a genocide, that is protected speech in this country. And when you say that maybe it's not, or because there's some section in the law that says that, the First Amendment, as is clear, is the supreme law of the land. It's part of the Constitution, regardless of what a state says or what the U.S. law says.
18 U.S.C. 1091, right? The statute criminalizes genocide defined as acts of intended to destroy in whole or part.
That's genocide criminalized.
Let him finish. Pisco, let him finish.
So if you're saying, right, so this is also ties into Trump's executive order, right? So you got the key statutes where the calling for a genocide would fall outside of the First Amendment protection, right? The 18 U.S.C. 1091, right? The genocide statute, USC 2339A and 2339B, material support for terrorism. The material support for terrorism is a big one, right? Solicitation to commit a crime of violence. Now, that's not what you're talking about. Threats, and this is also what you have to conflate.
You're confused, buddy.
I'm not confused. I'm talking.
Let him finish, Pisco.
So providing material support to designated foreign terrorist organizations listed by the State Department, for example, Hamas, is illegal. Material support includes tangible aid, intangible aid like advocacy or propaganda. When coordinated with or directed by the FTO, speech advocating for the FTO's ideology is protected unless it involves direct support or incitement. Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project 2010.
Yep, that's the case. So
Okay.
Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project does not cover independent advocacy. If you read, have you read Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project? Yes or no?
That's what we're saying.
Have you read it? Yes or no? Have you read it? Yes.
No,
have
sir,
you read?
no,
So
whoa,
you haven't. So
don't
it
do
doesn't
that.
cover.
Don't do that thing.
No, I didn't.
Let's
I was
slow
stopped.
down a little bit. Let's slow down a little
Don't
bit.
do the thing.
So
Pisco,
you
go ahead.
haven't read the case. That case does not cover independent advocacy. And furthermore, there's a conceptual problem with what you're doing there, right? You're citing a U.S. statute to define the scope of the First Amendment. Obviously, the First Amendment is going to, surpass the U.S. statutes, because to the extent that a U.S. law conflicts with the First Amendment, that law is invalid. We know that. Okay. We know that the Supreme Court says that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So what Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project told us is it only covered when there's direct communication, when there's a providing of. So that's what material support means. It doesn't cover independent advocacy.
That's why the guy, I'm blanking on his name. That's why the Palestinian kid was held under that statute. Mahmoud Khalil,
no.
Right? Because
he was not accused of that.
Hold on, go ahead.
You're wrong.
Yeah, because he had the ties to the foreign terrorist organization, and he was working in a coordinate, like, so the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying is, you're saying independent, right? Where it's like you just walk outside, you yourself walk outside and say, I support Hamas, totally legal, right? When it is a coordinated group effort that is funded or organized by something that, let's say, the Trump administration has reasonable suspicion to believe is tied to an NGO that is in support of a foreign terrorist organization. No, you don't get the First Amendment there. That's exactly what his executive order is about.
Have you read either Mahmoud Khalil's notice to appear or Senator or Secretary of State Marco Rubio's memorandum that establishes his inadmissibility? Have you read either of those two documents?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're not aware actually of the basis for his removal or his reported removal. They're not saying that he's linked to Hamas. I just want to be clear about that. They have not alleged that he is linked to Hamas in any way. The only thing that they've cited is the Secretary of State's designation that his maintaining presence in the United States would be counter to the foreign policy interests of the United States. At no point in any of the official allegations of the government have they said that Mahmoud Khalil is affiliated with, linked with in any way to Hamas. So you agree, as you sit here right now, you do not have any evidence that he's linked to Hamas?
Is Mahmoud Khalil Palestinian?
Do you have evidence that he's linked to Hamas?
It's a simple question. Is he Palestinian?
So I'll answer your question if you answer mine first. Do you have any evidence as you sit here that he's
linked
to Hamas?
Yes, I do. And I'm going.
So what is that evidence actually?
I'm going to. It's in my question. Here's the evidence. Is he Palestinian?
So he's Syrian born, Palestinian of ethnic origin. He lived in Egypt for a time.
Who's the government in Palestine, right? Who's the de facto government of Palestine? Hamas, right? Okay. So there's your connection.
Misfit. No,
go ahead, Wick. Go ahead. I want to let Wick jump in.
I am an American, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
The current government in the United States is MAGA. Do you think that makes me MAGA?
No, the current
no.
Government
So why would you think that being Palestinian makes you Hamas?
If a different country, they designated the United States a foreign terrorist organization, and you were an American in that country, they would hold you to the standard whether you were a Republican or a Democrat.
Do you hold them? Do you hold Wick to be MAGA? Do you? No, we're playing your standard.
Are you an American? Are you an American?
I am an American.
Do you hold Wick to be MAGA?
MAGA is a movement, not a government organization.
MAGA is in control of the White House. They are the ones who Trump is MAGA. Trump is.
We only have one American
Republicans.
Government.
Well, let's even go to Republicans. The Republicans control the White House. Correct.
We only have one American government. There is no. You're an American, right?
So we're applying your standard, sir. We're applying your standard.
We're not.
Gentlemen, I'm just gonna give a kind reminder about how I feel about interruptions. I understand we're all passionate and heated in the matter of our conversation, but I would like to remind you the audience can't hear much of what you're saying because you're talking over each other.
Gotcha. Okay. You want to go or should I go? Go ahead. Okay. Let's try to do this civilly. you sir are an American under one government, right? Whether or not you like the people in charge of the government, you're an American under one government. Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian, under one government. That government is Hamas. So he is Palestinian. We have designated Hamas a foreign terrorist organization. He is in protest in support of Hamas against Israel, and that ties him to his own government, to a foreign terrorist organization. That's the connection.
Who controls the West Bank?
If I may respond, that is also a good point. But simply because I'm an American does not mean I support my government. Does not mean I support all of its actions. And in fact, I have before protested its actions in several incidences, right? So this idea that him being Palestinian is evidence in any way, shape, or form that he is Hamas is farcical on its face, much like it would be farcical on its face to say that because I'm an American, that I'm MAGA or I'm Republican. In the same vein, it is farcical on its face to say that simply because he is Palestinian means that he is Hamas or connected to
Can I add something here?
Just not true.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Can I add something here?
One quick thing, then I'll kick it to Sean. Again, what you're not understanding is there is one government, but go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, when we talk about Khalil, because now we're getting into, I think, semantics about, American and I'm not MAGA and all this. But when you get into what Mahmoud Khalil was charged under, right, or what he was charged with, Section 237A, the Immigration and Nationality Act, which Pisco brought up, right, allows for the deportation of non-citizens if the Secretary of State determines that their presence or activities in the United States could have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. We understand that is what Mahmoud Khalil was arrested. That was the statute. That's what they're saying he violated and why he was detained and had his visa revoked. His activities in the United States, meaning the riots that he organized at Columbia University, the literature that his protest was filled with, that he was caught with, right, that he was distributing, said death to America and was in favor. His activities and his protests were in favor of an FTO. Those activities in the United States are providing, by law, material support by means of advocacy to a foreign terrorist organization. Those activities in the United States are counter to the best interest or the current interest of U.S. foreign policy. If you don't want to have this happen to you, and you're a foreign student here studying, don't break the law. Don't call for the death of a country that is giving you the right to study within that country. He could very well have avoided that.
What law did Osborne break?
Very quickly, Misfit Patriot, who controls the West Bank?
I mean, again, it doesn't matter who controls it.
Why are we going back to that?
Yeah,
that's a silly thing.
No, because so this is
you're
why we're going back to it.
You're strawmanning.
Excuse me. This is why we're going back to it, because you made an allegation.
Because you don't want to answer the question I asked you.
No. So we know, you said, for example, and for the purpose of the material support, it actually plays into what you're saying as well, because material support actually does require for some kind of communication between the two parties. That's what's necessary for material support. And so you're saying that he is saying speech in favor of genocide. Even if it were true, there are no allegations to that effect. I just want to be clear. None of you have read the notice to appear. None of you have read Marco Rubio's declaration that is attached in the basis of his removal. And so none of those things that you just said, Sean, about him being caught with pamphlets that calling for the death of America, that's a fucking lie. There are no official allegations to that effect. There's no allegation whatsoever that he made a statement in favor of Hamas. So all of that is bullshit, just to be clear. But you made a different statement, Mr. Patriot. You said, we know he's affiliated with Hamas. And the reason we know he's affiliated with Hamas is because he's a Palestinian. And of course, Palestinians are under one government. And so my question for you, Mr. Patriot, is very clear. Who controls the West Bank?
The West Bank is under Israeli control.
So what is the Palestinian government in charge of the West Bank?
Hamas. I mean, it's Palestinians. No. Not, you're talking about control, right? Like they have invaded that little area. But if you are Palestinian, your government is Hamas. So if Israel has taken over and you're still a Palestinian, your government is not Israel, is the Israeli government. Do you understand?
Have you heard of the Palestinian Authority before? Have you heard of that?
Yeah. The PLO. Look. 1 sec.
The PLO? No, I didn't say PLO.
The Palestinian Authority.
I'm asking if you've heard of it before.
Yes.
Okay, you know that that's controlled by Fatah, right? And not Hamas. So you know that that Fatah and Hamas are enemies. You know that, right?
Yeah, and they got their own little president, but it's really,
So you agree, therefore, you agree that all Palestinians, even if this were a standard that could be applied, Wick already dumpstered your standard. But even if this were a standard, even if there were a standard to be applied, that you are the beliefs of your country, and that not necessarily affiliates you in the way that the material support demands. Even if that were the standard, it's a stupid fucking standard. But even if it were, you agree that not all. You agree, therefore, that not all people of Palestinian heritage live under Hamas. You agree with that? Yes, correct.
Sure, but you asked a question. You asked a question I can answer now, right? So you said, what's the connection for Mahmoud Khalil to Hamas? Okay.
Yes, answer.
It's the fucking protest where he's supporting Hamas. That's the thing. You have a Palestinian who is under a Palestinian government that is a foreign terrorist organization at a protest calling for the death to Israel. In chanting from the river to the sea, like Sean said, you want to say the pamphlets? There's no evidence of the pamphlets. I don't know. Then why did they find them? Right? Like so. But either way, you don't need hardcore evidence for this. You need common fucking sense. The kid is Palestinian. Hamas's government is a foreign terrorist organization. He's in America at a protest supporting the foreign terrorist organization. You don't need this. This doesn't need to be complicated.
Can you name one statement that he has made in support of Hamas that he himself said?
How about just being at the fucking protest? Why do you?
He organized the protest.
So the people who were at the January 6th protests are going to be responsible for everything everyone
they fucking were.
Did?
They were.
The organizers were held accountable. And by the way, the organizers.
Go ahead. Sean hasn't talked in a while. Go ahead, Sean.
As somebody who has organized protests in the past, and I did this on Long Island when I lived in New York, we had tens of thousands of people came out. I understood that every single protest that I organized, I was on the hook for. Period. End of story. Okay. And I made sure that, you could laugh, but you've never done it. Okay. Yeah. You could, you could laugh and you could cuss and you can use colorful language, or you could sit down, you could shut up and you could let me finish. That's your decision. Okay. As somebody who has done this in the past, I understood that anything that happened at a protest or a function that I organized that had 10,000 people at it. Okay. Would ultimately come back at me. And I had elected officials in the state of New York that had come at me and called me a terrorist for activities that happened or that they said happened at my protest, which never happened. Okay. I took immense precaution to make sure that the people who came to my protests behaved themselves under full assumption that if they didn't, I was going to be held accountable. If you organize something and it gets out of hand and you are the organizer of that protest and it gets out of hand, yes, you absolutely should and can be held accountable.
Should Trump be held personally responsible for January 6th? Should Trump
be
held personally
because
responsible?
He said peacefully and patriotically.
Wait.
He outlined it and he described it. He described what he wanted to do.
Did he or did he not organize the protest?
He did not organize that protest.
So Donald Trump.
There was different organizers. Different organizers.
So you're shitting me right now. So do you have any evidence that Mahmoud Khalil personally organized the protest?
I assume based on the reports.
Is the answer no?
I assume based on the reports because the reports are that he was the organizer. Do you have any evidence that he didn't?
We don't need evidence that he didn't.
I don't need evidence that
he did.
There are no allegations. There are no allegations in the notice to appear, which is the charging document. When I say notice to appear, don't get confused. That's the charging document that I'm referring to. That would be the equivalent of an indictment in the context of a criminal case. And
what was he charged with?
The Rubio statement, he wasn't charged with anything. That's not. This is.
You just called it a charging document. Now it's not a charging document. So why don't we stick to terms, bud?
He's being alleged to be removable under the basis of the INA. Of the Secretary of State's determinations, but the key component here is what all you guys are saying. That's not in the allegation. So why should I assume that he's the mastermind behind the organization because of his mere presence? What you said, by the way, and you're diluting what you said, and we caught on to it, and we're not fucking stupid. We track what you're saying. Is his mere presence in the protest is enough for him to be affiliated with Hamas? So that's not your standard, right? So what's the standard for being affiliated with Hamas? Actually,
my standard with being affiliated with Hamas is claiming to be Hamas. I never said that Mahmoud Khalil claimed to be a member of Hamas. I said he was providing material support. Whoa. I said he was providing material support in the form of advocacy, in the public eye for Hamas.
So advocacy, this is the problem, right? What they're doing is they're equating when they're not supposed to, right? The Supreme Court has been clear in Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project that mere advocacy is not material support. But when it grounds down into it, right? Even though, as Wick pointed out, they can point to no statement in support of Hamas. They can point to no specific statement by Mahmoud Khalil at all. But even though they can't point to a specific statement, all they're trying to do is ground out and say, because of mere advocacy, that equates to material support for Hamas. And I want to stress again, they can point to no statement from Mahmoud Khalil that would even be express advocacy, by the way, which is protected. Even if Mahmoud Khalil said, I support Hamas, that's protected speech in this country.
And I just want to piggyback on that. I want to piggyback on that because Mahmoud Khalil is one of many that have been targeted. Let's talk about Rumesia Öztürk. I'm butchering the name. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. Öztürk. What crime did she commit?
Is that the one that published
an
article
that was critical of Israel? Yes, that's the
critical
one.
of Israel. Yeah, I haven't read the details on the case, so I'm not going to try to opine on it.
Okay.
So
I will educate you. And this
you'll
is
give
good
me
for the
your
audience,
opinion, probably.
right? I don't mean to be rude here, right? I'm just, you don't know, so let me give you those details right now. She wrote a pro-Palestinian op-ed in a student newspaper, and because of that, she was detained for weeks. She eventually won her case and has been released from detainment. But this is a pattern of behavior that the Trump administration, and goes back to my opening argument of a pattern of behavior that he engages in, and his administration has engaged in, not just in onesies and twosies, but over and over and over again across the board. It's not just Öztürk, right? It's Ranjani Srinivasan. Oh my God, these names. Ranjani, okay? Dr. Rasha Alaway has also, right? In fact, people who have tried to self-deport. There's this it was in Ursulik versus Hyde. Okay, the dude tried to self-deport. He booked a flight to leave the country because he didn't want to be here anymore. He knew ICE was after him, etc. But ICE grabbed him because they wanted to punish it. They kept him from self-deporting. They kept him from leaving because they're trying to punish them for their free speech, for his speech, for his advocacy.
I think that.
Mr. Farash, I want to ask you directly, because you said directly that though immigrants who are here shouldn't break the law. What law did Öztürk break?
What law did Öztürk break? Can you give me a summary of again what happened? It was
She wrote a pro-Palestinian op-ed in a student newspaper criticizing Trump's response to Israel's actions in Gaza. Her visa was revoked.
I bet that's not all it said. I think we're going to have to go through word for word what it said to get to the.
So hold on.
I can't read it right now, so I can't answer that question because I can't read it right now.
Let's just say this. Okay, let's say you said that she went through the due process and won her case, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem?
That she was detained for weeks and they was targeted. Okay,
yeah, understood.
Okay, let me ask you this. Sir. If I come and I start shooting at you, does it matter if I miss? Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, that's a bad analogy. But look, here's the deal. Because it's not like the Trump administration shot at her and missed.
They detained her for weeks.
They had so look, here's how things work. Okay, the justice system is not perfect. Okay, it's not perfect and it's never going to be perfect. This doesn't apply just to them. It applies to everything. All right. Look, I've been in court before. And I have been in front of a jury and the jury has said not guilty, right? So is it some type of injustice against me that I was arrested, detained, had to go through an entire trial only to find out that I'm not guilty? I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say that if the police, the federal government, or anybody that's arresting you, if they have reasonable suspicion to arrest you, then they arrest you. And then you go through due process. And if you are innocent, you, in most cases, get let go. So let's just jump right back to real quick one point, because I want to touch back on this before we forget about it. You said that there is no evidence that Mahmoud Khalil organized the event, right? The U.S. government through a 2-page memo.
I was asking you. No. Don't be sneaky. I asked for evidence. Do you have evidence of it?
Let him finish.
Well, I question. I needed to refresh my memory, so I just looked it up real quick. Okay, so there was a 2-page memo signed by Marco Rubio alleging he was a key figure, right? And in organizing the protest through the Columbia University Apartheid Divest, CUAD, and the Gaza Solidarity Encampment in April of 2024. Okay, Caroline Levitt came out and said he organized it. Now look, this is what I'm saying. You want the evidence, right? All I'm saying is maybe, just maybe, they had enough reasonable suspicion, and now he can go through due process. And just like that other lady, if he didn't do anything, then he goes through the due process and he clears his name. I don't understand what the big problem is with you people saying nobody should be arrested, nobody should be detained, even if there's a suspicion that they are working with a foreign terrorist organization. Okay. Right? We should just not protect the country.
Let's be clear about what we're talking about here. You guys are crying about quote unquote fake pressure, Twitter files bullshit, stuff that the Biden administration didn't even do, or things that don't even implicate the First Amendment with respect to private actors or university campuses that are canceling people that have nothing to do with the Biden administration.
Twitter files?
By the way, wait, Twitter files relate to conduct that starts when? When Trump was in office, right?
Not when it started. When it was
actively
going on.
So when the New York Post story about the Hunter Biden laptop occurred, whose presidency did that occur under?
Again, during the Biden administration.
Answer the question. Whose presidency did that occur under?
Bro, if you do the thing,
can you answer the question, please?
If you do the thing again where you go da 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 da, I'm gonna lose my shit. Let's try to keep this respectful.
I don't give a fuck.
Ask me a question one time.
Whose presidency? It was a very clear question. Under whose presidency did the censoring of the New York Post Hunter Biden laptop story occur under?
Donald Trump's.
Okay, so very clear. And by the way, those are issues that do not even implicate the actual government conduct that occurred in that case. There's no evidence that in fact the progenitor of the Twitter files
this is silly.
That there was no pressure. Said that there was no pressure. And in fact, there's been some of these Twitter file cases, one of which has gone to the Supreme Court, where they said absolutely no First Amendment issues here, no First Amendment issues here. And so you guys are crying about the biggest nothing burger that ever existed, have nothing to do with the First Amendment. And when someone is detained for weeks, you say harmless error. Oh, they wrote an op-ed. They were detained for a few weeks. Who gives a fuck? They would have been detained longer if it weren't for a single district court. And by the way, they're going to keep trying to keep her in prison. And Mahmoud Khalil is still rotting in a dungeon right now as we speak.
Are you done?
I am gonna let me just first of all, there was a blatant false equivalence there when you talk about who the Twitter file started under. Yes, Pisco, you're right. It started under Donald Trump. No, it was not in Donald Trump's best interest to push that censorship. Okay, so if we're going to say that Donald Trump is pro-censorship because that happened under him, that's ridiculous. It cost him the election. Okay, so that's definitely not something that he orchestrated. However, in 2022, when the Twitter files had been released, okay, and you had the 2022 midterms, and there were talks about Russian interference again, and the main source of that interference was conversation surrounding Hunter Biden's laptop that was orchestrated by the Biden DOJ, by Merrick Garland, and maybe Joe Biden, maybe not, because he was president. AutoPen. Next, you want to know about how Mahmoud Khalil was linked to Hamas? I'm sharing an image into Backstage. This is a pamphlet that he was distributing at his protest.
Can you show us a picture of him distributing
no
it?
Evidence.
With
no
the
evidence
logo. It was absolutely
Can
was.
you show us a picture of him distributing it?
Do you expect to have people taking pictures of every pamphlet that's out there? Yes, they found this at his protest.
Do you have testimony?
They found it at his protest.
Gentlemen,
do you have evidence that he distributed it?
See that? How triggered he is?
So
now there's a logo of Hamas there with Hamas media office.
Hold on, he distributed it.
Was that his protest?
What Pisco is saying is, if you do not have a smoking gun, you have no right to ever arrest anybody. If you only have circumstantial evidence, if you only have reports from Marco Rubio saying that he was an organizer for CUAD, if you have him at the protest, if you have him supporting Hamas openly, if you have him organizing, if you have this and this and this and this, but if you don't have a video of him handing out a pamphlet, you can't arrest him.
Do you have testimony from anybody? Wait. Do you have testimony from anybody? Do you have a photo? Is anyone saying that he distributed this leaflet? Do you have any evidence that he knew about this pamphlet? Do you have any evidence that he was in an area where this pamphlet was being distributed generally? Is there evidence of this pamphlet being distributed in his general vicinity? Do you have anything that links him to this pamphlet specifically?
Yeah, him organizing the fucking protest.
What do you mean he organized it? What are you talking about?
I just told how many times we got to do this. He was associated with the Columbia University Apartheid Divest and Gaza Solidarity Encampment. So he was clearly an organizer.
So to be clear, This is the guilt by association that these people want to put you in because you're a part of the protest. Just because you're associated.
I'm not here on a visa, dude.
I want to be clear. Just because you're associated with anybody in this protest, right? If you have that mere connection, they're going to say that you're a Hamas supporter. They're going to link you to this pamphlet.
And I fucking hope they do.
Crazy.
I fucking hope they do.
And yet you're crying about the Jan Sixers. You're crying about the Jan Sixers. And you said, by the way, they didn't have their due process rights, all of whom had access to trials, all of whom had access if they wanted to cross-examine their witnesses.
The right to a fair trial is the linchpin of due process. Do you believe, Pisco?
Excuse me. I thought I was talking.
Yeah, well, we know you're doing a whole hell of a lot of that.
Yeah. I thought I was talking.
Really
all right,
fast. Don't let anybody else talk.
So to be 100% clear, your standard is anyone who's affiliated with these protests can be fucking marked with this pamphlet and be considered affiliated with Hamas for purposes of the material support provision of the Whole Diversity Humanitarian Law Project.
That's not my
it's
standard.
Ridiculous.
That's not my standard. You say that's my standard. You could say that, you could say I'm the Queen of Greenland too, but that's not true either. I will point to this. Okay. You mentioned, we talked about J6ers and their due process rights being violated. The right to a fair trial is one of the linchpins of the process. Pisco, clearly you're not on my side of politics. That's okay. I have no problem with that. If I told you that you had to stand trial in West Virginia, okay, a place that voted 95% for Trump, a district that voted 95% for Trump, not the whole state, but a district, a jurisdiction, because they are tying you to some bank robbery that you're swearing you didn't commit. Do you think that would be fair?
What do you mean by fair? It's unnecessary under the Constitution.
What do I mean by fair? I mean, you are going to be sitting in front of a jury.
You asked me a question, right?
That doesn't like you.
Let him answer.
So the Constitution has a venue provision. That venue provision is not voluntary. You have to follow it, all right? So the venue provision in the Constitution states that you have to be, have the trial in the place where the crime was committed. We should follow the Constitution, shouldn't we?
We absolutely should. But when you can raise a claim that the jury pool is going to be composed of people who are going to convict you before they sit in the seat. And by the way, there were jurors in the cases of these January 6th defendants who said they didn't even care about the trial. They were ready to convict. There were lines out the door for jury selection in Washington, D.C. because they wanted to send these people to jail. That's not fair. You could agree that's not fair.
Will Chamberlain No, absolutely not. Every one of these defendants had plenty of procedure, plenty of due process.
You think so?
They had more. Yeah, they were treated, not only were they treated more than fairly, they were treated far too leniently. They were undercharged, many of these people. And these people, these terrorist scum, are free now because of your buddy in the Oval Office.
This is great.
Just to be 100% clear. Just to be 100% clear.
One of the charges that they were thrown at was ruled inappropriate, Pisco. 1512, dude.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is the Fisher case, and that case amounts to a smaller group of individuals, but those people did have due process rights, and
they didn't. They were charged inappropriately under a statute that didn't apply.
So 100%, they did have due process rights, just as you said. By the way,
they didn't.
By the way, you're saying that it's harmless error for some of these people to be in prison for weeks and weeks on end. I don't know how you can maintain that posture and say, well, because the Supreme Court has some, I have to say, a very, I think, out there ruling in the Fisher case. The people who were charged under that theory, many of them were recharged. Many of them had specific. Wait, let me finish. Many of them had specific. Excuse me. So many of them had specific links to the actual document nexus.
Wait. Bro, he's filibustering.
I will. Hold on. Stop,
I'm
gentlemen. Hold on.
God.
Listen, stop. Pisco, I will be agreeable to the idea that you have eaten up a lot of the mic time. So I ask that you be more intentional with your words. I'm just saying we could go back in time, and I'm just saying, I understand you have a lot to get through.
If they raise Fisher and say that's a denial of due process, I have to explain why that's bullshit. These people absolutely did have their day in court, and the proof is in the pudding, right? Like, these individuals, many of them were charged with multiple crimes, not just the Fisher theory of obstruction of official proceeding. And put that to the side, right? What we're talking about here is whether or not you can say everyone in January 6th is guilty of the worst acts because of their mere presence in January 6th. The answer to that is obviously no.
Obviously
we're not
not.
charging all of these individuals with seditious conspiracy.
maybe
I'm
I can get us I can get us back a little on track, because yes, I would never accept that. I think that simply your presence at the January 6th should not have been enough to put you in any sort of legal jeopardy whatsoever. And if it was, and to the extent it was a failure, right? It was a failure. Now, that said, Pisco knows much more about that than I do, but let's, again, reground it to what we're actually talking about today and the threats to free speech that we are facing from the Trump administration. Again, you can point to the Twitter files, you can point to censorship, and I won't defend any of that. Fair enough. I sat and argued against many leftists for years about their tendency to cancel, to deplatform. It's something, the free speech is something I've stood up for my entire YouTubing career, right? And I have a record that can show that, and I am proud of it. But when I see the same people who were cheering me on just a year ago when I was saying, hey, Biden, you really shouldn't put pressure like that on people. That's probably going to infringe with their free speech rights. When I see those same people, now that the boot, they're wearing the boot, joyfully give up all their principles and start doxing people they don't like, sending pictures, to death threats, all these types of things, engaging in they're weaponizing the FCC, and they have the charges that were dropped by the Biden administration against CBS, NBC, Fox News, etc. Everyone but Fox News, the new FCC has rebrought. Again, they're weaponizing the institutions of America to target the free speech of Americans that they do not like. That is the reason.
Okay.
Again, you can argue, if I may finish just real quick, you can argue that, well, the president has a power to do these things, or the FCC has a power to do these things. But if they use power that they have in a way to target people's speech, it is violating their First Amendment right. And it is violating their free speech as well.
Can we talk now? Look, here's the deal. Just a really quick pause, and I'm not trying to take moderator duties away from Ragin, because she's doing great. But there's on the other side of this panel, it seems like there's a debate strategy of talking really, really fast and not letting the other person get a word in. And if you just keep on talking and you don't stop and you do then we can't
stop
talk.
crying. Just get to it, bro.
Hold on.
That is rich.
This is the problem. All right. You're trying to basically like filibuster and flood the zone with information, so we can't argue any of your points because you made 89 points. And secondly, right, just ask a fucking question and then we will answer it. Okay, and you see how I'm talking right now? I can talk really, really fast just like you, but just make it an articulated argument and stay on point. I'm sorry, Ragin, I didn't mean to take that away from you, but it's been annoying. All right, so now the FCC is what we will get back to. You say the FCC under Trump is he's weaponized the FCC. Can you provide me of an example, a specific example, please?
Oh, yeah.
Of how Donald Trump has weaponized the FCC, and then I will rebuttal, or Sean will.
Okay, so do you know who the chairman currently of the FCC is? Brendan
Carr.
Are you familiar with him? Yes, excellent. So he launched on January 22nd, 2025, an investigation. He reopened an investigation into CBS's 60 Minutes for allegedly distorting a Kamala Harris interview during the 2024 election campaign, an inquiry previously dismissed under Carr's predecessor. Carr also reinstated complaints against ABC and NBC for their election coverage. Again, this is all obviously retributive. It's obviously a retaliation for their stances.
Do you deny that it's retributive?
Why is it obvious, Wick? What makes it obvious?
So what Brendan Carr will do, and what Trump will do, is they will complain publicly about, like, hey, this isn't fair. Someone should look into this. And then magically, the FCC is opening investigations into them.
That's usually what the chairman of the FCC has the power to do, though. Yeah. If he wants to investigate something, he can do it. What makes it obvious that this is retributive, as you mentioned?
Can you name one company or news organization that hasn't been critical of Trump that the FCC, the current FCC, has opened an investigation into?
That hasn't been critical of Trump, yes, that the FCC has opened.
That's a weird thing to say, because every organization is critical of Trump. So yeah, anybody he investigates.
I've seen Fox News be critical of Trump. I've seen Newsmax be critical of Trump. I know people at One America News that have been critical of Trump on air. I don't think that's fair. Number two, what again makes it obvious that this is retributive and not legitimate?
No, so he's saying outwardly it's political. It's because the coverage of Kamala Harris, they were going light on her because of how they edited it. He does the same thing, by the way, with the pollsters. It's a course of conduct, a pattern of conduct where people who he politically disagrees with or who paint Kamala, in his view, in a better light or a disfavorable light, a favorable light versus his disfavorable light, he's going to go after them. It's a course of conduct that's obvious, and he's openly stating it's because of the coverage related to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but let's just tie this on a bow. Is it under Brendan Carr's purview to do this?
It's absolutely under the executive branch's purview to investigate matters.
So
wait, let me finish. Wait, excuse me. I thought that there was like a strict no interruption rule here, right? Yeah. So it's absolutely within their purview to run investigations. Just like, by the way, it's under the purview of the Department of Justice to run criminal investigations. Just because it's technically within their authority to do something doesn't mean A, it's not also a First Amendment violation, or B, that it's not an abuse of authority. In order to abuse an authority, you have to have an authority. So your response that, well, can he technically do investigations? Of course he can. That's the whole fucking point of this.
Okay. Why is that an abuse of their authority, though? When you have an interview like when you have Kamala Harris in that 60 Minutes interview, and you got one answer that was swapped out for a better answer, how is that not journalistic malpractice?
Because is it First Amendment? Is it First Amendment protected speech? Is it First Amendment protected speech? Is it First Amendment protected speech to edit things, even assuming your version of edits, edit things in the way that you want?
Okay, my question
is that First Amendment protected? Yes or is that First Amendment protected? Yes or no?
I think
I'm not asking whether or not this is a violation of the First Amendment, but I'm asking you. I didn't ask that. You asked me a question that was irrelevant.
Hold on. I think Wick wanted to dive into that answer.
Yeah.
Do you know what editorial discretion is?
Yes.
Okay. Editorial discretion is the discretion of the organization or a person to edit things in the way that they like. That is a protected speech, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Editorial discretion. Yes.
Okay. If a company decides to edit things in a way that is favorable or disfavorable to someone, is that protected speech? Can they do that?
It is protected. It is protected, but I'm going to counter this, Wick, with this. They released the original answer, to the public, and then they swapped it out for a better answer.
Is that protected speech? Yes or no?
Is that protected?
That may be protected speech, but I will say that is journalistic malpractice.
It may be that's the case, but the FCC cannot violate someone's first protected speech, even if they're bad journalists.
Do you agree with that? Let's get conclusion.
And the fact that Trump, can I finish? Please go. The fact
you're interrupting your own teammate, dude. Shush.
The fact that they continuously try to do this, the Trump administration, and let's be clear, Brendan Carr knows this is wrong because he in the past has come out against the FCC trying to do this with other organizations. So he knows that this is incorrect. He has fought against this before, right? And he today has done a heel turn and become this bizarro version of himself and said that, oh, well, now that we have power, we are going to do it. And again, you recognize and you've admitted that this is protected speech. That editorial discretion is something that they cannot force you. The government cannot force you to edit a thing in a way that is favorable or disfavorable. We're going to get answers from you guys.
Okay.
And again,
you guys keep
you must recognize that this is something that Trump has, in Trump's administration, Brendan Carr has done specifically. Do you at least recognize that that's true?
I'm sorry. I lost
the original question.
You guys, this is the fucking problem with this debate. You guys go on 6-minute fucking tangents, and then
that wasn't 6 minutes. That was 30 seconds.
Dude, I'm just saying it's clear that there's a disproportionate time over there, right?
I think it would be more helpful if we try to line item things out. Start with A, B, and then C. I think what's happening is we're pairing everything all into one. Maybe make a claim and then maybe provide a brief elaboration.
I'll go real quick. Yes or no questions. Okay. One, is editorial discretion protected speech?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. When they edited that interview, was that under their editorial discretion?
I don't know. I don't know the facts of it. I believe so.
Okay. Assuming it was. 3. Trump's FCC deciding to bring suit against them for their editorial discretion, does that threaten their First Amendment protected speech? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so. No. And do you have any evidence other than you think so that this is retaliatory?
Yes, he's saying that it's because of how they edited it. You just accepted that there's First Amendment interest involved in editorial discretion. You accepted that, correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Yes,
but Brandon Carr, is it under
okay, that's all I
Brandon
needed,
Carr's
yes.
purview? Is it under Brandon Carr's purview? And you said, and you agreed. You said yes.
Can Carr violate the First Amendment?
No, I don't think anyone can.
Of course not. So whether or not the general subject, that is to say, whether, communications to the public or using the airwaves, whether that's generally within his purview to investigate, it doesn't matter. He can't violate the First Amendment. You granted that there's First Amendment interest in the editorial, right? In editing how you're going to do stuff.
Yeah,
and
no,
so
you're
the
putting
question was
words
posed
in
to you. Hang on. You agree that editing, that's part of First Amendment protected values, correct?
I said I don't know, but I assume so.
Wait,
if he has information where he can
The
open up an
FCC
investigation,
has a news distortion rule. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I know
it doesn't
what
matter.
news
So we're asking.
Do you know what the
very simple
news
questions.
distortion rule is?
So we're asking simple questions related to the First Amendment, and that question.
Okay, this has everything to do with that. Do you know what the news distortion rule is, Pisco?
Whatever the
Answer
FCC
the question,
news
Pisco.
distortion.
Do you know
whatever
what
the
the news distortion rule is, Pisco?
Yeah. So I'm not
What is
aware
it?
of the FCC.
What is it?
I'm not aware. Wait, I just told you I'm not aware of the specifics of the FCC news distortion rule. It does not.
Okay,
matter
I'll tell you
for
what it is.
purposes
I'll
of the First
educate you. The
Amendment.
excuse me. The news distortion rule prohibits knowingly broadcasting false information or manipulating interviews deceptively. Would you agree that swapping one answer for the other answer and making it look like she answered that the first way isn't deceptive?
No,
You don't think that's deceptive?
So
Passing that off as if that's how she answered the question in real time, that's not deceptive.
So no, to be clear, I do not think that merely editing out something else would necessarily be deceptive, but I just want to be clear. Whatever rule the FCC imposes cannot conflict with the First Amendment. Do you agree?
No, this is not true because this is a public airwave. This is public airwave. CBS is public.
Can the government censor public airwaves?
Can an FCC
it's
it
not
violate the First
censoring.
Amendment? I'll ask you.
It's not censoring. It's
They're
investigating.
not censoring anything. They didn't censor it. It was
Absolutely
played.
censorship. If you
Wait,
are
let's-
being
let's-
No. That is not censorship. Censoring it would be deplatforming the interview and making sure you couldn't find it. I could find it. It's not censored. Everyone watched it. Nobody censored the interview.
Can the FCC violate the First Amendment? Can the FCC violate the First Amendment?
You're asking me
Go
a question.
ahead.
Broadcast TV and radio stations must adhere to certain public interest obligations because they use public airways. It is against the public. It is against the public interest to deceptively put forth an interview or to run an interview where we know how she answered the question the first time, to remove that and make it look like she answered it differently. That is deception. It's bait and switch.
When Fox News deceptively edits different clips of different individuals.
What about it?
To be clear, I thought there was no interruptions. Wait, I thought there was no interruptions.
I'm not interrupting.
I thought there was no interruptions.
No, but you jump in right after Sean says something, and I don't get to fucking.
Yeah,
Hold on. I am agreeable because Misfit already was trying to say something when Sean interrupted him. So it is back to Misfit, and then we'll go to Pisco.
Do we need to start? Do we really need to start raising fucking hands? Not you,
I might actually go into a time session if we need to,
we
gentlemen.
might have to.
You
I
can
have
do
a
this.
fucking thing right here. I could start clicking it every time Pisco opens his fucking mouth. Sorry,
bro.
All right, look,
fucking
shut up.
get to it.
Shut up.
Stop being a pussy.
So did the FCC censor or did they open investigation into something that was already aired? Because what happened was Brendan Carr was appointed and then investigated something that Sean says that they claim violated the Editing Act, right? So what I'm trying to say is you're asking me a question that is completely unrelated to the topic. Like, can they do it? Yes, you can edit it. And you also can be investigated for it. And it's under Brendan Carr's purview. And it's not retaliation if you fucking see something and you go, hey, we should look into that. This is the exact same argument you guys have with Mahmoud Khalil. They have evidence that they need to investigate someone. Then they arrest them. Then they do something. Then they make an action. If everything was on the up and up and everything was fucking legit, then obviously the person who did nothing wrong will be fucking fine. Apparently, what you fucking people have a problem with is literally looking into shit. And I find that fucking hilarious because you arrested Donald Trump based off of fucking impeached him twice,
irrelevant.
right? I'm
So
just
irrelevant.
saying.
I
It's
want to
hilarious.
address this. Do we address this super chat, Zach? This FCC news
yo.
distortion rule specifically excludes cable news networks. CBS is not a cable news network.
Okay.
Just
Now
want to put
Okay,
that
yeah,
out
c-
there.
c- c-
Isn't that the cable broadcasting system? Is that what's the
No.
Maybe
CBS
that's
is not. CBS is not a cable channel. You can get it over the air. It's public. You can get it. You can stick an antenna out your window and get it. CBS.
Guys, who the fuck cares, right? So what we're talking about right now.
How are you
is
going to
the-
get to who
wait,
cares?
wait.
This rule literally proves that you're
I thought it was my
wrong.
turn. So
Go ahead,
I thought it was my
Fisco.
turn. Isn't it my
Go
turn?
ahead,
Okay, cool.
yes.
So
Hold on,
the
let me
First
do- let me do
Amendment
something
interest
real
that the First Amendment interest that we're talking about here, it doesn't matter whether or not a rule from the FCC, which is a statutorily constructed agency, whether or not that rule says something or that there's some interpretation by the head of an agency to some effect that would purport to give some discretion to investigate this matter. If it violates the First Amendment, the First Amendment can't be superseded by an agency's regulation or by a statute of Congress. So if the President of the United States is directing, quote, at deceptive edits, which is just, by the way, it's translation for edits that he thinks hurt him, all right? He's not going after this for the public interest of getting rid of deceptive edits or cuts. Are you fucking kidding me? Think about all the deceptive edits or the deceptive cuts that Trump media or Trump himself promotes all the time. What he's doing is retaliating against editorial discretion that he doesn't agree with, that is sort of against him or that he interprets to be against him politically. The same thing, by the way, as the pollster out of Iowa. Why is he going after that pollster? Yeah, not because of its methodology, not because the pollster was wrong, but because the pollster in his mind was opposed to him. And you guys are coping, pretending that there's some legitimacy to this investigation or this lawsuit, and when really it's obvious retaliation on First Amendment protected grounds, which you've already conceded, and it therefore is a huge threat to all these broadcasters, and they're interpreting it as such, and so are the First Amendment independent advocacy groups like FIRE.
I want to ask.
Hold on.
It's
One-
over. I
One
wanna
minute and 27
know.
seconds.
Do you breathe? I love
agree,
this.
but
You did
it is
so
it's
hold on.
absolutely
You understand how
absolutely outrageous.
Now he's going on again. I think we should
I'll
just let him run the whole show.
Yeah, no, I'll start it up. No, keep going, bro. You keep.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Dude,
Look, you have
guys
when,
just
when
cry
you're
about
talking
the
when
procedure.
you
Have
look
the
at
conversation. The
okay,
meta shit is
Fisco, let me
super
ask you a
boring.
question. I'm gonna ask you another question.
Hold on.
I'm gonna ask you another question. Serious question.
The meta is so boring. Trust me.
FCC.
I think the point is that there's too many points in one take.
Thank
right?
you.
And so what's
fucking insane.
happening is the information is getting scrambled across, and so then when it's time for them to answer back or respond to it, they're having a hard time trying to keep up because it's like point 1 through 30. And then their response, they give you
Sarah,
an answer. Hold on.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just
Interrupting
saying.
the moderator is a
This
great
is
idea.
insane.
That is dangerous territory in these
This
crowds.
is
But
insane.
Great
but
idea.
I just want to say, if they're trying to respond to maybe point number 7, and then you immediately come back, so then now 10 through 20 aren't being answered or responded to, and then we're
Yeah.
being
You're flooding the
counterproductive.
zone.
I want to address what you're
counterproductive.
saying. So I'm addressing what you're saying.
Hold on.
Not
Start
only
it.
is this meta discussion really super duper boring, and the meta in general boring, and the state of the moderation super boring. The problem is they're not responding to things. So when we, for example, when
They
we say
can't.
first,
They can't.
Thank you.
So they absolutely can. And when they're going off into the woods about the Trump indictments, for example, that has nothing to do with what we're here to talk about. And so who's bringing up things that are immaterial? Everything that Wick and I have said have been about the same in this entire segment, the same exact thing, which is this is political retaliation and offering evidence. So when I go into this tirade, last a minute, fucking cool your jets. It's all about evidence bolstering the notion that the purpose behind the FCC regulation or the FCC action is retaliation. It's all about the same thing, Sarah. It's not anything different.
I'm not disputing whether the information is vital. However, when we need to go, sometimes we just need to run a line of logic and go point by point and allow them to
I think you need to
respond.
run a line of ketamine into this motherfucker. Like,
Oh, goodness.
just fucking shit.
I
Now,
want
so
to
this
make
is
sure
all
I
pure coke.
clarify.
It's
I
all
want to
pure
make sure
coke.
I
No, no.
clarify.
It's all coke.
I have a very large appreciation for the amount of knowledge you have, right? And the ability to bring this to the table and have so many arguments available. However, I do want to add that in order for us to really be productive, it's more helpful to go one line item at a time.
All right, so I want to ask about the specific item of deception, right? This news distortion rule, which public broadcasters have to abide by. Okay, deception. And let's compare that to you bought a vehicle, right? You bought a car. You just walked out of the dealership thinking you bought a 2025 Chevy Silverado, and you go back to the dealership to pick it up, and it's a 2023 Chevy Silverado. Is that deceptive?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So good. So when you get Kamala's answer to the Israel Middle East question, and it's one thing, and then you watch the interview, okay, you come back a few days later watching, and it's another thing, is that deceptive?
Not necessarily, and I'll tell you why, and I'll explain the difference here, right? Editing is a matter of subjective choice, and who decides what information is objective versus subjective versus deceptive versus not. Let me ask you this, and I have two questions for you. I'll be very quick. The first one, to get to Pisco's point on the First Amendment, do you think if New York, or let's say Biden had won the election and Biden passed a federal statute through Congress, through legislation, all above board, that said, we're going to take everyone's guns, can he do that? Is that legal?
No.
Okay, why not? He passed a statute.
Because it's a violation of the Second Amendment.
Exactly. So when the FCC has a law that violates the First Amendment, is that legal?
But
it does not violate the First Amendment.
It does violate the First Amendment.
No, it does not.
Protected speech, and I'll explain why. So again, the question of misinformation or any of these things, right? And the reason it's so dangerous to give the power to the government to decide what is misinformation and what is not is who is in charge and who gets to decide what actual misinformation is. So let me ask you, Mr. Farash, who do you want deciding what you can and cannot say? Pick your daddy. Who's your
I want to be able to decide what I can and cannot say.
Okay, so if you want to decide to choose to air the answer in an interview that you conducted, and you want to choose to air one answer, right? But someone else thinks, well, I think you should have aired this other answer, right?
Okay.
Do you think that the government should be able to tell you which answer you want to air in the interview?
That's not
yes, if I have a public broadcasting license like CBS does.
Well, you just don't believe in free speech then.
No, it's a
public license.
To decide
it is a public airwave, Wick.
That a company needs to make. That's
Wick, it's a public airwave. There are terms and conditions to be able to broadcast. You have to sign to agree to those terms and conditions. We do it all the time.
And they violate the First Amendment.
Those terms and conditions, yes, they're not violating the First Amendment. They're terms and conditions to broadcast over. They're not violating the First Amendment.
You cannot sign away. Like I can't legally decide to be your slave.
Wick, can I ask you a question?
Make that like I can't sell myself into slavery because slavery is illegal, right? Slavery thing. I can't make a term and condition where I violate, right? The government specifically violates your First Amendment rights. They can't do that. It's illegal.
Do you think that propaganda should be legal, right? Like the Smith.
100%. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Do you agree? Right? Do you agree?
Yeah. No, I actually disagree.
You do, so
you don't also.
I just want to be clear. You think that you think that I just want to be clear. You think that I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. You think that propaganda should be illegal? Is that right?
I think that if it's on public airwaves, right, where it's not something that you pay for, then yes.
It's not part of my question. Wait, no. So I asked a very specific question.
I think that you can lie all you want. I think that you can lie all you want on a service that people are paying for.
That is not what I asked. So I asked a specific question. I asked, should propaganda be illegal?
No, in the public. So we had the Smith-Mundt Act, right? And we have the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, okay, where Obama basically made propaganda legal. I'd like to go back to a time before that, right?
Because so do you think so? I actually don't understand. Do you think it should be legal or illegal?
I think that there should be restrictions on propaganda.
Okay,
so you want restrictions on
against the First Amendment. You want the government to be able to tell you're a bootlicker, and you think that the government should be able to tell you what is propaganda and what's not, and make it illegal. You're just against the First Amendment.
So the actions don't restrict free speech. Okay, you're talking about like Sean just said, right? Deception, and propaganda. So essentially, you want the government, right, to be able to, let's say, on a broadcast network that they can influence, right? You want them to be able to say, "Hey guys, actually, here's the thing. You're supposed to eat. You're supposed to drink bleach, right? So you're supposed to drink it. Bleach is healthy. Bleach is good for you. Drink bleach, right? You think that that's free speech, right? It's something that's damaging." Right, but you think that it should be legal because you can just say whatever you want. You're a free speech absolutist, right? So like
someone. Wait, it's not absolutist. I agree with the First Amendment as understood by our framers, excuse me, as expounded by the courts of the United States. And so I don't agree that every spoken word is protected.
Well, Supreme Court.
So I don't agree that every spoken word is protected speech. That's ridiculous.
Sure.
There are categories of
The Supreme Court
speech.
upheld a challenge to the public broadcasting license system, though. Do you know that?
The public broadcasting license system is not the misinformation rule, correct?
I'm not talking about the misinformation. Yeah, no, the news distortion rule. Yes, the news distortion. Yes, the news distortion, not misinformation. Again, if you have a public broadcasting license, you are subject to that rule.
Okay, so
the Supreme Court said that's totally fine.
Let me ask this: should Fox News be investigated for editing Trump's answers in the Bronx barbershop interview?
Sure.
What's that?
Yeah,
Wick?
sure.
Okay.
What did you say,
so
Wick?
Should
What's the question?
Fox News be investigated for editing Trump's answers in the Bronx barbershop interview?
Did they put out a copy of that interview with him with different answers first?
Yes, he had rambling answers that they edited down. The FCC, right, could have brought charges against them, but they did not. Do you
Well, they
understand what
edited
I'm
it for
saying?
brevity, though.
If I may
They
finish,
didn't.
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right.
No, you're good.
What I'm saying here, and my point here, is it becomes obvious as to your initial question. If we rewind the tape, right, all the way back to why is this obvious? It's obvious when you have the FCC going after its political enemies or enemies of Trump specifically, and when they do the same thing that Fox News does, and then they don't even investigate Fox for it. In fact,
wasn't
they
the same thing,
refuse
though.
to bring it to investigation.
It wasn't the same
obvious
thing.
that there is a double standard at play, and it becomes obvious it is retaliatory against his political enemies. That is why.
Wick, I want to be clear. It wasn't the same thing what Fox did to Trump and what CBS did to Kamala. What Fox did to Trump, well, you want to say he rambled and they edited it down to make it, to shorten it up and get it tight for their program?
Yes.
No. He did not change and re-record a new answer. Kamala Harris's answer was not edited down for time. Kamala Harris's answer was removed from the interview and replaced with a completely different answer. That is totally different. That's, again, go into a dealership and buying a 2025 Chevy Silverado and getting a different car, or getting a Chevy Silverado and it's the wrong paint color.
That's
right?
Not the
You
same
could say, hey,
it's analogous.
it is the same.
Are both answers
it is the
something
same.
that she said?
Yeah, she said them, but they were totally
so
different than what she
answer
said.
one
No.
answer That she
They were
said, if I
different.
may finish,
Hold on.
choosing to answer, to air one answer that she said, it's not lying. They aren't saying she said it, but she didn't actually say it. She said it. She gave that answer. Choosing to air one answer over another is textbook editorial discretion. They are not trying to say that she it wasn't her that said that.
I disagree, and I'll tell you
words
what.
in her mouth. It is
use your own argument, though.
editorial discretion.
Let's use your own argument, though, right? Because we have to make assumptions, like you're making assumptions, right? What if the purpose behind them doing that was to influence the election?
They
right?
can do that. They are allowed to do that.
So they're allowed. So the media is allowed to influence the election through deceptive means to favor a candidate over another.
It is not deceptive.
For that, right?
It is deceptive. It is deceptive if you air, because here's why it's deceptive. Again, look, if you want to say that somebody sat down for an interview on 60 Minutes and answered a question, question A, what's your favorite color? And somebody says red, then they say green, then they say blue. And they say, well, I look the best, so let's put blue, right? If you're not releasing that to the public beforehand, there is no deception, right? You've gotten a collection of answers. You've pieced together which ones you think are the best for your show, and you've moved on. What the problem here is that CBS released a copy of her original answer and then aired the program as if that answer didn't exist. That's where the deception comes from. It's not that they edited Editing is fine. It's the fact that they said, here was her answer. No, wait. Here's her answer, right? Because they realized when that answer went viral on the internet that it looked bad for her. So they took it out and put in another answer and aired it under the assumption that that was the way she answered the question, when everyone knows that wasn't the way she answered the question initially, because we have a copy of it. Whatever happens behind closed doors that's not disclosed to the public, I don't care. It doesn't matter. You can edit. Whoa. You can edit anything you want.
For like a minute 30,
you can
right?
edit anything. This is the first long answer I've given, Pisco.
Yeah,
Shut up.
I'm
bullshit.
I will say, I will hold on.
God,
I am agreeable to let Sean finish, but land the plane quickly, Sean.
Sure thing. No problem. Again, my entire point here is that the public got one copy of the product and then was given a different copy of the product when it was aired. It was a bait and switch. That is deceptive, period. And that is a violation of the news distortion rule, which is a term when it comes to retaining your public broadcasting license.
Your complaint is that they released both answers to the public?
No. My complaint is they released one answer to the public and then passed it off as if she never answered that way.
But they released both answers to the public. You agree, right?
You just don't understand the difference between editing and deceptively editing. Apparently, that's
clear.
You
don't understand.
Who gets to decide? Who gets to decide that?
The FCC. That's how they investigate.
So the government, right? So this is the problem, right? So when you have a rule, by the way, which has never been on all fours tested, like the rule that they're proposing in the FCC, it cannot violate the First Amendment. And what's going on here, right, isn't actually some concern with deception. What they're saying is preposterous. What's going on here is Trump is targeting CBS. Why? Because he thinks that their edit isn't good for him politically, or is better for Kamala Harris than it is for him. That's why he's doing it. And no one here can anyone argue here that what Trump cares about, what he cares about, are deceptive edits. Can you look the camera in the straight face and say that is why his administration is doing what they're doing? You guys are so full, and it's the same. It's garbage. Yeah. So the reason why he's doing this is the same reason he's going after Ann Selzer in Iowa. It's the same reason. It's because he views them as being oppositional to himself. If the poll, Ann Selzer poll released, had been bad but in Trump's favor, right? It was off but in Trump's favor. I'm going to ask this question of Sean and Mr. Patriot. If the Iowa Selzer poll had been off by the same margin but in Trump's favor, would he have sued them? Yes or no?
If the poll was in, what do you mean in Trump? It was in Trump's favor. Oh no, the Kamala +3 you're talking about?
Yes.
So you're saying if that was in Trump's favor, would he have sued them?
Correct.
Is the question. Okay. I believe that if that poll came out and it was Trump +1.5, yes, I still believe he sues them because it's way off and it was coordinated.
Not what I asked. No, I'm sorry.
In Trump's favor. At one point, if Trump wins by 1.5, is that not in his favor?
Answer the question. If the margin was off. No, shut the fuck up. The margin, the amount that it was off. Bro. The margin, right? So do you understand what a margin is? A margin?
Yes, the margin. Yes, I know what the margin is.
If the margin of incorrectness was the same exact margin, but instead of being put in Kamala's favor, was against Trump. Do you understand that? Sorry, was in Trump's actual
favor of
helped him. Right?
Okay, so if it was Trump +3, does he sue them? Yes, I think he does because it shows a 7-point shift in a state
Let
that's
me
not
offer
happening.
some clarity. Let me offer some clarity. For instance, if I'm playing basketball and somebody fouls me, but I still make the shot, does the ref stop everything and all of that stuff, even though I got the point?
Yeah, they do actually.
Do they stop and fuck?
I don't know.
You get to shoot one free throw.
This is what I'm saying. So Trump actually won. Trump actually won Iowa. It says here by like 13 points. Okay,
13 points. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the Selzer poll was off by what? 16 points. If the Selzer poll instead said that Trump won by like 19, right? Or sorry, add 16 to by 30 points. Would Trump have sued Selzer? Yes or no?
I think that he probably would have because he would want the polling to be correct. This is the thing. You guys are making a lot of assumptions.
Laughable.
Hold on. No. This is the thing. You think that we think like you. You think that Trump wants to cheat. You think that Trump would be happy about something like that, where it's like, I look really good, so I'm not going to look into it because it favored me. I think that we look at Trump through a different lens because, I mean, obviously we look at him differently than you. If Trump had seen that a poll was off by this many points, whether it favored him or not, I think that he would want to open an investigation or sue, because I think that he would want the integrity of the polling. I think that he would want the integrity of the polling system to be accurate for the next guy, because this is the problem. If there's something that's broken, it doesn't matter if it's in your favor or not. If it's broken, you fix it.
Wait, there are such polls that overestimated Trump's performance, and he hasn't gone after them.
But
by 30 points.
But you're giving a wild example.
No, by the margin. Stop focusing on the actual like.
Okay, by 16 points.
The margin, but no.
Show me the Trump plus 16 poll.
Oh my God, I'm not talking about the specific number. I'm talking about the margin. You understand
what margin? Okay, so then put a freaking margin down and tell me what you're talking about. You just keep saying the margin.
Any given margin. So for example, if the popular vote overestimated Trump's performance by like 5 points, right? That's
there was no poll that did that. Next.
What's the point of these hypotheticals?
Look, hold on.
There wasn't a poll that did it. So find me a poll that did it.
The whole problem I'm having with the conversation, just real quick, is because you guys, and I mean this with all due respect, I really do. You just don't know enough to really dig into these conversations. Let's look at the 60-minute poll, the 60 Minutes thing. They aired both parts of her answer. They did it in two different segments, but they aired both parts of their answer. You were calling that deceptive because that's what ChatGPT or your Twitter buddies told you to. You did not know what Mahmoud Khalil was actually charged with. You did not know the details of Ozturk that was, again, detained for weeks. You cannot point to a single law she broke, a single law they accused her of breaking. And let me be clear, during the trial that they had, the Trump administration during the trial presented no evidence. I want to be clear. They presented no evidence. They called no witnesses. They did not even choose to cross-examine her. We have, again, if I may finish, I'll be brief, I promise. We have example after example after example, so much that we do not have the time to go over each and every single one of these.
You're finding the time because you guys don't stop talking
on them, right? But we have a wealth of examples that dwarf anything Obama has done, dwarf anything Biden has done, dwarf anything Trump 1 has done, and you just do not know enough to have this conversation.
So your argument is, if we didn't know the questions ahead of time and we didn't have all of the facts in front of us for questions that we couldn't know that you were going to ask, then we don't know enough, so we are unprepared, right? That's ridiculous, right? We are giving you the rebuttal and the answer based off of the information that we have. So far, we have answered in, I would say, enough detail to refute your arguments, and you're mad that we don't have these specific details about every little thing. Now let's I hate to keep harping on this, but let's also go over the fact that how much fucking time you guys have had on the mic where you just rattled off a whole bunch of shit and then go,
crying,
you don't know,
you
bitch.
You don't know. Stop crying about the meta. No one gives a fuck about it. Why do you keep going back to it?
You shush. Right? Fucking take a fucking Xanax, bro. Look, if you rattle off a whole fucking litany of topics and then finish it up with, you don't know, then yeah, that's a great debate tactic, but it's really not fucking based in reality. Get to it. Yeah, but now you are, because we bitched about it. Because
when have I not? Other than my opening statement, which I did lay out my outline.
All right, let's get back to the.
Yeah, I like to have the debate, and we don't need like a 5-minute meta fucking expression every time. We get into this, and like, yo, you're black. And just to be so here's the deal. No one believes you, right? No one believes the notion that if a poll were bad but in Trump's favor, which there have been, Rasmussen is a poll that consistently overestimates Trump's performance. That he would,
stop. Want to talk about not knowing anything? Rasmussen had a 2-point margin. 2 points.
So consistently in the course of the different swing state polling, there are election outfits that give Republicans an advantage and overestimate, and no one thinks that in that context that Trump is going to launch investigations. He likes it when polls.
Stop it there.
He likes it when polls are beneficial for him.
So, you cited Rasmussen, and they consistently for the final 2 months of the election had an average of Donald Trump plus 2 points in the popular vote. He won by 1.5 points. Where's the problem?
No, check the swing states. Check the swing states, and it's not just by the way the national poll. I didn't cite Rasmussen just for national polling, so one outfit that got things right was Atlas. Okay, and sometimes that the Republican leaning ones got things right if there's like, for example, some kind of systemic error in polling. But are you denying, for example, that there have been polls that have been favorable to Trump and have overestimated his performance. You're saying those don't exist.
No,
yet.
there absolutely have been. Yes, absolutely have been.
Okay. So Trump is not going to launch. Trump is not going to launch an investigation into those things. He hasn't launched an investigation into those.
No.
But the reason why Ann Seltzer's being investigated isn't because the poll was bad for Trump. It was because there was a coordinated effort at the last second with different outlets to hype the poll and push a narrative in the media. That's what that was.
I'm going to read to you.
I want to hand it to Wick. I'm going to
read to you April 28th Truth Social post that Trump made about a Republican pollster, John McLaughlin, that made he called a fake news organization poll reporting on fake polls. He says this. He says, and I'm quoting here, "These people should be investigated for election fraud." The Truth Social post read, "They are negative criminals who apologize to their subscribers and readers after I win elections big, much bigger than their poll showed I would win. Loose a lot of credit." That's it.
Did he?
Did we lose
him?
He
froze.
Cut out for me.
Oh no!
I really wish that happened to Pisco instead.
Dude, don't be a pussy.
Sorry.
We'll give him just a moment.
Dang, because I was actually interested in how that ended.
Yeah. We'll give him a second.
See if we can get him back. We won't, cut him.
I know McLaughlin and Associates, by the way. That's a polling outlet, and they are an internal. Usually, they're Republican candidate internal poll.
Internet hiccuped. I apologize. I don't know why it did that.
That's okay. We held off. Go ahead. Back to where you were.
Sure. My point here is that we have Truth Social polls that show his approval rating at like 99%. Do you believe that his approval rating is anywhere near 99%?
Can you put the post on the screen?
Let me find again. Everything just crashed, so
no, that's okay. That's okay.
Give me a few minutes.
If I could just jump in real quick, I think that what you're saying is so there was I don't have all the details of this. So let me just paraphrase from what I remember. There was a chart where it put the top 20 pollsters. And I think that there was only 2 or 3 that favored Trump, right? So if you're saying that Trump is not investigating the minority that favored him, but he's investigating the majority, there's more to choose from, if I remember correctly. Like I said, now again, we can get right back into what Wick was saying, but I just wanted to make that little caveat there, because I think that what you're arguing is that he wouldn't do it, and I'm trying to tell you that there's way more on the side of favorability against him versus the side of favorability for him. And I think that's his whole argument. So he wants to find out why.
So that poll, I mean, he's not going after Ann Seltzer or the Des Moines Register for some kind of systemic error, right? So like overall, that before this last poll, it has been a very accurate poll over the years. It's been one that has been consistently, rated the gold standard by Nate Silver and others. Mm-hmm. He's mad because in this one poll, it was off by a lot. But that happens in the course of polling. There is, in fact, huge amounts of polling error, but the reason he's going after this poll is because it didn't inure to his benefit, and because there was a news cycle that he didn't like about it. And you guys trying to convince us, that, oh, this is all because he just really cares about polling methodology. It doesn't pass the smell test. No one believes that.
No,
shit.
I think here's what I think Trump does. I think what Trump does is he has common interests in going after the people that I guess you could view it as he looks like he's retaliating against him because he doesn't want it to happen to somebody else. So if he views that there's an injustice against him and he wants to go after some that injustice, right? He's not looking at it, in my opinion, in the lens of, I want to do this as payback. I think what he has been very well outspoken about, he says, I don't want this to happen to anyone, a Democrat, a Republican, an independent. I don't want this to happen to other people. He's been very vocal about that in multiple interviews over the years.
I threw in the private chat. I'm not sure how to do this. In fact, the first link reports on it. The second link is the Truth Social post, where he posts a poll showing that he has a 99% approval rating.
Okay, no. That is now. Hold on, Wick. I do want to be fair about this 99% approval rating. If you look at the bottom right-hand portion of this, okay, that was a poll that was conducted at CPAC. Okay, that's a conservative gathering. So that's not a poll that is saying that he has a 99% approval rating in the country. That's a CPAC poll.
even if
That
you
means among
poll
Republicans right after he won the election. Yeah, I think a lot of people who have you ever attended CPAC, Wick?
Yeah, he probably did have a 99% at CPAC.
Again,
I would say it's that type of convention. I've been to 3 of them. It's that
one of
type
those
of
things.
thing.
Again, if you look at the chart, they have up to 120%. This is obviously a bullshit poll. Like approval can't go up that high, but they
Where
make
is
it.
it?
It's again. He's
I don't
not
see
going
120.
after pollsters.
Where are you talking about 120%?
Oh, he's talking about the chart goes up to 120%.
Yeah, the chart goes up to 120%.
That's so they could fit in the 99.
No, you have to read the chart properly. So 95% of them strongly approve, 94% of them, 4% of them somewhat approve, which means it's a 99% approval rating. That's what that is.
What's the top line?
No.
That's all it is.
The way you do charts is you make the extra 20% just so you can read the chart, because otherwise,
can you show me one other chart that ever?
Hold on. Otherwise, if you didn't do that, the top of the thing would literally cut off at 100%.
No, this is how approval polls are conducted. So if I asked you, Wick,
he's talking about the 120% line being there.
Where is the 100? Oh, that's just to show room for bars on the graph. That obviously, if there was 120%, you would see the numbers adding up to 120%. Okay, so that's all that is.
My point here is that Trump obviously has no problem with polls that way over favor him over any sort of of realm of reality here.
But this is after the election, Wick. This is after the election. This has no influence on anything.
So
it's also on.
That's the point. The point was that the Seltzer poll was negatively influencing or was unfairly influencing the narrative surrounding the 2024 election. A 99% approval poll. I wipe my ass with that poll. It doesn't matter.
There are plenty of polls overestimating Trump. Is it illegal or is it a crime for a poll to be wrong?
Can you find a poll that wildly overestimated Trump before the 2024?
Wait.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Find one.
So if it was, I just want to be clear. So if we find a poll that wildly overestimates Trump in any contest in 2024, you're gonna concede that this was done for political retaliation.
No, I'm saying find one first so that I can at least see if you're right about that.
What would it take to change your mind about this?
What was the original question?
No, what would it take? I'm asking, what would it take to change your mind that they are going after Ann Selzer because not for the reasons you say, but because for political reasons?
What would it take to change my mind that it was because of political reasons? Is your question? I'm gonna have to think about how to answer that because I don't think that's even a legitimate question. I don't think they're going after her for political reasons, Pisco. I hope you understand that.
What it would take to change your mind.
Donald Trump would have to come out and say, I'm going after her for political reasons. That's what it is.
So I just want to be clear. Are you serious about that, Sean?
Well, it's the same argument
serious about
you're
that,
making.
Pisco, I am. So now find a poll.
So what we're saying is
find a poll find a poll that favored Trump by 16 points. Find one.
Wait,
go.
I am totally welling epistemically right there to show the audience what's going on here. He's saying that the only thing that would change his mind about whether Trump was going after Ann Selzer politically is if Trump admitted to it publicly,
or one of the investigators admitted to it, or internal documents.
Let me jump in here. Pisco, what would it take to get you to admit that Mahmoud Khalil was working for Hamas, right? Like, what would the evidence need to be?
Sure. Happy to tell you. If there's an email between a known Hamas member and Mahmoud Khalil, if there's a video of Mahmoud Khalil pledging his loyalty to Hamas, if there is some kind of payment relationship with Hamas and Mahmoud Khalil, there are a ton of things that I can keep on spitting them off.
Okay.
Do you want me to stop? I can keep going for another 2 minutes.
I'd like you to stop. Now, I think what Sean was doing was being a little hyperbolic. If there was any of those things in the Trump regard, we would also concede that argument.
We're gonna slow down. So I'm gonna ask you again. What would it take? What would it take? So give me an example of something.
Okay, how about this? How about this? How about an email?
I'm actually not done.
We know you're not done with the question.
I'm actually not done. I'm actually not done with my question. So you guys get very uncomfortable when we're slowing things down. Slow it down. So what would it take in the form of evidence to convince you that he was retaliating against Ann Selzer for political reasons?
Okay, so we could get, I would say, either correspondence, communication between either him or the Department of Justice or whoever is investigating Ann Seltzer, if there's an email that says, yeah, we're going to go after her because her poll was bad for Trump for political reasons, or not verbatim, but you understand the idea that you can imply from that, right? That any sort of idea that you can imply from an email that says we're going after her because of the result of the poll, not because of the purpose of the poll.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is nothing short of, and because anything that I will give you circumstantially. So for example, if I gave you a bunch of polls that overestimated Trump, you say that's not going to convince you, right?
Yeah, no. If you give us circumstantial evidence, no, it's not enough. Is that what you want to hear? Because that's what we're going to say.
But circumstantial evidence is how you generally prove intent in the court of law.
No, if you have a case that is based solely on circumstantial evidence, 99% of the time the person walks.
Unless you're Donald Trump in New York City.
I'm sorry. What is even? Can you get what is direct evidence of state of mind? I mean, it really.
How about an email saying, "I want you to go after her because that was politically damaging"? That's direct.
He could be lying about that. He could be doing a Broadway show.
Yeah,
he could be doing some kind of LARP. Okay, so circumstantial evidence gets to intent, and that's how we judge it. So one way in which we might figure out if his intent is political is, hey, is he going after all these other pollsters that might get things wrong?
Well, okay, stop. You said all these other pollsters. What pollsters, Pisco? What pollsters?
So what pollsters? So what we're talking about here?
Did he go after?
Stop.
What pollsters in the 2024 election? Did he not go after? Answer. Go.
Sean. So I want you to agree that if I produce these polls, you're going to say, "Oh, it looks like there's pretty."
I'm
good
not
evidence
agreeing to anything. I'm asking you to just
Hold
produce them, and then we'll go from there.
Hold
Dude, this is insane, Tara.
No, I'm trying to hand it back to you, Pisco, but I need everybody to just kind of settle down. Sean, just stand by, let him get through his thought.
All right, I got my seatbelt on.
So I am not going to. If what you're saying is, it would not convince me, even if you were to show me 5 polls that overestimated Trump by the margin of victory, right? If you were to show me those polls, it wouldn't convince me this is political. Why would I produce it for you?
Well,
okay. All right. No, good question. No, good question. Great. That's a good question. I will move on this and say, if you can produce those polls in the 2024 election, not the approval rating poll that was taken in CPAC. That's not a 2024 election poll that can influence an election. If you can prove those polls, I will consider, I'm not going to move off my position completely, but I will consider that Donald Trump is hypocritically going after Ann Seltzer. If you could show me those polls. What?
For political reasons, and thereby it would be a First Amendment issue, right?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I would consider it. I'm not going to say you 100%. I'm going to say I'll consider it.
Yeah. So look, here's the deal, right?
And by the way, wait. Sorry, Zach.
Go ahead.
When I say overestimating Donald Trump, Ann Seltzer overestimated Kamala Harris by, what was it? 16 points.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could find, it's got to be the same. If you could find me a poll that had Donald Trump winning by 16 points.
Yep.
I'll consider it might be political.
And if he didn't go after them,
why would it have to be?
Hold on, no, because your standard, you set the standard, right? The standard is Donald Trump is going after this person who had a poll that favored Kamala Harris by 16 points. So you're asking us, what would it take to consider that Donald Trump is only going after that person politically? What you would have to do is provide the counter poll.
It needs to be 16.
That would be at least equal.
It needs to be.
No, Pisco. Find me a polling miss. Okay, here's a better one. The Ann Seltzer poll was a polling miss that favored Kamala by 3 and a miss on the margin by 16. Okay, that makes sense, right? Okay, find me a polling miss in favor of Donald Trump that also missed on a margin of 16 points.
Wait,
while he's looking for
you're saying that changed the outcome?
No. Okay, so let's say it
more slowly.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to explain. So the Ann Seltzer poll favored Harris by 3. The result was Trump plus 13 in Iowa. That was a polling miss of 16 points, right? But that poll favored Kamala Harris. Find me a poll that favored Donald Trump that missed on the margin of 16 points. It doesn't have to be, because that's why Donald Trump is, that is why that miss in Iowa is so glaring, because of how much it missed by.
So wait. So it's you're saying it's not enough to show the margin of 16. It need to be 16 and flip the result to Kamala.
No.
What I'm saying is, look, if Iowa was a swing state, right, and it had Kamala +3, but Trump won by 1, not a big deal. It's not a swing state. Donald Trump won that by 13 points, but that poll came out and with coordination with other parties had Kamala Harris
Not
up
proof.
3. Okay,
Not
fine.
proof.
You could say not proof.
You
You
don't
can say it's not proof, but you have not yet proved that Donald Trump is doing this politically because you can't find a poll. You can't find a poll.
Wait, I just want to be clear to the audience. You just said it as fact. Do you have proof that it was done coordinated with Democrats? You don't have proof of that, right?
I didn't say Democrats.
Wait, no, sorry. Do you have proof that they coordinated this to hurt Trump? Do you have proof?
I do.
Okay,
there were
what's the proof of that?
the emails leaked out. Ann Seltzer leaked emails to the media that said that there was a damaging poll or a dramatic shift in her poll days before that poll was released. Yes.
Yeah, why don't you
Wait,
guys
no, but
understand this?
how does that prove that this was deceptive or something wrong or in any way proving your point?
Isn't it circumstantial evidence that you just said that we needed?
Wait, no,
you know,
no.
like,
Why
Hold on,
would
no,
say
you
we have
just
a surprising
rejected
result?
circumstantial evidence that we can point to.
Yeah,
for
but
Trump,
you didn't.
and you're holding
wait.
Seltzer saying that, right?
All I'm saying,
we
I
don't
think what we're
need
trying
it
to,
for
I think what we're
Seltzer. No,
saying
hold on,
is,
if I can finish, please. This
Go
is
ahead.
important.
I'm sorry.
If I may. I understand, right? We're all, look, this goes a little talky. I get it. I understand.
I don't want to hold you. I don't want to
I
hold
love
you.
you, Wick.
I get it.
Jesus
I get
Christ.
it. Look, the frustrating thing about this is that you said we need an email or something directly from Trump saying, ha ha ha, we're going after Ann Seltzer for political reasons while they twirl their mustaches, or a video or something.
That's
But
actually
then
not
when
what I
we
said.
say,
I said an
hey-
email that implies that. I didn't say it had to be verbatim, so don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. But when we ask Ann Seltzer, what proof do you have that she's doing this deceptively? You
I
don't
gave you proof.
need the same level of proof. You have a
No.
double standard. You are not holding the same standard for Seltzer as you do for Trump, and you have done this consistently throughout the discussion, where we
I actually
give one
cited-
standard for Trump, and you
Hold
have
on.
an entirely
not
different
true.
standard for
That's
every
not true.
single other person.
No,
And
that
we
is
can
not
prove that
true.
right now. We can prove that with the FCC. Right? We can
Ann
prove that with the
Seltzer
polls.
Ann Seltzer emailed media outlets about a dramatic shift in her poll days before the poll came out to essentially basically chum the water and set the tone. She did that. She contacted other media outlets. Those emails exist. That is part of the case.
That
Okay.
has to-
No.
that does not prove what
So
you think it
and
does.
I didn't say it does. I said if Donald Trump or somebody investigating these pollsters had an email that merely a circumstantial, not merely implied that they were doing this for political reasons, an email communication that would directing the investigation, I would say, hey, this looks like it's political.
And
I'm literally holding both to the same standard.
And let me jump in
Seltzer
here.
coordinated with the media. If Donald Trump was coordinating with investigators for political purposes, I would say, hey, this is wrong.
Now, let me jump in real quick before we give it back to you guys, right? This is what me and Sean are saying. We have just articulated the amount of evidence, circumstantial or not, where we think the investigation is valid. You have emails and you have that discrepancy. So all we are asking for you, all Sean did was ask, right? Give us, to steelman your argument, give us the comparable poll in the opposing direction if you would like us to agree with you. If you can find a poll that had the 16-point swing and had Donald Trump favored, then we would listen to your argument, but you can't provide it, which means you're just making this argument based off of assumptions. You
Exactly.
assume-
No, but so to be 100% clear, what you're trying to do is narrow your degree of what proof you would accept to such a specific level.
No, I'm just giving you.
Excuse
It's
me.
the Ann
Let me
Seltzer
finish
poll.
my-
Hold on.
By the way,
Go
I
ahead.
challenge all you guys to take a look up all the talking time during this entire debate. You guys absolutely have taken more talking time than me, 100%. But it is not reasonable for you to say the only evidence I'll accept is in this election, an overestimation by 16 or something in the ballpark of 16, as opposed to, how about, a margin? If you were looking at the specific state, let's say that Pennsylvania is only won by Trump by like 1 or 2 points, and it says that Trump wins by 5 or 6. Wouldn't that be an overestimation of we have to
Pisco?
look into that methodology, don't we?
Can I ask you a question? Can I
Wait,
answer
can
the
you
question?
answer that question? Wait, can you answer that question first?
No, it wouldn't be.
Because Pennsylvania's a swing
do
state.
Okay, so there's different standards for swing
Yeah,
states versus
there is.
non-swing
Yes.
states. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
because
Iowa-
Iowa was
exactly?
a solid red state that this lady
So
said
why
Kamala
are we
Harris
more concerned?
win.
Why,
What do
why,
you think
why are
swing-
we
what do you
why are we
think
more
swing means?
concerned? Why are we more concerned? So this is what's going on here.
What does
What's going on
swing
here
mean?
is they're finding a distinction without a difference. Surely we would be more concerned
There's
with
no
manipulate.
difference?
Wait, let me finish. So what you're finding here is like anybody's going to just find some distinction and try to make a difference out of it. Surely, and wouldn't you agree with this? We would be more concerned with polling manipulation in swing states than in non-swing states, correct?
I mean,
No, listen to me, Pisco.
Whoa. Can you
Is
answer
Donald
the
Trump?
answer?
Okay, no, I'm gonna answer this question for you.
Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
for
answer
it.
this question for you. Is Donald Trump suing any pollsters that conducted polls in Pennsylvania?
That's a question. That's not an answer.
Is
right?
he suing any
Wait, is
pollsters
that a
in
question?
Pennsylvania,
Wait,
Pisco?
Wait, that's
He
a
doesn't
question,
want to
not an
answer that.
right?
You know why he
No,
doesn't
wait,
want to
what-
answer it?
what question-
I'll
what
explain why he
question
doesn't
did I
want to
ask?
answer it.
What
You know
question
why
did
he
I
doesn't want to
ask?
answer it?
So
I'm going
gentle.
to
Hold
explain
on,
why.
Pisco. Hold on,
I'm going to
Pisco.
explain why.
Hold on,
I'm going to explain why he
Hold on
doesn't
me.
want to answer
Yeah.
this question. Okay. The reason why he doesn't want to answer this question, right? The reason why he doesn't want to answer the question of is Donald Trump going after a pollster that found Kamala Harris winning Pennsylvania by 4 points when Donald Trump won by over a point is because Donald Trump isn't going after anybody who did that in Pennsylvania. That's right. The reason why he is going after Ann Seltzer.
What question did I ask?
Crap.
What question
The
did I ask?
reason why
What
he's
question did I
going
ask?
after. You know what
What
question
question
you
did
should
I
ask?
ask?
Why you can't shut
What
the
question
fuck
did I ask?
up, dude.
What question did I ask?
Holy
Wait,
shit.
Oh my God. All right,
What
all right.
question did I ask? What question did I ask?
Reset,
I don't know because
reset.
you won't shut
Yeah,
up.
you don't- wait, so let's be clear. So I asked you a question, right, Sean, and you didn't answer it. Do you agree with that?
No, because I don't know what the question was, Pisco.
Right,
Ask
so
one
why
question
don't-
at the
so why
fucking
don't you
time,
shut
dude.
the fuck up? Is it? So I only asked one question. So
Ask
here's
the question.
So here's the question, dipshit. Is it more problematic to have polling manipulation in swing states or safe states?
Good
It's
job.
equally problematic to have polling manipulation in any state. How's that for an
Okay,
answer?
so if that's the answer, then we should our case studies should not just be looking at safe states, correct? If
No, it's
equally
not about it
problematic.
being a safe state, Pisco.
Wait. So you had just said, right? You had just said that you would have to find not a swing state. That the examples that I would have to provide
Because
to
that's
you
the example
are not
we're
in swing states.
using.
No,
That's the example we're using.
But wouldn't good evidence of political bias and manipulation and the fear of manipulation be even heightened with respect to swing states? And
No.
you just said it would be. Wait, you just said it would be equal. So clearly, I can provide you evidence from swing states, right?
Can I? No, you can't because
Yes.
you can't find a 16-point
No,
margin
no,
in the
no,
swing.
no.
You
No.
first of all, you haven't found
Oh
a
my
single
God.
poll.
Dude,
Yeah.
Wait. So
Can
we're
I
just-
ask a
we're-
question
we're-
maybe that can get us back on
Absolutely.
track?
Get in here,
Wick.
Wick.
Thank you.
Get in here.
Right, please. Okay. And this is to Farash and to Mr. Farash and Mr. Misfit. Do you find it at all problematic or worrisome to give the government power, right? To because they're not investigating her, they're suing her. To be clear, it's not an investigation; it's a lawsuit. Trump is bringing a lawsuit against this person, right? Into court. When Trump has, I think you would agree, a history of litigating against people he doesn't like. For
I think
years and years.
that's your opinion of it.
That's your
Hold on.
opinion of it.
It's not just my opinion. There is a
It is.
history
Are
of
people
this.
not allowed to sue when they feel like they have had some type of civil injustice against them?
You find if someone is bringing frivolous lawsuits against their political enemies or their critics, even
They're
when they're not
frivolous.
in political positions, in order to bully them and from criticizing them, do you find that to be a threat or problematic towards free speech? Do you
I
think that
think
has a chilling effect on people's speech?
If it was frivolous, I would find it that way.
Okay,
But
so
you
if
said
he, for
frivolous, I did not.
example, made a lawsuit against Trump versus Timothy O'Brien, and that was called frivolous by the judge and then tossed out. If he, for example, made a lawsuit against the New York Times, again, frivolous, tossed out, forced to pay the legal fees. If he perhaps was making a lawsuit against Tarla McCafe, and that was tossed out and forced to pay her legal fees.
But there's no point here. Then
Tossed
Donald
out,
Trump
tossed
was.
out. I am
you talking about
demonstrating
Hold
a
on,
pattern of
let Wick
behavior.
finish.
I am demonstrating and this is the problem I'm having with you. You're like, well, stick to one at a time. But in order to demonstrate the pattern of the behavior, I have to show the pattern of the behavior, which
Okay, go ahead.
which forces me to go through multiple points to
Yeah,
bring it
just try
into
not to
one
make them
point,
too
right?
many, but go ahead.
I'm the point is a singular one that we have evidence. We have a large body of evidence that Trump engages in litigious behavior towards his critics. He sued Bill Maher, for God's sake, for calling him an orange orangutan.
Well,
Right?
I don't think
Can you
I
at
don't
least
think you sue your
cede
friends.
to that?
I don't think you sue your friends. So yeah, no, like that's the thing. You're saying that
Do you
Donald
find
Trump is-
it
hold on.
perhaps a problem
No,
that the
let me
president
finish.
of the
I'll-
United
I'll-
States
first
is
part.
using the power of law
Hold
to
on.
sue his critics in the court of
No,
law?
no. Look, here's the deal. I'm gonna steel man your argument, right? You think that because of the pattern of
I just
behavior
want
of
you to
hold
answer
on,
my
no.
question.
Can I answer in a longer form instead of yes or no? Can you not pin me down to a yes or no on this? Like, because it's a complicated question. I got to give you an
Answer
actual
it first. Answer yes or no first.
No, how about this? No, because. All right. Are you ready? Now can I do my because? Right. Because what you're trying to do is you're saying that because of Donald Trump's personality traits, right? He engages in frivolous lawsuits against behavioral pattern. He engages in frivolous lawsuits against people, right? And now he's the president and he's having a lawsuit. So you're saying that it has to be frivolous because of his pattern of behavior.
I'm not saying it has to.
Well,
I'm saying,
I think
does
that you're
that suggest
implying
it might be?
it might be there. All right, that's fair. If you
That's
frame
fair.
it that way, that's fair. It's a fair way to frame it, right?
That's fair.
we would have to look at the merits of the actual lawsuit to see if it aligns with the frivolous lawsuits that he has as I believe he was a private citizen, right? Where he's a multi-billionaire, and I think that they get that all multi-billionaires, all rich people, all businessmen in his regard have lawsuits that go back and forth all the time because of their status and position. So
Can you name
would have to
another-
look at the merits. You'd have to look at the merits of this. And so I said no because, and here's the thing, no, because he's president now and he separates himself from his personal beefs, or he's supposed to anyway. And I think he does. So no, I don't. So the long-winded answer is no.
So if we have, again, a pattern of behavior of him weaponizing, right? Which, again, this is my alleged, this is what I'm stating, this is my accusation, if you will, is that he has a pattern of behavior before he was president. He had a pattern of behavior now where he is not only weaponizing his lawsuits, his personal lawsuits, but also the government and organizations within the government, not just to CBS, not just to NBC, but to a wealth, to CBS, ABC, NBC, NPR, PBS.
I'm glad you brought up
Comcast.
ABC because they settled.
All again, this is part
So
of
it's
the
not- so it's
extortion
not frivolous.
racket. They
Well, no, it's not
pressure them,
frivolous.
saying
Not extortion.
we're
They
going
called him a
to-
rapist and he never got convicted of rape. They settled.
Yeah,
They settled. They bowed to the pressure, which is bad because
No,
because
they were
rewarded
wrong
is
because they
better
called
than
him a
it
rapist
repeated.
and he was never convicted of rape. That's not why they didn't bow. He was called it. Wick, if I called you a rapist on public television, would you sue me? You
No.
should. But
I
you
think-
should.
Trump,
I think
Because
that
I don't
with
think
slap
you're a
laws,
rapist,
I think
Wick.
that slap laws.
Trump-
I think
Trump
that
is a
that kind of
rapist.
litigation
That's
is
your
a threat to
opinion.
free
No, he's
speech.
not. No, he isn't.
a rapist.
No.
No,
Show me
by law.
the Pisco. Show me the criminal rape conviction right now.
I didn't say he was convicted of any crime related to that.
So your opinion is he's a
So
rapist.
you are defaming Donald Trump right now. That's what you're doing.
Of course not. No, he was found liable for digitally penetrating.
No, he was
a
found
woman.
liable
I
for
consider
battery.
rape.
For battery, he was found
Was
liable.
he ever
hang on.
criminally
Hang on.
convicted of rape?
Wait. I just want to be clear. Would you consider forcible digital penetration rape?
I would
Was-
consider.
no.
I would
Was
consider
he ever
using
criminally
legal-
convicted of rape?
I would consider forcible digital penetration rape. And I think
Was
that the
he
fact
ever
that
criminally convicted of rape,
he-
Pisco? Yes or no?
No, I never said he was criminally convicted.
You did when you called him a rapist.
No, I didn't. Wait.
Yes, you did. I can't call somebody a murderer.
Sean, I'm just going to be real quick. In order for someone to be a rapist, must they be convicted of rape? Yes or no?
In order for someone to be a rapist? No.
Correct.
In order for someone to be
Okay,
called
so
a
you
rapist,
just admit,
yes.
wait. I just want to be clear. You just admit what you just said was fucking stupid, right?
No,
Yes or no?
in order to be called a
Okay.
rapist,
So
you're calling him a rapist.
when I said Trump is a rapist, and you said it must entail you saying that he's criminally convicted, you were wrong about that, weren't you?
No, it's not.
No,
That's not what I said.
Oh,
saying
so
it's-
That's
so
not
explain
even
that
close
to
to
me.
what I said.
Wait,
It's
Because
explain that to me.
I will explain it. I will explain
Yeah.
it. Okay, I will explain it. Someone does not have to be convicted of shoplifting to have shoplifted, right?
Okay.
However, if I make the allegation against somebody and say that person is a thief, I better damn well have proof of that, or else I'm
Wait a second.
defaming their character.
Must you
Yes.
have a criminal conviction?
Yes, if I'm
Yeah.
saying someone committed a crime, I
wait
better
a-
well have
wait a-
evidence.
Wait a second. So if someone says, "Hey, that guy just shoplifted," and
what
the
we're
guy's like,
saying
"Really?
is-
He hasn't." Wait. Really? He hasn't been criminally convicted of it.
What
You're
I'm
like,
saying
well,
is,
no,
what I'm
but
saying
there's-
is, you just called Donald Trump a
call
rapist.
O.J.
Sure
Simpson
did.
a murderer.
Sure did.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Just say
Can
it's
I
your
call
opinion.
O.J. Simpson a murderer?
Wait, it is my opinion that
There you
based
go.
on the facts, the conclusion, the strong conclusion that
So
they
it's
formed
your
by the
opinion.
evidence.
Yeah.
So it's your opinion.
My
It's your opinion.
opinion.
You started off with a declaration that Donald Trump is a rapist, and finish it off with "I think."
Yeah. It's my opinion. Guess who fucking said it? I said it. It's my opinion. Obviously, I'm stating what
As
I
long
think to be
as-
true.
And aren't
What
you
I
the
believe
guy?
to be-
opinion
what I believe to be
is
true.
official that
yeah.
we are rounding the 2 hours, and
Good.
we can continue from
No.
here.
I
Okay.
definitely should.
I
We-
can't.
no,
Not
we
not
definitely should.
not this, but if you
Yeah,
need,
I got a show to prep for tomorrow.
I gotta fly out. I gotta fly out tomorrow. So this is the end of.
yeah,
the end
I
of
figured you would be done for the evening. But
I may stick around for about 10 or 15 minutes
I'll do
just
10
to
or,
hang.
I'll do 10 or 15.
And then when I
Okay.
bounces, I have a full show I got to put together for tomorrow morning that I haven't gotten to put together. Usually it's done by now, but I'll hang for about 15 minutes.
You know what I'll do?
Sick.
I'll use my Pisco timer for 15, and I'll have that.
Dude,
There
you
you
guys
go.
are such crybabies.
I'm gonna
You
put- I'm
talk
gonna
more
put-
than me.
I'm gonna name Pisco.
You understand that, right? Wait,
I'm gonna
you
name
understand
it.
that
You didn't
guys
name it?
fucking you understand that you guys blab on and on about. By the way,
I'll buy you a label maker, bro.
I just want to say, Mr.
closing-
Patriot, really seriously, I'm going to put as my introduction on the debate, you completely fucking up who controls the West Bank and everything you said about that. So don't
Okay.
worry. That'll be
Yeah,
front
no,
and
you
center
know
when
what?
everyone
It's
sees
cool.
how fucking pathetic you
When
guys
you
are
wanna-
and
so
whining
what
the
you're-
whole time about
Hold
the
on.
fucking
So
meta.
what you're saying is you're gonna find the one thing that I might have
Well, no,
made a
I
gap
mean the whole
on,
thing. I'm going to post the
and
whole
you're
thing.
gonna
I'm going to post the whole thing.
frame
It's all
the entire
embarrassing.
debate as you.
No, no,
All
Well,
right, let's
well, I just
put
wanna- I
our
just wanna be clear.
rulers
Pisco, have you found those polls
away,
yet?
gentlemen.
Yeah,
We're going to
yeah,
go
so-
into closing
Found the
statements.
polls
Yeah,
yet,
let's go for
Pisco?
it. Yeah, we have the polls. We have the
Misfit,
polls.
why
We have all
don't
the
you
polls.
go ahead and kick us off with your closing statement, please?
Who was it? Me?
You.
Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's me. Oh, okay. Here's my closing statement. Okay. Again, basically what I stated in my opening statement. There is literally zero evidence that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, right? And in fact, there's evidence to the contrary based off of his executive orders. The only things that our opponents have brought up in this entire debate is their opinion. They have not proven anything. They have not given us any hard factual evidence. They said, well, because of a pattern of behavior, or here's some circumstantial evidence. When Sean asked them for a poll to refute the logic and reason behind the FCC going after a certain, and they did the same thing with the Hamas protests, right? They say, if you don't have the evidence that Mahmoud Khalil was coordinated with Hamas, then Mahmoud Khalil is innocent. But then in the same token, they come back and say, we don't have the evidence for what we're saying, but you have to agree with us. Right. So this whole debate has basically been a struggle session with Pisco, where he's talked really, really fast and tried to get out of many, many points because that's his debate tactic. His debate tactic is flood the zone. What we tried to do was we tried to have an articulate argument, wait for the questions that we basically were bombarded with, and answer in kind, but we couldn't for the most part. And anytime Pisco gets challenged on that, he goes to ad hominem. I think that Pisco's behavior, and not Wick was doing great, by the way. Pisco's behavior kind of took the L in the debate just based off of anybody's general common sense logic when they watch this. So in summary, prove Donald Trump is a threat to free speech. Nope, you didn't do it. Right? We have proven that we knew what we were talking about. They proved that they knew how to talk really fast and make accusations. That's the end of that.
Thank you, Misfit. Sean, to you.
Okay. Misfit got out everything that I ordinarily probably would have said, but I will say this. I'm not going to speak about the conduct of the opponents in this debate. I think I had a great time. I will say that I did have a good time. But I will say this: the proof that Donald Trump is, quote, one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years just is not there. Every instance that was brought up tonight had been countered with pure and true violations of the law. Mahmoud Khalil was found at his protests having in circulation at his protests Hamas propaganda. And by rule, by that immigration rule that the Secretary of State can cite and the Secretary of State can execute to revoke a student visa, those are activities that are prohibited. And those are activities that are a danger to the United States foreign policy. That's number one. I don't see that as a threat to free speech. I don't think anybody, if it was a threat to free speech, I don't think anybody is going to be going to either Wick or Pisco's door tonight, knocking and dragging them out of their homes. Okay. I likewise, I have dealt with it myself, where because of things that I have said on the internet, I've had a SWAT team show up at my house because people don't like what I say. All right. And that's fine. I would never do that to anybody else. I'm not about that. Is Donald Trump one of the greatest threats to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years? I don't think the evidence is there. There are opinions. People can say it. People can talk about what they disagree with that the president is doing. They could talk about his behavior. They could talk about things that they wish he would do differently. None of that makes him one of the greatest threats to the First Amendment that we've seen in the last 20 years. None of it. And he certainly is not a greater threat than what we lived with under the Biden regime for the last 4 years. The Twitter files. Parents at school board meetings. You have a parent who questions their child's curriculum at a school board meeting. They're put on a domestic terrorist watch list. I know a ton of those parents who this happened to. I went to school board meetings with those parents when I lived on Long Island. They were put on terror watch lists. I was put on a terror watch list for peacefully attending a school board meeting. I don't see that happening here under the Trump administration. Granted, it's only been 3 months, but it didn't happen the first go around. None of the people who were engaged in the destructive Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots in Seattle, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York were put on domestic terror lists, and they did things that were arguably far more destructive than a parent at a school board meeting, or somebody who didn't wear a mask in public, or somebody who held a gathering with too many people, or somebody who didn't want to get vaccinated and go to a music concert or get something to eat in New York City. There is no greater threat to free speech than what we just lived through. And to try to equate that or ignore that and say that Donald Trump is a greater threat or one of the greatest threats that we've lived to in 20 years is preposterous. It's ridiculous. It's your right to have that opinion, but there are no facts backing that up.
Thank you, Sean. Pisco, to you.
Yeah, so these people don't even understand the basics of the First Amendment. They think, for example, that it wouldn't be protected speech to support Hamas or an organization that the government designates as a terrorist organization, as though the standard in Brandenburg wasn't easily available to them and has been the law of the land now for decades and decades and decades. They think, for example, that propaganda should be made illegal, and it was a bad thing when Obama made propaganda not illegal anymore, as though, imagine, right, political deception weren't protected by the First Amendment, or political edits weren't protected by the First Amendment at most, right? Even grant all the bastardization of the facts that these people provide regarding Mahmoud Khalil and others, suppose that they were able to produce evidence, which they never did, that he is linked to any of these pamphlets, or that he himself supports Hamas, or that he made any statement in favor of Hamas. Suppose that they were able to provide that evidence. That's core political speech. Yes, to support political terrorist organization. Yes, because who decides? The question and the problem with the First Amendment and what it recognized and what the framers recognized, it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Why? Because we don't trust the government to be making decisions based on political favor or lack of favor. That's why we don't, for example, put in the hands of the FCC to determine a rule for itself about when it's something is misinformation or not misinformation. That's exactly what they would want you to believe with the Twitter files was, which was the government involving itself in the affairs of Twitter and deciding what's in misinformation, what's not misinformation. Somehow they understand the problematic nature of, private organizations and private companies deciding what's misinformation, not misinformation, but they don't see the problematic aspect of the government doing the very same thing. Go further along on some of these cases. They say, for example, it's harmless. It's harmless when someone who has to go through the process and be arrested for 3 weeks for doing no more than publishing an op-ed, right? They haven't even read the charging documents related, or the removal documents that charges removable, Mahmoud Khalil and Secretary Rubio's determination there, that make no reference and no allegation to Hamas or any connection between Mahmoud Khalil to those indications. And they would have you believe, right, when that Donald Trump, he just seriously has a really good idea about going after polling misses and going after methodologies, and he just has a really good set of facts behind the Ann Seltzer poll. That's why he's retaliating after them. That's why, for example, he's retaliating after those law firms firms for their association with lawyers, which we didn't really even get into, or some of these universities. And they're telling you, don't worry. Trust the government. Trust the intentions of the government when they're going after people that you don't like. And just, rest assured that Trump has the best intentions and the best minds and interests of the American people in mind. I mean, he would actually have you believe that when Trump is going after Ann Selzer, that he's just doing it for the next guy because he doesn't want the next guy to deal with what he had to go through. It's completely preposterous. They're jailing people on the basis of their political speech. They're threatening their licenses on the basis of the political speech. They're revoking meetings with lawyers on the basis of political speech. They're threatening due process so that they don't have to give people full hearings on issues related to their speech. And it's all part of a coordinated effort to chill speech, to chill dissent. That's part and parcel about what they're going after. That's why they're attacking the universities. That's why they're attacking the institutions, the law firms. That's why they're attacking, even, for example, private actors, corporations who are not friendly to Trump. And that's also why they're doing the tariff policy. The tariff policy is to make sure that people are bending the knee to Trump and to make sure that they're getting his political favor. It's all linked and coordinated. They can't see it because they're political hacks, they're government bootlicking shills, and whatever they say, whatever evidence you present them, right? Their standards for showing that they're linked to Hamas is what? He was at the protest, physical presence in the protest. That fell apart when talking about January 6th. Or, in order to show political bias, you would need to show another non-swing state poll that had something in the range of the margin of 16 points in favor of, Trump that he didn't go after. It's all bullshit, ad hoc standards that they're inventing for themselves to try to justify a narrative that, in fact, Trump isn't attacking the First Amendment, where it's clear with anyone with eyes, he's going after people. He's doing what he campaigned on, which was political retribution.
Thank you, Pisco. Wick, to you.
Okay. We talk about facts and feelings, right? And I understand that my opponents here have a lot of trust in Trump. They support the man. They believe him when he says a lot of words. But I would challenge you to look at his behavior, not what he says, but what he does. What has he done? Again, he has issued executive orders targeting law firms that represented clients he did not like. He has banned those law firms and all that participate in those law firms from federal buildings, a clear violation of the First Amendment. This isn't a feeling. This isn't a vibe. This is a fact. You can look it up. There are court filings. The executive order exists. You can find it. It's not a feeling. It's not a vibe. We have the letter to Harvard, which called for an audit of their speech and things like that, including to audit the viewpoints of the student body, the faculty, the staff, to reduce the power of certain students, faculty, and administrators targeted because of their ideological views. All of these things are, again, expressly being done right now, and I can list a laundry list that I do not have time for in my closing statement that dwarfs anything that the Twitter files, COVID censorship, all things that I agree were bad, but this is far worse, and it's only been 5 months at this point. We have documented evidence that I can present. My opponents have, I just trust him. When he takes that $400 million from Qatar, I just trust him. I think he could do it. He won't do anything bad with it. It's not a bribe. We just trust him. I have, again, case after case after case after case that I presented. Again, you have not demonstrated a command of the facts in these cases. You have not pointed to a single thing that Ortiz, for example, or Stuck, the lady who wrote the op-ed, did that was illegal. But yet you acknowledge that the Trump administration detained her because of her op-ed. That is the charge that she was, the removal document that said she was detained because of her op-ed. These are clear violations of free speech. And let us be clear. If you don't believe in the free speech of everyone, you just don't believe in free speech, frankly. And that's my closing statement. I'm Wick TV. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. I appreciate that. For the record, ladies and gentlemen, I ran a poll to determine who the audience thinks spoke the longest. I questioned who talked the longest during this debate. Wick came in with only 9%. Sean came in with 15%. Misfit came in with 20%, and Pisco, you took the 56%.
You gonna sue that pollster too, Pisco?
Crazy.
Gonna sue that pollster. We're gonna sue the hell out of him for that. For the record, Wick, I just want to say I actually do think the Qatar thing is a mistake by Trump, but
No, same.
Oh, that's big of you. It's corrupt, right? You agree it's corrupt?
No, just
I agree. It's a risk.
It's a risk. It's not fucking corrupt to get a $400 million plane and for him to use it after he's a fucking president. If
He said he was going to donate it.
He's not going to use it.
Not going to use it.
All right,
He's not gonna use it.
gentlemen.
Can you at least
He has his own
agree?
plane.
Can you at least agree if Biden did this shit, you'd be crying?
Everyone
about
is
it?
Don't make me pull out the.
on
Don't make me pull out the
a-
Pisco timer.
Since everyone is on a time frame, I went ahead, I dropped the open panel link. It is now pinned in the chat. If you want to jump backstage, go ahead and do it now because we're going to run through just a few super chats just to preserve time for everyone who is
right.
leaving sooner.
Yeah, I'm doing Pisco. The Pisco timer is going 15 minutes, and then I gotta go. So Pisco timer on.
Fair enough. We'll move fast. Jack Federer with a big 5. The minute you defend January 6th, you tip your hat that you were both ignorant of the fact and lying about what happened. Shame on you for continuing to lie. If anybody
Sarah?
has a brief response. Yeah.
Now, is that is he talking about us defending January
yeah.
6th?
He's talking about us.
Okay, well, I was at January 6th, so fuck off. I know exactly what happened, and I saw it happen firsthand. You weren't
Yeah,
there.
you're a
so you
fucking
couldn't-
traitor. You're
Oh, I'm a
fucking traitor. You
traitor.
tried to overturn
Oh,
the
I'm a
election.
traitor.
Yeah.
You know what happened on January 6th? Antifa
Yeah, I know, you
stalked
guys
me,
tried-
slashed
you guys tried
my
to steal the
tires.
election, you fucking liar.
Slashed
You hate
my
this
tires.
country.
I
You
got
hate
out of
this
there.
country.
My name's on a police report. We got out of there when we saw it wasn't going
You should leave
well.
this country, bro. Go somewhere else. This isn't for you, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
Pisco.
agree with you, so you should leave my country. Very.
Well, no, you hate
This
the
guy,
country.
real
You're
good
not
First
you're not
Amendment
loyal
guy
to
right
the
here.
country.
I was
you're not loyal to the
entirely,
country.
I was entirely peaceful on January
no,
6th, peacefully protesting. He tells me to leave the country. If that
Yeah, you
doesn't
should-
tell you
you
that this
should.
guy's full of shit,
Wait,
I don't know.
No,
what
I'm not
does.
saying. I'm not saying you should be forced out. I'm not saying you should be forced out. You should just volunteer because you don't like democracies and republics where people vote for
in
their
with
representatives.
The big 5
Thanks, Pisco.
says, based on the
Fucking
title
hypocrite.
tonight,
Traitor.
based on the title tonight, he is not, but the guardrails will need to be rewelded after he is done.
Based on the title. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the question, the prompt.
Yeah.
Another new account with the 5 reminder that Pisco's Whiskey Rebellion, a standard for charging people with insurrection for supporting J6, doesn't apply to supporters of Chaz somehow.
Good point.
Just misunderstanding.
Good point.
So I'm happy if you want to come talk about insurrection and the term insurrection, how it applies. Come on to the after panel. It's not the whiskey rebellion standard. It's a historical standard that's applied that has different.
Why
elements
was nobody
that we can-
charged
we
under
can use
18 U.S.
for-
Code Section 2383, Pisco?
So to be clear, I don't memorize statutes. Lawyers
That's
don't
the-
memorize.
Okay, it's
Consider
called the
statutes
Rebellion and
today.
Insurrection
Yeah,
Act. How come
yeah,
nobody was charged with
you should
insurrection,
read-
Pisco?
So I think I should have been. I read Jack Smith's analysis. I don't agree with him. I think that people should have been charged for insurrection. Is the answer to that? I don't know.
How
why.
come they weren't?
Because they wanted easier charges and the
No, you know what the real
obstruction
reason
charges
was,
and the
Pisco? You know what the real reason was?
Because
The maximum sentence on 2383 is 8 years. The maximum sentence on 1512 is 20 years. It was all political. Shut the fuck up. Next.
That's not true.
next.
Wait. You understand you can
Next.
charge? Wait. Stop. You understand you can charge multiple things, right? Yes or no?
Next.
Yeah, they could have.
do you
charged
Why
understand-
were none of them?
wait,
Why
wait,
were none of them charged with
Yeah,
insurrection?
I
just
would
wanna-
like to be
wait
able to
a second.
say
Wait one
Next.
second. Because he just whoa. You know you're fucked. So you understand
Next.
you can charge more than one thing, right?
Hey, I know that. Why weren't they charged
the
with insurrection?
maximums- So the maximum insurrection wouldn't be a limiting factor on the other charges. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a limiting factor. Then what? That proves my point even further. Why didn't they?
the fuck out? Right?
Then why didn't they? No, they
blown
didn't.
the fuck out.
Well, did you know that putting your hands on a microphone doesn't make it actually louder, Pisco?
Why would the maximum?
Pisco, why didn't they charge him?
Why would the maximum sentence be a limiting
Why
factor?
didn't they charge them with
I don't give a
insurrection?
fuck at this point, gentlemen.
I'm the
Thank
gentleman. He's a
you.
lady. Guy's hormonal today.
Josh in with
Well,
a
I
big
thought you said you didn't believe in
5.
trans people.
Josh in with a big 5 says FCC news distortion rule specifically excludes cable news networks.
CBS is not a cable news network.
Doesn't matter. Came out of the First Amendment. Doesn't matter.
It does.
Chickham
Supreme
in
Court
with a big
disagrees.
10 says if an investigation is held and a crime is found, what do you think the crime would be? Would that crime conflict with the First Amendment protections?
I don't know what that's in reference to.
Yeah.
The
I'm not
FCC
sure
violation.
either. Oh,
Yeah. There's no crime.
It wasn't. It's not criminal. They're not. They're not
It's still-
investigating
it's still a
or
lawsuit.
investigating CBS for criminal. It's a lawsuit about whether or not they violated the terms of their broadcast license, which in 1965 the Supreme Court upheld the broadcast license.
CBS and
But-
okay, sorry.
But to be fair,
that's
First
Sarah's.
Amendment applies to more than just criminal charges. So even if what we're talking about is the denial of a license, the imposition of a fine,
Yeah, there
you
are
can't just file the First Amendment.
there are restrictions on the First Amendment, though. That's what you guys don't understand. You guys
But
basically
none of them
arguing.
regard regard
None of
what
them
happened
apply.
with editing.
That's
None
your
of them
opinion.
regard what happened.
Well,
with
none of
editing.
them
that's
apply
not
here.
true.
Yeah.
News
Which
distortion
categorical
rule.
exception applies?
We already said it. The news distortion rule
Okay.
applies because it was
That-
manipulative
We'll
and
see. We'll
deceptive.
see.
If that is
Uh,
challenged by the Supreme Court, I will bet you $100 right now that the Supreme Court overturns that.
Okay.
Jack Fetter in with a big 5
I'll
says
take that.
CBS denies charges, same question, same answer, but a different portion of the response. This was editing, nothing more. You guys are misleading.
Yeah,
No, we're not the one who
missed.
misled. CBS is the one who misled by making it look like she answered the question one way and then making it look like she answered it a different way.
It's so
But,
stupid.
again, repeating this narrative that is just incorrect on what actually happened, where they released both of the
That is
answers,
what
all the
happened.
answer, the complete answer. They just did it in 2 different segments.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes,
I
that is
bought a
something
whole
that editors
I
do.
bought a whole cake from the bakery, but they gave it to me half by half. I'm happy. Happy birthday, right? Come on.
That's the
Come
dumbest
on.
fucking comparison I've maybe ever heard. in
Come
anything.
on.
And
I give them a whole
last one for now. A dummy thick with the Big 10 says just tuned in 15 minutes ago, but if they claim Trump's the biggest threat to free speech in U.S. history is the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long time, especially if they disregard or deny Biden's BS.
What did Biden do that's really violated the First Amendment?
Are parents terrorists for going to school board meetings?
No.
Okay, well, his DOJ did that. So next, you want another
They
example?
did what? Wait, they did
They put
what?
parents on school board on terrorist watch lists using the threat tag EDU officials. Yes, they did.
Wait a second.
The
So
FBI
can
went
you-
to school
can
board
you-
meetings. Yes.
Should you investigate when there's accusations of threats of violence? Should the government investigate that? Yes or no?
That's what. Yes, there should. That's why we.
Yes,
that's the
okay,
argument we
fine.
made.
So what's
That's the argument
what's
we
First
made.
Amendment- so
Because
what's
they
the
put
First Amendment
parents on
violation?
lists.
Wait, what lists?
They
What
put them
What are you
on
talking about?
lists.
What lists? What are
EDU,
you
the
talking about,
FBI. If you
Domestic-
shush, the FBI used a threat tag with their counterterrorism division hashtag. It was a tag in their system. EDU officials. That was the tag that they started putting parents on lists. A friend of mine got
So?
arrested at a school board
what?
meeting in Arizona for standing there.
That's
He
all
was
did? So if I look at
speaking.
what's your friend's name? I'll look it up.
Kelly Walker.
Yeah.
Kelly Walker.
Also,
Probably another
I mean,
traitor.
also, this is just a personal thing. Under the Biden administration, the FBI showed up at my house with 2 armed agents to talk to me about my social media. There was multiple instances of the FBI going to people's houses, speaking with them about their social media posts. I told the FBI to kick rocks and talk to my lawyer. They never told me specifically what I did. They showed up. I got it on camera. I posted it. It had millions of views.
What's the First Amendment deprivation there? I'm not following. So
That's
they're
what-
asking you questions. Can the government not ask you questions?
Yeah, no, exactly. Can the government not go after Mahmoud Khalil? Can the government not
They're
do this? Can the
depriving
government-
him. So what the government is doing is a deprivation in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, as opposed to showing up at your door to ask you questions. which
Does he
they
not
don't
have
even
legal?
to have
Is
any-
he? Is
they
are
don't
they?
even-
Are they taking away his
excuse
right
me,
to have a lawyer?
So I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
They don't have to have any reason to come to your house
What
and ask you
do-
questions.
what-
to be frank,
what-
but
what
what
due
they're doing in
process-
what they're doing in Mahmoud Khalil's case is a deprivation. They're
What
purporting
due
to take away his
process-
green
what-
card and remove him from the country. And that is a deprivation for which
What
the First Amendment
do-
applies.
Is he
What
removed
due
yet?
process-
Is he
what
out?
due process is he?
No,
being-
he's in jail.
What
So
due
they haven't
process
removed
has
him
he
from the
been
country,
denied?
huh?
So when you're incarcerated on the basis of First Amendment activities, that is a deprivation. Every day is irreparable harm. That's why Ramaya Ozturk was released from jail. She won on so far in the district
Yeah,
court.
but
That's why
due
the First
process.
Amendment applies.
So that's due. So
Okay.
he's going through.
Okay,
So he's going
but-
through the process.
Yeah. So what you're saying is it doesn't matter if you put. So we should say the same thing to you, right? It doesn't matter because the FBI visited your home.
Correct.
Right?
Exactly. They have
Oh,
the right. They have
no,
the right
but
to do that. If they had reasonable suspicion to lock me up, right? If the FBI had told me this is what you said, right? You're going to jail. I would have gotten a lawyer. I would have gone through the whole due process, and then I would have tried to make my case about why I have
It
a
was
First
legal for
Amendment.
them. So I'll give you the differentiator because it's a good question. It was legal for them to go up to your door. It was illegal for them to lock up this woman.
Okay, so
That's the difference, right?
No, they're
Agreed?
allowed to. They're allowed to investigate, and then if they have reasonable evidence to make
Was
an
it
arrest,
legal or illegal to wait? The judge determined it was illegal to lock her up. You agree with that, right?
yeah, but this happens all the time, right?
Okay,
This
but
is
it
how
was
long
legal
this-
to go up to your door. That's the difference. It was legal to go up to your door. It was illegal to lock her up. That's the difference.
It's not
One was a
illegal
First
to lock.
Amendment
It's,
violation.
no. It's not illegal to lock her up. They had.
Then why did she
reasonable
win her
evidence.
habeas claim? Then why did she win?
Yeah, because sometimes people get it wrong. I'm not saying
Because
that
it was
they
illegal.
didn't.
It was illegal.
No, it's not
That's why they let her out.
illegal. It's not
Yes,
illegal.
it was. Then why
Let
isn't she
me
still?
ask the next question. I know we are on a time limit, and
Yeah,
so
we
I
got
want
5
to
minutes.
get through, but this one came in. Pondering politics in with the big 50. Thank you. Will the MAGA guys concede Fox and Newsmax spread 2020 election lies since they settled with Dominion
Nice.
that Dems could rightly investigate right-wing media? It was okay for Biden's DOJ to investigate Trump about J6 and classified docs.
All right, I'll answer this first. I believed all the Dominion cases were bullshit anyway, and I don't believe that Dominion is well the elections were stolen. So I think it was right to investigate. Well, I think it was right for Dominion to sue them. I don't think Dominion fixes elections, and I take a lot of shit from my own people. I don't think Dominion voting machines were rigged in the 2020 election. That's not how I think the election was
Fox
stolen.
News is the question. Should the government investigate Fox
They
News? Is
can.
the question.
Yeah, they can.
Should they?
Well, it's already been settled.
No, should the government? Well, that's just a settlement between two private actors. Should the government come in and we should get a full report and a full
You
investigation?
know what? Honestly,
of
yes.
right-wing media.
Hey, you know what?
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
I think. Hold on, but here I'm gonna make it even broader. I think that the government should reinvestigate the 2020 election all the fucking way.
No. Fox, specifically Fox News.
Yeah,
and
what?
other right-wing
I'm saying
outlets.
all the
for
way.
spreading for spreading misinformation. Should they do
Oh,
that?
but they're gonna have to prove it was misinformation, won't they?
Yeah.
Should they investigate it? That's the question.
All
Yes,
right.
yes,
I think
absolutely.
knowing
Go
who's
investigate
back-
Fox.
Yes.
And Trump
knowing
too.
who-
And Trump too, because there was two
knowing
parts to that
who's
question, right?
back-
$50.
Yeah, do it.
I believe
Absolutely.
there are a lot of people wanting to talk to Sean and Misfit backstage. So I want to push really fast to get through this. I do apologize.
You're fine.
I'm just trying to be mindful that these people are waiting to talk to them and they are on time limits. Okay. All right. So I do want to run this fairly round robin oriented for the time being, only so that we can get through Q&A, if everybody understands how I mean by that. All right. So Duck, you were first in line. Can you pose your question, please, to the panel? You're muted, Duck.
Beautiful.
I'm ready. Okay. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the debate, discussion, debate, whatever that was. I'd love to have Sean and Misfit answer this first. So my perspective as a liberal progressive, as someone who's patriotic, is Trump's always loved the camera, but he's always hated the American people. He's always hated this aspect of free speech. And so if he set out to destroy the United States to begin with, why isn't it the case that it's believable in this sense, charitably, that Trump has just moved xenophobia and all these things in not just the media where people don't feel safe being moderate, but he's moved all of these functions of hatred into institutions? Is that the wrong way to look at it?
I believe
I do
so.
think it's the wrong way to look at it. I don't think he's moving hatred, so to speak, into the institutions. I believe we're getting back to a level of common sense. Let's take an example of men and women's sports. Okay, Duck, I'm going to assume that you are a male. You've got a nice beard, so I'm going to assume that you're a dude. I would think that if you decided that you identified as a female, you shouldn't be competing against women in cycling or weightlifting or wrestling or any sport, really.
Why would I feel that way? My wife was a better cyclist than me for a lot of our lives.
Well, but I'm not talking about your wife being a better cyclist than you. I'm talking about you are born with a biological advantage.
No, but you said something about me, Sean. You said something about me that's not true. So correct it.
So you don't believe you should compete in a professional sport? You think you should have the right as a male to compete against women in professional sports?
Why? Why not?
Because it's unfair.
Okay, well,
Well,
that's
so-
your opinion.
And
Okay, so-
okay,
No,
and let
it's
me
not, it's
clarify.
science.
Let me clarify also to you, Doc. Just because
it's also not the
you
question.
just because you happen to suck at something and your wife happens to be better at it doesn't mean that it goes against the generalized statement and consensus of data and biology, right? So just because you have the advantage and you don't utilize it, or maybe you don't train hard enough, or whatever the case may be, doesn't mean that you don't have the potential to already do better than a female. Misfit, did you want to chime
Yeah,
in?
no. So I was gonna add to that, right? So the question, I'm gonna address the actual question, but just to opine off of that, I think that what we're trying to say is Trump actually is not going with hate because he's trying to exclude men from women's sports. It's more of like Trump is actually trying to be fair to the women. So it's like he's actually doing a good thing for the women, not a bad thing for the trans people. And if they want to have their own, category in their own sport, then they can do that. That's, I think, the best solution for this. Now, to answer your question, your original question, which was if Trump is bringing in this hate and division, can you provide me with an example? Duck.
An example of Trump being hateful?
Yes, please.
Why not? Why don't
Muslim
we
ban.
use? Why don't we use a generalized version of they're eating the dogs and cats, referring to immigrants most likely making minimum wage in the United States like every other American.
I'm not familiar with that quote. Making minimum wage like every other American.
Oh, he said the eating the dogs.
You're
and
not
cats
familiar
from
with
Springfield,
with
Ohio.
Trump telling the American people that minimum wage workers are eating dogs and cats?
No. I think that he was saying he was going off of a report. He was no. You don't have to do that. We can have a respectful conversation.
No,
so
because
no.
Why are you dodging? Don't stop dodging.
Doc, I
You were doing
think you
this the
need to
entire time.
hold. Doc, I think you need to hold on so he can answer the question.
Trump was responding to a report. The report came out to be not true, right? But he was responding to a report where there were Haitian immigrants that were eating dogs and cats. There were photos of people that had they were photoing people that were grilling. And they were
What are you talking about?
Hold on. They were grilling, and when people looked at the grill, it looked like a dog. It looked like a cat on a grill.
So it looked like, but it wasn't.
No. So
That's
Donald Trump.
hatred.
Hold on.
That's
So Donald
Okay, can I ask Duck a question?
made a
I have a
mistake.
question for you, Duck. Do you believe it's hateful for the governor of New York to say that young black men in the Bronx don't know what computers are?
Yeah, that would be a hateful comment. I would also want the full context of a.
No, that's what she said. She was saying she wanted. She
One more
said that
question,
young black men
before I
in New York don't know what computers are.
I'm going to give you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give
Let
you-
me go
technology is
ahead and
foundational for the
let
United
me
States,
actually
so there's
interrupt.
something that we would agree on
$50
there.
was dropped in to kick everyone off panel except for our original panelists. We've got Grid here who wants to have his time and place. And Grid, the floor is yours.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
I didn't actually get to hear the debate. I was over.
It's really hard to hear you.
I'm turning his volume up on
Okay.
my end.
Am I?
Go ahead.
No, you're
You're-
good now.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. Right. Sorry, in the back chat, it's very funny. Hey, how's everybody tonight? I didn't get to see the panel. I was over arguing with other people.
Pisco had a great show.
Pisco did great.
It was a good show. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll watch it on the. I'll watch it on the VOD. I haven't. So I had to do it. Like these guys get up here and they sit for an hour and not say anything, and we have to listen to Duck ramble for a half an hour before he, and I it's a public service that I do. Really.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grid.
after your question, I do have to go, so you can.
Yeah.
All right.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question. Just generally, why to the, I guess, Pisco and Wick, when I've debated before, this is the first time I've talked to Pisco. Why is it that you guys think that Trump is so bad for the country that you can't recognize any of the good that he does?
Great question.
Hold on.
I think there's very. Oh, go ahead, Wick. Sorry. You go for it.
Sure. I don't think that everything Trump does is bad. When he does something that I think that might be good, I'm like, okay, maybe this will be good. For example, I'm not sure that it's a bad thing that he is trying to cap the prices on drugs. I don't know enough about that, but maybe might be good. I don't know. right? I'm not usually for price caps, to be clear, or price controls, but hey, maybe I'm willing to let's see, right? So there's one.
Yeah, no, I'm not against everything that Trump does just because it's Trump. Like, I actually thought, now I voted against Trump in 2016, but he could have been a very consequential president, and the American people did give him a second chance, and he's completely squandered it. But there's some good things that I think that he could do. I think that some tariffs would be a good idea. I think that if he revitalize some kind of deal with Iran, that would be a great idea. Where we're not, entering into a second, large scale Middle Eastern conflict. I think that would be good. I think if anyone could have the leverage to clamp down on the sort of activities, I think the overreaching of Netanyahu and others, and finally get peace in that area, I think Trump could. So there are a lot of opportunities, rare opportunities that Trump has, and I don't just out of hand dismiss something because it's Trump. I thought the First Step Back was good. I think that in general, although I have problems with the pandemic response, I think preventing it from being a general recession or like the worst kind of recession by stimulating the American economy, that was a good instinct. Maybe it wasn't his, but yeah, those are all things that I think that he could do that were good, and that he has a lot of opportunities. He just is a very corrupt and evil person.
Can I ask you, Grid, though?
Yeah, man.
Why is it that you guys always assume this? And I get this a lot, right? You guys always assume that I hate Trump and everything that Trump does, and I can never give any concessions to Trump whatsoever. That was your question, right? Why do you?
It was kind of it's kind of my question, because I rarely ever hear. So what I hear, I guess what I hear, maybe it's just me. The other two could answer this as well, but maybe it's just me. But what I hear is, yeah, other people have done it, but Trump's doing it, so it's fucking evil and bad.
No, so
I hear this over and over and over again, to the point that I no longer believe anything that you say. And I'll let the other two answer from their point of view as well. But that's my point of view. I hear all the time, well, Orange Man bad. Trump did this. He's ruining this. He's doing that. But it's like you can't, even admitting for a second that he had a win would just destroy you. And that's weird to me. Like, I can admit, like I didn't actually have that big a problem with the policy, with some of the Biden put in place. I think that obviously it wasn't him, it was his handlers, but I didn't have a problem with that. That's not why I didn't like Biden being president. But you guys never give an inch that I hear. And maybe I'm
so
wrong.
Untrue.
That's these guys just spent 2 hours arguing with you. Maybe they can add something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll chime in. I think what you're talking about is a general polarization, where I think that we do it too on the right. And I think that it's because the leaders, right, have sort of, and I'm not talking about at the top. I'm not talking about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I'm talking about Congress. I'm talking about everybody at the top. They have pushed us apart, and there is a huge divide. So what happens is, we get into this cycle of looking at all of the bad, and you don't really recognize the good. And the way that I describe this when I bring this up as an analogy, think about it this way: if you had a wife that fucked your best friend, and you caught them in bed, and you just were completely that woman could cure fucking cancer, and you would still think she's a bitch. Right? Like, you'd just be like, yeah, well, she cured cancer, but cancer wasn't that bad anyway. Right? It's so what is it really is on both sides, where it's like, we don't like the other side because of all the abuse that we get from them on a daily basis, or we don't like the things that we're seeing. So we can't really see the good. And I think that it's true for both sides. However, I do the same thing that Wick and Pisco just did when if like Joe Biden did something good, I would have been like, well, that's good. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but
I was able to think of something off the top of my head.
You can't think of a single thing that Biden did that you liked?
Sean, can you?
I'm sitting here, I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to think of what Joe Biden did that I liked.
I think
Did you like when he struck the Houthis?
Yeah, sure. Fine.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There you go. Easy.
There it is. Done.
Yep, there
Done.
you go. All right, but we do have to run. I got to go.
Can I ask one thing before you do?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, it's actually for Sean. I want to know why you lied about your friend. Was it an Arizona man who you said was arrested for just standing there?
Yeah, he was standing at. You watch the video, Ryan?
I'm reading an article right now. It says the Associated Press reported that one of the men was carrying large black zip ties. They broke into the principal's office and they said they were going to arrest him.
Did not happen.
Oh, dude.
That's just
Did
super
not
curious.
happen.
Reported.
It was super weird that the
No,
TC.com,
actually, no. There's actually you could watch
article
you could
says
watch
it did.
security footage of the school if you want to actually do your due diligence. Nobody broke into anywhere. He went with a parent whose child was being held in the office for not wearing a mask. Okay.
Okay, I gotta
Thank
get a
you.
question.
I don't know.
I just gotta get a question in here.
Nobody broke into a school. Nobody broke into a school and threatened to put anybody in zip ties.
They said they were going to arrest her, right?
No, they didn't say that. That was what was purported. That was not what was
the principal was breaking the law and they were going to arrest
I got a question for both of you two. Sorry, Ryan, but like we got
That's
limited
fine. Yeah,
time.
I said my piece. Yeah, they got Sean's a liar and a traitor.
Do either of you
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
In fairness, Ryan was
understand
leaving the Associated Press.
Go ahead, Mel.
Guys,
Go ahead, Mel.
I'm trying to
Go
get
ahead,
back into the original conversation here.
Do
Hold
either
on.
of you understand
Mel was
why?
already trying to ask a question.
Do either of you understand why it's good to have a fourth estate which acts outside of governmental interest?
What?
What happened?
And do you think someone who's labeled the media the enemy of the people actually supports?
Oh, you're talking about the media. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Fourth Estate.
Yeah, the Fourth Estate. I was like, I'm tired, man.
It's okay.
Repeat that question.
I'll go with my second one. Trump has labeled the media as the enemy of the people. How does that sound like someone who favors the Fourth Estate?
Well, I think that when the Fourth Estate acts in the way that they have been for, I would say close to a decade, maybe 2 decades, where they
are, government doesn't like.
No. That I would say. Have you taken any poll? Do they trust the media? 70% of people say they don't trust the media. So when he says they're the enemy of the people, it's backed up with evidence. The people don't trust the Fourth Estate.
Right. So the president enacts that disapproval, or is that like is that not separating government and the Fourth Estate?
If he's a representative of the people and the people are generally distrusting the Fourth Estate and he says they are the enemy of the people, he's responding to the actual people telling him we don't trust the media.
You think they don't trust it because he generates distrust by calling the media the
Donald
enemy
Trump
of the people?
is the reason the media lied to us? It's his fault that they lied? It's his fault that we don't trust them?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, it's not his fault that the media said the media did lie. They said that he called neo-Nazis fine people. That never happened.
Okay.
Okay. He said that he colluded with Russia. That never happened. I gotta go.
On both sides. That's
all right, Sean, I'll see you later.
Bye. Well, that's not what he said. He said he condemns the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists, and that they were good protesters at the protest that were not a part of those groups. You know it.
On both sides.
You know it. You said
these
media
two groups
said,
were fighting. Very fine people on both of them.
Shush. Listen to me. The media came out and said that he called neo-Nazis fine people. He never did that. Not once.
What does both sides mean?
Can anybody hear me right now?
All right, Vibe. I'm gonna give you one before I go. Go ahead, Vibe.
Yeah, Vibe. That's it. I'm out of here once you're done.
Thomas Jefferson was the first one to say nothing can be believed which is read in the newspaper, right? So he is the first Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And he was the first traitor.
And who was the last one to say
fuck you, Ryan?
Nothing can be trusted. It was Barack Obama who said Fox News cannot be trusted.
Oh,
right?
they can't be. Yeah, Fox News, the whole media.
So, this is a long-going story here, and let's look at what the actual Constitution says. It protects our religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. I actually wanted to ask Wick this. Wick, this is directly to you because I don't want to talk about Palestine. Sorry, Pisco. What is one thing that Trump has done to stop free speech? And I actually will even challenge you. He's probably the biggest free speech guy out there because he just freaking says what he wants. Every politician has been held to a standard of not saying what people think is offensive. But this guy just says anything. He threatens people, but has he ever done anything? He fires people. He does all these crazy things. But everything he does, they still have the freedom of speech to say.
Boys and girls, I'm gonna get out of here. All right,
I gotta run. I got a lot to prepare. Thanks, guys.
Bye. But I want to answer Vibe's question. So bye to all of you. But I want to answer Vibe's question. So the free speech, as I understand it, at least, and you can correct me if you have a different idea or a different thought of what it is, but it's the right to express your opinion or an idea without fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction. And if you are asking me the question, at what point has Trump, against someone expressing an opinion or idea, used retaliation, threatened legal sanction, or censorship, I have a whole document I can send you. Let me, if you want, I can just list them all. It's going to take a while.
If I'm a boss,
huh?
A clear one is the law firms.
Yeah, the law firms. Yes, exactly.
What's it called?
I got it right here.
The law firms
Perkins
were part
Coie.
of the government.
Perkins Coie for.
Right.
Hold on. So can you repeat that?
Okay.
No, Perkins Coie. The Trump administration issued an executive order on March 6, 2025, banning them from federal buildings because of who they represented.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. They're representing factions that are against the policy.
That is a violation.
You just said it. You just said it. They're retaliating. They're retaliating against the law firm because of their private associations and private speech and representation of, which is all, if you look at Supreme Court case law, all protected by the First Amendment. That's all things that they're doing, and they're stating that the purpose is that, and so that's a clear violation of the First Amendment, and that's what the court found, and that there's currently an injunction against that action because it violates the First Amendment, among other things that it violates.
No, it doesn't. I just read out the First Amendments to you.
Hold on. So if
speech press assembly, it's not against firing or getting rid of any entity that is against what you're doing.
If you're being fired because of your speech, are you facing retaliation because of your speech? If you're being, it's just a simple question. If you are fired because of your speech, right, because of what you said, either the opinion you expressed, the person you represented, the idea you proposed or advocated for, right? If you are fired because of that, did you face retaliation due to your speech? Yes or no?
No.
No?
Really? Wait. So if someone fires you, let's say the government fires you, let's say that you're a bureaucrat employee, you're just somebody at the equivalent of a DMV, and they fire you because you're a Republican, is that firing based on your protected speech?
No. So okay. So
that's not even the right way to look at free speech to begin with.
You're disagreeing with. So just to be clear, well-established case law says that quote advocacy by attorneys falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. That's what the Supreme Court of the United States says. Now you can say I disagree with the Supreme Court, but it is well-established precedent that freedoms of association with clients and even just legal advice given to clients is covered by the First Amendment. And if you do a restriction based on that speech, it would be like banning ink or banning a bookstore. Well, I'm not banning you from publishing your book. I'm just banning the store. Like, that's just a dumb way to look at it. It's not how our First Amendment doctrine works.
Here's the thing about the First Amendment. The First Amendment has always been about protecting civilians and entities within our country against overreach from the government. And that's why you could say that some of the things that have happened under Trump has been a violation of those First Amendments, because the First Amendment should not and cannot act with its authority to infringe upon those type of rights. And when you see certain people not allowed into the White House, when you see lawsuits of, and again, whenever someone wants to make a case of it being defamatory or whatever, that's a different thing. I mean, we're talking about the fact that the government does need to be, we do have protections against the government using its authority.
And to be clear, the Trump banned the Associated Press because they wouldn't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Which is a ridiculous thing.
By a Trump-appointed judge said that even on that deferential standard, it was a humongously deferential standard. Basically, when you're dealing with government restriction spaces like that, it's like the only thing that you can't do is viewpoint discrimination if you open access to some class of people. And so it's an incredibly deferential standard, and Trump didn't even meet that. And what I would love is for some acknowledgement here. Yes, it was wrong for Trump to claim as a basis to retaliate against law firms their previous representation of clients for being against the government. What could be more violative of the First Amendment than that? And think about it. You guys don't have a lot of sympathy for the law firms because they're white shoe law firms. They make a shit ton of money. I understand that. But these law firms protect all of their other rights. The reason why it's most important when the lawyers are targeted, and why even Shakespeare wrote about this, and why it's so important to protect the lawyers, is they're the ones who fight for you in court. So when they are saying, hey, vendors, if you hire these law firms, you're not going to have a contract with us, of course it implicates First Amendment interests.
Now you do apply this standard when they went after Trump's lawyers, though, right? You're going to apply that standard, or no?
Hang on, no.
You can't say this is when these are the law firms protecting the government, and the governments have the contracts on that, and those law firms do not align with the government, they do have the right to fire them. But once going back to
not for those reasons, right? So
Vibe, it's law firms
Vibe, you're severely narrowing. Vibe, you're severely narrowing, but you're narrowing the Constitution. You're not just putting it on a pin. You're adopting this. You're adopting a very broad and wide, almost like spiritual understanding of what the United States is. The United States has never been a spiritual place. And that's something I like, maybe now isn't the time to talk about that. But you're saying how I run my business is how
that's why we're talking about it.
That's not true. So if, for example, the government canceled a contract and said, we're canceling this contract because the head of the CEO of this corporation is a Jew, would you say, well, they can cancel contracts, so I guess they can cancel this contract because he's a Jew? You'd say no. Just because the government generally has the power to cancel contracts doesn't mean that they can do so for a purpose.
But we find that standard is applied not equally.
Canceling contracts is not a speech.
I understand that it's not, that canceling a contract is not speech. I understand that discrimination on the basis of religion is not speech. I'm not saying that is. I'm trying to give you an example that gets in your head about, hey, just because the government generally has this kind of authority doesn't mean they can't use that authority in a way that violates the Constitution. If you grant the religion example, let me give you the First Amendment example. Yes, you can cancel a contract for a variety of reasons, but you can't just cancel a contract because you have an association with a law firm that represents people that we don't like.
Okay, I have to push back on this a little bit. Pisco, where do you
hold on.
I'm
going to just, we're just going to start playing stupid video clips.
This message is sponsored in part by...
If I
please allow me the moment to read a few super chats that we didn't get to earlier, just because I wanted to get through time quickly. These are actually pretty comical, so they don't really require a whole lot of responses. The chat was sending in wine for me because this became a shit show pretty quick. Patriots are a go with the big 5. Thank you. Kissy Cat with the big 10, sending lots of wine. We also had some funny little dad jokes. What do you call a cow with 3 legs? Lean beef. A Kissy Cat again.
Ew.
What kind of bird doesn't have babies? A swallow.
Ew.
Sarah, why did you put that woman's ass on stream?
You don't like asses? Would you prefer
tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by...
I'm pretty sure he prefers that.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
What would be wrong with
You complain about putting a woman's fine ass on a video. Plus, there's a horse. Everybody likes
This is
horses.
my first time on Raging Tomato. I didn't know.
Well,
Disco did it not get you to shut up?
Do not like
Yeah.
I guess it did. Yeah.
Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, which days of the week are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday, because the rest are weekdays. Kissy Cat with the big 5. Who were the greenest presidents in U.S. history? The Bushes. Kissy Cat again says, I can't take my dog to the pond anymore. The ducks keep attacking him. My bad for getting a purebred dog.
Ew.
Kissy Cat says, if a pig loses its voice, does it become disgruntled?
Boo.
Plant-based in with the big 5 says, asks the question, is Sean or Misfit a flat earther? And I don't believe that they are. In this question, I'm a little hesitant to read, so I'm going to read it strategically. Ask Tubby on the left. I think Wick, when this came in, you were on the far left. If having Destiny promote you, who has been making death threats against other streamers, is that a threat to free speech?
No, because it's not government action. It could itself be kind of its own criminal offense.
I don't even know if Destiny's promoting me anymore. I haven't talked to Destiny in months.
I wouldn't see death threats as a government activity, and because the First Amendment by its terms applies to the government action, it wouldn't be a First Amendment issue.
Pisco's correct.
Also, Destiny is facing his day in court for anything that he has done wrong, it seems.
Yeah, the courts will deal with that.
I agree.
So is that the rest of the super chats? Am I allowed to?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I think one of the problems that we run into, especially with like Trump supporters defending his lack of ability to infringe on our First Amendment speech, is that we have like direct quotes from him explaining why he's doing these certain things. We can say that he was trying to revoke the status of Mahmoud Khalil or Ozturk because they were supporting a Hamas or whatever. But when days before he says to a speech full of donors, quote, "One thing I do, any student that protests, I throw them out of the country." You know, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're going to behave. Let's not pretend like it's because they're like spreading like terrorist propaganda. It's because he's trying to crack down on our right to protest. That's like explicitly what he said to the group of donors.
And can we also acknowledge, please, right, that the First Amendment and free speech, the First Amendment protects free speech, but free speech exists outside of the First Amendment. Free speech as a concept exists outside of the First Amendment. So while the First Amendment may not exist in Russia, I still would advocate for people in Russia to have free speech, even if they aren't protected under the First Amendment. Does that make sense?
And I'm willing
So
to
when we
grant
talk
all
about
of
the
these
concepts.
points.
If I may finish just real quick. When we
Okay.
talk about the concepts of free speech, when we talk about these things, when we even if I grant you, and I don't, to be clear, that, oh, well, non-citizens maybe not be protected the same under the First Amendment, that is still a threat to their free speech. And just because you find a legal loophole that allows you to attack someone's free speech does not mean you are not a threat to free speech.
That's a good point.
Pretty clear.
I will grant all these things if you guys will grant that there is also a more systemic problem threatening free speech more than just one candidate. And the reason I say that is because long before Trump, we've had these kinds of issues, and even with other presidents, we've had issues like anti-BDS laws, which are an infringement on the First Amendment.
I'm not here to argue.
Under the
hold on,
Obama
if I may respond to that
presidency-
just real quick. I'm not here to
Okay,
argue
I'm
that
gonna play
Trump
off
is the
with
sole offender. He is not. We have had, I have had problems with many administrations and how they have handled free speech. My argument tonight is that Trump is the worst offender, and I have again provided evidence and cases and well, I haven't shown the documents, right? But I have documents.
Would you agree?
Over and over again.
I want to shift it only because Grid is getting ready to leave in a few minutes. So I just want to allow Grid some space to talk real quick, and then it'll open up the panel to bring Ryan back up too.
Yeah, I don't really have any other questions. It's been kind of going round robin, back and forth. I'd actually really like to hear Corinth see what his questions are. It'd be interesting.
Wait, I have a question for you, Grid. Do you agree that going after law firms on the basis of who they are affiliated with and for past representations is a problem for the First Amendment, and he shouldn't have done it?
Hang on, I got to turn that up.
Absolutely a
the law
problem.
firms still have full free speech.
It's
No,
the worst
don't.
problem.
Not if they're
the
being
worst-
threatened
Isco,
by the
that's the
government.
worst.
They're
It's
being
the worst
punished for their
problem.
free speech.
You're
Shut
not only
up.
attacking
Shut
a
up.
business,
First Amendment.
you're attacking a
Can we just-
procedure. Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Do them
So-
law firms not have?
No, I just want to make that
speak out
clear.
against that?
Just because you can still speak doesn't mean you haven't been punished for your speech, and it is against the First Amendment for the government.
What
to
in the
punish
First
you
Amendment
for your
says you
speech.
cannot be punished for your speech. You still have the free speech.
It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, and that's been understood. That's a general term.
That's Congress.
It
That's
doesn't
government, right?
So that's been understood. So that's been understood to be not just Congress, but also to extend to the executive branch that's implementing Congress's will. Okay, so it's broader than just Congress, but it is government directed. And so, just to give you an example, just because it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech doesn't mean it only applies to literal spoken words. We understand that the freedom of speech means something beyond its most narrow reading of it, which is spoken word. It applies to books, print media. It applies to private representations, associations. It's understood basically in the English common law.
And Pisco, I would also argue as well that if you look at things like Miranda rights, how their Miranda rights got expanded, there was a time when it was a narrow understanding of those your Fifth Amendment rights only being in a court. But now they've been able to expand that to the entire engagement whenever you're encountering a law enforcement. But so we have these kinds of cases. But I'm just saying there is case studies to show that that these things become expanded. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure. I would agree with that. But you don't even have to grant, because I know Miranda people have a problem with it because it's kind of like a precautionary rule that you have to say these special magic words, and so people think it's a little too spooky. But I agree with you. But you don't even have to grant the kind of more expansionist, living constitutionalist framework. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm just saying that a lot of people will do that. The core of political speech is associational freedoms and being able to have private dialogues with individuals. And here you're being punished because of your private representation with clients who are politically disfavorable to the government. That's core speech, and it's happening to the people who are in the best position to fight the government.
Slow down. You asked me a question. I'm trying to understand the question.
This is an example of free speech.
Hold on, Vibe. Go ahead,
just
Greg.
calm down a minute. So did Trump make a law saying that he wouldn't deal with those people?
No, he used his executive actions to specifically call out those law firms. And for example,
in what way?
Here's some concrete things. So number one, there's a reporting requirement now for government contractors that if you're associated with these law firms, you need to tell the government about it, and they're canceling contracts because of associations and forcing these contractors to not have representation with these law firms. Number two, they're specifically canceling all meetings between clients.
Okay, how is that speech?
And the government that are represented by
make the connection to speech.
Okay. Retribution because of speech, right? Any
negative
government action. So stop.
So
just
because. Let me give you an example of my company. I do not work with porn companies because that's against my.
I mean, this is exactly.
Am I?
We're going off topic.
You're not the government.
You're
not the government. So I don't have to address it because you're not the government. Right?
I really want to interact with Pisco on this because I want to do it in good faith. So if you don't mind,
I'm trying to address it.
Yeah.
So just because the regulation, the executive action itself doesn't target doesn't ban speech, right? That's what you're looking for. It doesn't mean it doesn't implicate the First Amendment. It doesn't implicate the First Amendment. So any kind of government retribution on the basis of speech. So for example, if they charge you with a crime, it's a high standard, but solely on the basis of your First Amendment activities, that would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact the government is allowed to charge in the main. Now, in the case of these different activities,
can I ask you a question before you go too much further?
Yeah, I'll give you one more example.
Okay.
If, for example, they said we're not going to give you a liquor license, the government says this because you're a Republican, it would be a First Amendment issue. Agreed?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not
because that would be a political affiliation. But if you said I'm not going to give you a liquor license because you served underage people or you're opening a bar where I don't want one. That
would be different. That would be different. Yeah. But what they're saying here, right? What they're saying and what they put in their purposes is we're going after these law firms because of prior representation, because of the law firm's stated views on DEI, and because that you were opposed to the government. They listed out 4 reasons, and all 4 of them implicate First Amendment issues. So yes, there could be some legitimate basis.
Reasons?
The government itself, the president of the United States, he issued orders specifically
talking. He literally said
firms.
Because you supported DEI that you were no longer allowed government contracts.
Yeah. So here I'll read out the different reasons. There's 4 of them. So reason number 1, the firm's representation. This is Perkins Coie. The firm's representations of Hillary Clinton during the 2016 presidential election. First Amendment interest. You're talking about the private association with Hillary Clinton. That's core First Amendment, and private speech and private representation is private speech protected by the First Amendment.
Look, I could see whether it's like interference in business or something like that. I'm not seeing where that's a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court has
you're not tying that up.
Yeah, so first you asked for the four purposes. I'm trying to give you the purposes. I thought we agreed that retaliation on the basis of speech is implicated in the First Amendment interest. Did you not agree with that?
I agree with that, but you're not showing me that representation. You're not showing me that representation qualifies as speech.
Yes, so it's well settled law that. Advocacy by attorneys.
Can you give me an example of anything I can go look at this
is Legal Services Corp.
Give me a legal foundation for this. because right now what it sounds like is this is yours and others' opinion that's never been tried out in a court of law. Therefore,
you have to tap it in though. If you're gonna say that this is purely procedural, if this is actual jurisprudence or it's in the law.
He's trying to cite.
I'm trying to cite two cases to you. So first case, NAACP versus Button. This is 371 U.S. 415. Quote: the First Amendment protects vigorous advocacy, certainly of lawful ends, against government intrusion, including litigation, which is thus a form of political expression. That's a Supreme Court saying that. The other case is Legal Services Corporation. Hang on, I can get the full citation, but it's 531 U.S. at 542, and it says that advocacy by attorneys to the courts falls within the category of private speech protected by the First Amendment. Those are two legal citations to the Supreme Court saying that that representation is protected by the First Amendment.
Right, but did the Supreme Court rule that they were in fact free speech violations? You're saying there's citations to the Supreme Court.
Other case law. So this case is now going through the courts, and one court, the district court, the first layer of review, has said that that's unconstitutional. It's against the First Amendment. So I get that. I understand the lower courts. All right, look, I would really like to get into this with you at some point. Unfortunately, I've actually streamed like 7 hours a day.
Okay,
and I'm fucking going to bed.
Good night.
Are you going to brush your teeth?
What the fuck?
I'm trying to drag it out for him more because he seemed to be doing that with Disco there. So I'm trying to assist him.
Thanks for stopping by, Grid. We appreciate you.
I just dropped a 60 to kick me.
I tried to get Admiral Gibbs over here for you. He's a cool dude.
I'll debate him.
For him. I like Gibbs.
Oh, I think he followed me on X, actually. I remember that name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Admiral Akbar from.
See you guys. Have a great night.
Before we
head wants to go, can I go after Wick? Because I have been waiting patiently to say.
Yeah,
something.
Mel had a question too. For
yeah,
me, well.
go ahead. Absolutely.
Get it, Mel.
I'll be brief. When you are told that unless you better watch what you say, or we're going to ban you from a federal building. If you better watch what you say, or we're going to fine you. You better watch what you say, or we're going to take away your security clearance. You better watch what you say, and if you speak out against us, we're going to do these things. This is viewpoint. It's called viewpoint discrimination. You are discriminating against someone's viewpoint, their opinion, and that absolutely is a violation of someone's free speech of the First Amendment. The reason that that's true is because it creates a chilling effect, a disincentive. It dissuades people from speaking their mind because they know if they do, that the government will come in and punish them. Therefore, their free speech is abridged.
But this
do we
is still
understand this? Do
outside
we
the
agree with this? Vibe, do you agree?
No, not totally.
What part don't you agree with?
Okay, so we have amendments. We're allowed to speak. We can speak whatever we want. Now, there are consequences. If I go
There's some
and
categories
I say
of
to my
unprotected
boss,
speech.
he's sleeping with my wife, even if he's not, he can fire me just for being an idiot.
Correct.
I still have the free speech to say, I think you're sleeping with my wife. And he's like, I'm not. He can still fire me. Right?
Correct.
Now, I have the right to say that. And he still has the right to fire me. But I lost my job. And I can still, even after he fires me, I can say my boss is an a-hole because I have that right. Right?
Correct.
So, yes, people can punish you for saying the wrong things. And you can go back. You can go to court and go, you know, I shouldn't have been. You can go to the Board of Labor. Like, there's a government process to make sure when things like that and injustices like that happen, you still have a legal opportunity to say, hey, my free speech was not
Let
wrong.
me ask you. So let's ask. Can a government termination ever be a basis of a First Amendment violation? Do you believe that government termination can ever be cognizable as a First Amendment issue?
Sorry.
If you were fired, so in your example, you're using a private employer, I'm assuming. So that's not
Yes.
First Amendment because it's not government. So let's move it over to the government realm, right? Can a termination by a government ever be a First Amendment issue?
That's a good question,
must
right?
be, right?
So we switched from a Democratic government to a Republican government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now your staff there is going against what your goals are now. Yes, you still have the right to go, hey, you're not on board. You're not drinking the Kool-Aid, just like in a corporate company. If you're not drinking the Kool-Aid.
So you're actually, So here, it is more complicated than I'm letting on in some areas. So for certain political appointees, because you actually, speech is one of the things, right? You shouldn't be forced to hire your attorney general on not speech related grounds. But what we're talking about is a little bit more specific. It's, let's say in the context of just random bureaucrats, right? Like just regular bureaucrats, or in the case, put it aside the government as employer, the government imposing sanctions on private employers for who they hire. So let's say that the government says, okay, we're going to give you guys licenses to be fishermen, but every fisherman that you hire, it better be someone who supports Trump, or it better be a Democrat. Otherwise, you're not going to get the fishery license, or you're going to get worse preferred fishery. And then the fisheries start firing people who aren't Trump supporters. That would be a First Amendment issue, notwithstanding the fact that they can still technically be Trump supporters. Agreed?
Well, okay. So I want to get a little clarity on that, right?
Yeah.
So where exactly on this fisherman are they? Is the government saying that you have to hire this type of person? And what is that type of person?
Yeah, the government's not saying it explicitly. It's saying, hey, guys, we have a new policy. Our new policy is we only give fishing permits to corporations that hire only Biden supporters. So, but you can still hire your Biden supporters if you.
But we know that doesn't happen, right? So it's going to be more.
It's a hypothetical. It's a thought experiment to show you.
You can only hire this race, or you can only do this, or whatever.
But now we're doing the First Amendment stuff, right? So the First Amendment stuff where the government is saying we are going to impose a burden on private actors if they don't comply with our ideology.
Okay, Blank isn't going to get it, and I'm sorry, but I've been waiting patiently to ask my question. John Mosman, you said you were talking about systemic forms of people having their free speech tread upon. Would one of those forms be McCarthyism to you?
Yes.
Burning books?
Yes.
So what do you think about the Trump administration literally burning books in Pentagon libraries that way kids can't read about transgender stuff?
Well, I don't know of any facts of that case, but if that is the case, I think that's wrong. And I think that would be obviously a First Amendment issue.
Okay, can you Mosman? Is that how you say your name, sir?
Yeah, it's my last name.
Sorry. Yeah. So you acknowledge that Perkins Coie is a First Amendment issue, and that the government, if we are presenting the facts correctly, that is a violation of the First Amendment.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. We can get here, right? So it isn't just Perkins Coie they're doing this with. They're doing it with Covington and Burlington. Covington and Burling. They're doing it with Wilmer Hale. They're doing it with Jenner and Block. They're doing it with Paul Wise. And these are all executive orders. So to keep in mind, this isn't a law that they're trying to pass through legislation. Trump is literally signing and executing executive orders.
Which is not illegal law, which is not by any, because it doesn't come from the Constitution. It comes from Congress, which is where legitimate binding laws are made.
Yeah, well,
which is one of my reasons why I don't like Trump is all the executive decisions.
There's some authority here. Like no one is saying that Trump doesn't, think about this, right? Does the executive branch not have the power to make things off limits to certain people, or to decide when to take meetings, or decide who has access or who has classified information clearance? In the main, the executive branch
that metric is very that metric though we've way surpassed that metric with the number amount of executive
not
decisions.
Because we recognize, not because we think that Trump doesn't actually have the power in general to decide.
I know that's why you guys would not disagree with it, because you would be okay.
I think
you're okay with the Biden executive decisions.
I would just grant you that executive overreach has been going on for years. Obama did it, Trump 1 did it, Biden did it,
Bush did it,
Reagan did it, right?
The executive overreach is not into the Congress's authority. The executive overreach is into the individual rights of these entities and these individuals. It's not interbranch. There are other areas which are 100%. I agree with you and Wick 100%. There are overreach from the executive in other areas, but in this specific area, it's not interbranch. It is into the individual rights component. We're talking about the First Amendment.
Right.
That's the issue.
Which
And this is
and
one of the
a lot of
places I
times it
agree
comes
with
out
you,
of
Pisco,
a conflict
100%.
with something with enforcement of some type. and that's
Pisco,
why-
I'm going to push
the only
back
reason
on
I'm
one
saying
thing
this-
there.
the
Pisco,
only
you
reason
said
I'm
one
saying
thing.
this is to kind of
Give
short
Wick, give
circuit.
me 1 second, please. Pisco said one thing that yes, there is executive overreach. I mean, again, like not losing center, because this is a debate about Trump taking away free speech or being a threat to it. There's not always executive overreach. There has been in the past. It's been specific. It's been something that you've been able to identify. But like government, like executive overreach isn't just like business as usual. That's
Okay.
one of the like
Executive
steps that we
overreach
can't
is
go
beside
to.
the point. What I'm trying to say with my
It is
whole
not.
entire argument is even if they have the legitimate
not.
power to do something, if they do something in an illegitimate way, right? If they use that legitimate power that they have to threaten someone's free speech or to punish someone or to retaliate against some entity or individual because of their free speech, it is illegitimate, even if they would otherwise have that power and it would be a legitimate power to hold. That's my entire argument. Do you disagree, Mr. Mosman?
John.
I would ask.
John, you're muted.
Okay,
Sorry, I
we're in
unmuted
the
myself.
second term.
No, I
Do you
I
feel like
don't
the
disagree
speech
with
is
that.
any less?
I don't
disagree with that.
Is
Why?
more restricted?
No, I don't disagree with that. That's what I said.
Oh, you don't disagree? Okay.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I think that look,
Okay.
you're a reasonable man. I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime. Because one of the frustrating things about this conversation is
John
the
isn't
refusal-
reasonable. Just for the record, I love John.
No,
But he's
he
not
is.
reasonable.
Duck is the person who's unreasonable.
I want to say something real quick after Wick's
Anyways,
done.
Wick was
But
trying
Wick,
to
have
finish
you lost
something.
any
I'm just trying to
speech
finish up my
since
point.
the second term of Trump?
Can we let Wick finish?
I keep getting half a
his
point
thought,
out,
please?
and it becomes people are like, "What are you trying to say?" Well, if you let me finish, maybe we can get there. Okay. So, one of the frustrating things about the conversation that we had before, and what I think that was very telling, is that the refusal to admit any wrongdoing when the wrongdoing was very, very clear and very, very obvious. Let he who has eyes see, let he who has ears hear, right? It is obvious, I think, to the audience, and I think to, well, even you, Mr. Mosman, even though I think I get the sense we would disagree with each other politically, and you might disagree with my assertion that Trump is the worst here, right? But
I don't
you
necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, but you would acknowledge, right? You would acknowledge that there is violations that have been done by Trump and are currently being done by Trump.
Oh, yeah,
and I think that the fact that Sean Farash, I don't mean to get his name wrong, or the Misfit Patriot refused to acknowledge a single thing, I think shows a level of dishonesty that was frustrating to deal with. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
I agree. And so, well, hang on, because I'm actually going to bounce after I say this. But first of all, I mean, although I also disagree with John on many things, he was on my channel recently, and we had a nice conversation where he agreed that he would stand in the street with me at a hands-off protest if one came near us together, and he would support
John's right.
pushing for the
John's
impeachment
nice.
of
He's just not
Donald Trump.
rational.
So yeah,
Just
sure.
not
And so but when it comes to standing against Donald Trump right now, I appreciated that much. But I wanted to say I think I wanted to highlight the irony of on a panel about free speech where Wick and Pisco made a genuinely compelling case that Donald Trump poses a real threat to that. We had Grid paying $60 to boot me off the panel. And I understand this is not a First Amendment violation.
Little salty
I understand
there,
that.
but okay.
Nobody owes me a platform, but you're shelling out cash just to silence dissent because you can't refute it. It reeks of
True.
insecurity. And speaking of cowardice, I want to address one other thing that Sean said earlier. He claimed him and other parents were put on a domestic terror watch list. As far as I can tell, that's just a lie. There's no evidence that happened. The courts threw out that entire case for lack of standing. Even the Supreme Court refused to hear it because it was completely unsubstantiated. On my channel, on Wick's and on Pisco's, we welcome conservatives. You just saw it happen. Wick was inviting John Mosman onto his panel. Even fragile, petty cowards like Grid, we actually believe in our values, and we're not afraid of being challenged, and that's what real free speech looks like. Thank you, Sarah. You have a wonderful night. Love you all.
Wait, what's your channel called?
Radical Coder.
Hell yeah, a new sub.
Thanks, Pisco. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
I would probably add as well that it is kind of crazy that he kicked all of us in order to, when the other conservatives had limited time to come on and be like, Pisco, Wick, can you name one good thing that Trump has done, instead of like letting anybody ask a question?
And I want to make
I
sure
think
that we
was
did.
pretty
We
crazy.
had no problem with doing it, right? And then he
Mhm.
went on to ignore the fact that we had done it and pretend that we just hadn't. And he went on with his little
And then
narrative.
they didn't have anything for Biden except for bombing people.
But
And this is a double standard. The double standard that is so frustrating in these conversations.
Yeah,
that
it's
I'm
a real
willing to
double standard,
admit to the errors that the leftists have engaged in when it comes to free speech, but they just say nothing.
I do
Even
want to
like
ask.
you guys
I-
didn't even.
Real quick, I do want to ask, because this is something that doesn't get covered a lot, and I think it's absolutely insane. So there's a guy named Sebastian Gorka, right? He's the deputy assistant to the president, and he's the senior director for counterterrorism. Recently, he
You
just
said
asked the
Sebastian
question.
Gorka. Oh, my gag reflexes.
Yeah, I know. He went on Newsmax and he asked the question of if people who come out in support of Mahmoud Khalil are technically aiding and abetting terrorism.
Yeah, he did say that.
That's fucking crazy. That's somebody who works for Trump's administration. So I want to ask, like, that would be a direct example of going after criminal prosecutions for people who are coming out and using their First Amendment rights. Is that something that Trump supporters would condemn? And is that, like, are we now asking for Sebastian Gorka to step out of the Trump administration? Because I would sure hope that if we have like a principled adherence to the First Amendment, we would be calling for him to step down over some shit like that. That's crazy.
Well, to be fair, I would want him out regardless before whatever he said, because I know the type of things that he says, and they make me sick. I mean, he's a lot like Prager, and I can't stand Prager either. And
I missed this clip.
So yeah.
I didn't hear
Does
any
I
of
do
you guys
have to
bring
go
up
since
anything
any
about how they
conservative have a
tried.
question, or even a liberal, right? Does any conservative or a liberal or anyone have a direct question for me that I can answer before I go? Something I said that you didn't agree with, or you want further clarification on, anything like that? I'd be happy to answer. And now is your time to shine, boys and girls.
Wait, I have a general question. You've been one of the more successful liberal podcasters and stuff like this. I'm just curious if you've noticed anything change since Trump's been in office for 120 days. Like, it's not typically something I or a lot of the people I associate work with, but I'm just curious, kind of wishing you luck, but also like, kind of how the reception's been for you out in the marketplace of ideas. And
I
stuff.
don't see. I'll just be honest. I haven't seen a meaningful difference in reception for me. I mean, I am growing and I'm going on bigger shows now, right? I'm going to get probably going back on Tim Pool on the 23rd, right? That's not set in stone yet, but that is in the works. But yeah, it's hard to answer that question. Sorry, right? I just don't. I haven't noticed an appreciable difference that I could relate to Trump taking office. I just can't.
I mean, do any of you guys have a problem with them going after Trump and trying to impeach him when he was a private citizen? I didn't hear anybody bring that up.
Wait, what's the problem?
They tried to impeach Trump while he wasn't even
Before
president.
we get into this, can I just quickly sign off? I just want to quickly sign off. Thank you for having me, Sarah.
Take care, Mel.
Pisco, Wick, nice to see you around. I didn't expect to see you guys out here, but it's good to see you. By the way, folks, we have a show on Friday, me versus Rob Noor, with the prompt, is there a difference between sex and gender? So that should be really fun. Be sure to show up for that open panel as well.
Good luck and prepare for the FISA warrants.
All right, make sure to invite me, Gizmo, there. I've got a good debate
someone
on
just
that.
said.
Mel, DM me if you want to. We'll help prepping for that one.
Okay, thanks. You can reach out too, because I don't have you in my DMs. Sorry, Pisco. Were you going to say something before I left?
No. Thank you. No.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the thanks. Someone was talking about the impeachment of Trump. You were like, you have a problem with Trump.
The
being
attempted
impeached?
impeachment of Trump while he was not a president.
Let me ask you this: Is that
whoa? You just
they attempted. Listen.
Before you guys kick into that, and I will hand it back. We started a quick goal because it's either, I just go to bed or we continue trucking on. And Josh sends a big 5 asking or saying Pisco is still shell shocked from the Hortz video. Did that throw you off a little bit? Not
It threw me off my game a little. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I was blushing a bit.
That is kind of the purpose of the degen videos. The doggy watching doggy porn one is my favorite. It actually really is cute, but.
Sounds illegal.
Doggy. Yeah, it's just, I don't know about that.
I did a panel.
Doggy watching dog porn.
Someone just said, "Is this clown guy? Whatever clown guy."
Yeah, my mouth moves when I talk.
You're aware that Trump was impeached while he was president the second time, right?
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. He wasn't impeached this time.
Wait a
Hold
second.
on a minute.
So
No.
Do
you know me,
Wait
and
a
then
second.
start screaming.
Hold on.
He has not been
you
impeached
were
while he's
wrong.
been in office the second time. That
Yes,
was
he
a
was.
blatant
Wait.
lie.
Wait, you
had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Gentlemen, I wasn't done reading them because the group has come to a conclusion that they want to keep going. So Kissy Cat sent in a 2 and a 2 and a 2, and then she settles down, hammers it in with the big 50 to say, we're staying, keep going. So I am now betrothed
got
to
5
all of you.
minutes. Just FYI. So.
That's fine for you, but I'm obligated nonetheless.
Hey,
Pisco
sir, do you mind
and
if
hold on.
say a
Because
little statement?
She's not done.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I just wanted to say I love
Is it
acting
too-
Pisco and Wick.
Okay.
Hey, love you, vibe. Keep it real.
So I've got a question. I've got a question for
We're really having fun.
Wait,
with them.
hold the fuck.
up.
You guys are
I
cooking the
just-
fuck out of me.
I just said I wanted to give it back to Pisco. Okay.
Thank you so
let's
much.
get it back.
Hey, love it. So Trippy Cast or the whatever clown guy.
Yeah, you got it right.
You admit that you were wrong when you said Trump wasn't impeached during his second term, right?
He hasn't been impeached during his second term.
I'm sorry. During his first term, the second impeachment during his first term.
Oh, I know he was
impeached while he was in office.
That's stupid. I didn't say anything about that. You're the one that said that I didn't know he was impeached the first fucking time he was in office.
No. The second time he was impeached while he was in office, right? You agree with that?
He was impeached during his first fucking term. Yes, sure. But they tried to impeach him while he wasn't even president as well. And you guys have ignored that.
They successfully impeached him while he was
One
in
time.
office. No, twice.
Okay.
When are you
whatever.
impeached?
Okay. And what was the purpose? To try to get him out of office? Did it work? Did it fail? How many
to be
impeachments do
clear,
you need to have before you're kicked
To
out?
be clear, do you
Come on.
agree, right? Wait, you agree, don't you, that both impeachments of Donald Trump happened while he was in office, correct?
Was he impeached twice while he was in office? I'm actually out
Yes,
of
he was
the loop.
impeached twice while in office. Wait, so do you not know?
Hang on a second.
Wait, I just
Why
wanna know
do you
right
have
now,
to change the
Thank you,
subject?
Sarah,
know
for
or not-
hosting.
Wait,
I have to go.
do you know or not know whether he was impeached
love you,
twice
Wick.
while in office?
Hi, Wick.
Why are you changing the subject in the first place?
No, because you said that he was impeached while I was out of office.
Okay,
I'm
fine. Yes, he
telling
was
you right
impeached
now,
twice. Okay, next topic.
While he was in office, right? So you
So
were wrong
do
about
you
that?
agree that they should have tried to impeach him while he was not in office,
I
dude?
want one person to admit when they're wrong.
Okay,
Were
Destiny,
you wrong
keep
about
talking
that?
over me.
Were you wrong about that?
Keep going. Keep screaming over nothing
Is your
instead
ego
of just
so big you
answering
can't
what I
admit when
asked
you're wrong
you.
about one thing?
How come you can't just answer the fucking question? Are you okay?
I need one person one time to admit that they're wrong on this panel. You were wrong,
Look,
right?
dipshit. I said yes. He was impeached twice.
Okay, cool.
Big fucking
No,
deal.
but
Now,
wait. Were you wrong about when
Quit
he was
acting
impeached?
stupid.
That is- wait. Were you wrong about him being impeached while he was out of office? So you're like a fucking child. Just
you're
admit you're
babbling.
wrong.
You're fucking babbling.
This is insane. This is what the Trump cult does.
I never
You
even
can't
said
admit
he
you're-
wasn't impeached twice while he was in office. I said it didn't matter to my question,
you said
does
it didn't
it?
happen. You said it didn't happen when he was in office. You said he wasn't impeached while he was in
Whatever,
office.
dude. I said
So
whatever.
you were wrong, right?
Oh,
So
do
were
you
wrong.
agree or disagree?
God.
Do you think it was a good thing that they tried to impeach him when he wasn't in office? That's all I fucking asked. and yet-
When did they try to do that?
Wait, hang on. No, they didn't try to impeach him while he was in office.
Yes, they
and
did.
Succeed. No, they succeeded.
They
in impeaching
attempted
him while
to.
He was
They
in
failed
office.
at it.
No, they impeached him when he was in office both times.
They
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Had to do it. They paid for it. Go ahead, Pisco.
Yeah, no. Both impeachments happened while he was in office. They both did. They were successful, 100%.
Yeah, and then they tried to impeach him when he was done being president.
No.
a
For what?
third time.
For what?
Look
What
it
are you
up.
talking about?
Look it up and tell me I'm
He was
wrong.
impeached twice.
Look it up and tell me I'm wrong.
I just
You're
looked it up.
wrong.
I read through every page of Google. You're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
No,
They
you didn't.
impeached him successfully 2 times.
Okay,
Look it up and
I never
tell
said
me
they
I'm
didn't.
wrong.
Yeah, you
And they
said
never
they
tried a
to
third
im-
time.
They
They
never
don't.
tried a different time.
Yes, they did.
They
What
did
was the third
for
thing
what?
they tried to impeach him
Holy
for?
shit.
Trippy? What do you think
The
they
second
tried to
one
impeach him
happened a
for?
week before he left office.
Yes,
so it was
while he was in
technically-
office.
So technically, they were both during his tenure as president.
What did
I
they
just want you
impeach
to
him
admit
for the
you're
third
wrong.
time?
Don't they have to certify an impeachment? So like, aren't the sort of core questions for citizens in this case, like, did Trump do something impeachable? One, and then how far into the, like, I forgot the exact, whatever. I'm not a fucking
I just want to
law
even
scholar, but like,
I just
would
want to
they
know
have
what he's even
certify it after
alleging.
it goes
Like I
through
need
both
to
houses or
know.
something?
I need to know what they tried to impeach him
What's
for
the
when he
third
wasn't in office
impeachment?
for the third time.
Good
I need to know
God.
what that was for.
They attempted to. I know they did because it was
what?
all over the fucking news, dude.
Now, I think
That's because
Trippy,
Trump is a criminal.
Trippy,
Do you not see that Trump? Donald
No,
Trump is a
Trump
criminal?
is all
criminal.
think
Best
that
way
he's
to
a fucking
indict him.
criminal. And
The
look at
best
how
way
you
to
blow
indict
up
him?
when somebody disagrees or comes up with
I
some
didn't
shit that
blow
you're
up.
not
Wrong about something
studied
and
up
you
on.
can't admit it.
I
He
said
was
words
impeached
too, Trippy.
successfully twice.
You're
He was
really
impeached
clowning
successfully
me
twice
hard.
while he was in office.
Here's the thing, though. I think what you're getting at, though, is that his second impeachment was after he lost the election. So the
It would
question
have had to
is
have gone through after he was no longer president.
No,
exactly
he's in
that.
office until
That's what I'm
January 20th.
saying.
Yeah.
He's in
That
office
was
until
still-
January
Office until
20th.
January 20th.
Okay. And
So they
how
impeached
long
him
would
while he
the
was in
trial?
office.
The point is, though, it is kind of
You guys are a bunch of fucking spurgs.
something to
No
try
wonder
to
nobody's
someone
ever
like
going to
Bro,
take
was
any of
like-
you seriously if you
What are you
can't
actually
stop
trying to prove,
screaming.
Wait,
for
is the
5
guy
fucking
with the
seconds.
fucking clown
Donald Trump is
animated
more felonies than
VTuber
any
talking
president.
to everyone else
I
like
know,
we're
right?
the ones that are the jokes?
No, it turns you into a joke when you start getting serious and screaming at a cartoon.
But
I
you-
just want
but you
to know
can't
when
I shouldn't have
admit
to
you're
spell it out.
wrong.
when was the
What's
Yeah,
the
third
third
when
impeachment?
it comes down to it, if he got impeached, did it make a difference?
It didn't. It didn't make a
Thanks
fucking
for letting him
difference the
walk
first
off.
few times.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank God you let
Yeah,
him walk
thanks,
off.
Mr.
the
Connell.
Pisco,
bench.
you're
Thank-
letting
thank
him
you,
off
Mr.
way
Connell.
too easy. Pisco, you got to
Why?
fire up, buddy guy. I'm not
But
gonna lie.
listen, Trippy. I think what you mean is they tried the second impeachment while he was out of office, right?
Yes.
That's what you meant to say. Okay, all right. So
Yeah, I said it was a
clear about the
failed
terminology. Well, no, it was a successful impeachment. The impeachment happened. I don't
No,
know
he
what to
didn't
tell
get
you.
impeached 3 times
Didn't
though.
do
He
anything for
did.
his
He got
presidency.
impeached twice.
Still-
I don't know.
And this is
I
actually
just said, and if you
full
would listen,
circle
if you would be
back
able to hear me,
speech.
the people screaming, you would hear me say he never got impeached 3 times. I
All right,
didn't
well,
say
Okay,
the
so
second
what's the
one
third
wasn't when he was
impeachment?
out of office.
what.
The second
When
one
was
the
wasn't
third
when he was out of
impeachment?
office.
Okay. Ask yourself for a second. Whoever asked, when did it happen? It was while he wasn't in office. That was stupid.
No, they were both in office. He was in office
The
or both.
third time. The third
Wait,
time.
what do you
the
think he
third
tried to
time.
get impeached
The
for the
third
third
time.
time?
Time. What did
Trippy,
they?
you
Trippy.
have no arguments.
He's
You have no
trolling.
arguments.
You guys
Wait,
don't know how to
All you're doing
listen.
right now-
Guys,
all
we
you're
should
doing
we
is
should
quoting
listen. We
Breitbart.
should
It
listen.
is the
Trippy's
craziest
right.
thing that I've
No,
ever seen.
Trippy's right here. We should listen. Trippy,
He's
what was the
bullshitting.
thing he tried to get impeached for the third time?
I'm sure it was something fucking retarded, just like the first
Well,
time.
if
When
it,
do you-
it was
wait,
all over the
wait,
news, then you
wait,
should be able to
Trippy.
say pretty easily.
Trippy, what year did
You're
he
asking
try?
me to bring up some
How
shit
so,
from my
Trippy?
memory from like
How so?
Trippy,
4 years
what
ago.
year? Trippy, you
How
want
so?
us
Are
to
you serious
listen?
right now?
That to me,
You want us
please.
to listen to you? It's okay. We'll listen to you. What
No,
year did he
I
try
made
to
my
get impeached the
statement.
third
You
time?
guys can sit there and scream and yell and cry about it all night,
I'm asking you. I'm trying
He's
to
just
listen
trolling.
to you. I'm trying to give you your voice.
and you can wash
I'm
me
signal
off or
boosting
brush me
you. Tell
off and
me,
say I'm just
what
trolling.
year was the third
You are.
impeachment attempt?
What was the third
2020
impeachment?
fucking whatever. 2020, 2021, somewhere around in there.
He was in office.
He was
in both of those
president
years.
during all of 2020.
Yeah.
So
Whatever.
it couldn't be then, right?
I don't remember the year.
Come on. Yeah, you don't remember
It was
shit,
probably
dude.
2024.
It was probably 2024. When?
I can't remember the exact fucking date. Okay, if you guys are so studied
Can you
up
tell
on
us
this shit,
anything about
when
it?
was the exact date that the first impeachment went through without Googling it?
We can tell you it was
It's in December
2016. You're allowed to
2019,
Google it,
but-
buddy.
You can Google it.
One guy knows it. Pisco
You're
knows
allowed
it.
to Google it.
You guys are
Trippy.
Well, I know it was in
Bottom line,
December of
Donald
2019.
Trump-
One at a time,
Donald
or
Trump
you
get
get
convicted of a
stupid
felony.
videos.
Does Trump have
Yeah,
a
she's
felony
right.
or does he not
No.
have a felony? What does Trump have?
Trump was in court, right, over the whole situation. All of it was actually other people involved with Trump. It wasn't actually anything he did in the first fucking place. But
Being
the
certified
felony
to
on
run,
him.
being certified to run isn't the
giving
same thing
orders?
as not
Do
having
you
a felony,
realize
right?
that all of the felony accounts have to do with blue collar shit?
Didn't Cohen
Blue
directly
collar
say?
shit?
Didn't
Yes.
Cohen
What do you mean
directly
blue
say that
collar
he was
shit?
What are we
ordered by
talking
Trump?
about right now? That doesn't make sense.
Surely you
It's
mean
all
white collar
financial
stuff,
stuff.
right?
It's
Yeah,
all
it's not blue
financial
collar
shit.
dipshit. It's white collar. Blue
Yeah, call me
collar is
dipshit
like
because I
fucking-
called you dipshit. Okay, boy.
No, hey, listen. No, you're a dipshit because you just said Trump got fucking arrested for blue collar shit.
He never
You
got
know what blue
arrested
collar
either.
means, right? He
It's
did
not
get
like they
arrested.
walk him.
Oh, you're a
Okay,
troll.
yeah, they
You
got
really
the
should
mugshot.
come in here and try to blast people for stuff and then.
I
be
don't care
inaccurate.
what
It
you
doesn't
say.
happen.
I don't even know who's talking right now.
Everyone be
It's
quiet. A
white
schizophrenic
collar
is speaking.
crime,
We should
not blue
listen.
collar crime. White collar.
Okay,
don't
and that
even know the
matters.
callers.
Let's argue semantics. And either way, it's not like he went to jail for any kind of
Was
essay.
he convicted?
Semantics is about meaning. That's not.
All right,
semantics.
he's literally a troll.
So
He's a good troll.
Got
though.
him, re-
He's a
got him
really
elected,
good
didn't
troll.
I?
Bro,
Got him
you're
elected.
killing me,
Fantastic
man.
troll.
Of course,
Hey,
this whole
good job.
He said,
diatribe
you know the
does
meme,
nothing to do
everyone
with
be
the actual
quiet, a
case of the
schizophrenic is
school- the
talking?
topic, so.
That's what's going on right
Yes,
now.
yeah, that's the.
I couldn't hear anybody because you guys decided to talk at the same time.
Well, I was just trying to figure out
I'm
what
gonna
your,
protest
how
as
your
long as you guys are
whataboutism
talking
has
shit
anything to do
about
with the
people's
topic.
mental illness.
Well, you guys
I'm
are trying to sit
protesting.
here and say that Donald Trump is a threat to free speech, but you can't actually prove it. You can sit
I
here and
can.
say, "Oh, he arrested so and so for thing."
Well, okay. What about Donald Trump saying that he wants to make burning the flag illegal? That's like
That
a
should be
direct
illegal.
violation.
I thought
But
that
that's
burning
a-
the flag was illegal.
Has that not been upheld by the?
It's been-
Has that not been upheld by the Supreme Court as a First Amendment protected activity?
I thought it was illegal.
It's not.
It should be.
That's protected by the First Amendment, though, right?
What is?
Burning the flag,
Are you going to call? What are you going to call it?
protected by the First Amendment.
Are you going to call it free speech when it's actually
I
freedom
think
of
it falls
expression?
under protest, I believe.
Well, you called it free speech. I'm pretty sure that's freedom of whatever I just
Yes,
said.
you
a
can
second
burn
ago.
the burn the flag.
Protected by the
aligns-
First Amendment.
So it's protected by the First Amendment.
Expression.
Donald Trump wants to make it illegal, right?
It should be illegal, and I thought it was.
So why are we?
Fucking your
So
mom
you
should
want to
be
get
illegal,
rid
but
of
I
the
still
First?
do it.
You want to get rid of the First Amendment? It's
Did
that's fine.
Pisco just say fucking your mom should be illegal, but he still doesn't?
I believe so.
Someone said it.
Maybe it was John.
Okay.
No, I would
all
never
right,
say that.
Pisco,
You're gonna crap.
don't admit to anything on live stream, okay? And don't plant felonies on live streams either. I don't know if you ever have, but
Don't
that should be a
plant
rule.
felonies.
All right.
What does it
don't
mean
let
to
me know that
plant
you
a felony? I don't know what that means.
Plan. He said plan. It was
Oh,
pretty obvious.
my bad.
Well, there's other people talking.
Do
It
we have any
makes sense.
serious fucking Trumpers here? We're the Trumpers.
Well, I do want to
Heading.
ask. I think it was either Vive or John that mentioned this earlier to try to draw an equivalency between what Trump is doing right now with law firms to quote unquote like Biden going after Trump's lawyers. Are you A, insinuating Biden directed that, and B, are you talking about the lawyers that were orchestrating the false electors scheme?
I'm talking
Yes.
about the lawyers who obviously, the people who the Democrat governors and lawyers and district attorneys that all went after the lawyers, and that's what I asked. Yeah.
For
Wait.
crimes, though.
Yeah, it's because
You answered
like,
neither of my questions.
didn't who was the lady? Didn't Jenna Ellis plead guilty to a case where
Yep.
she was accused of like tampering with an official proceeding? You probably should disbar somebody like that and go after them criminally because they pled guilty to it.
Okay. Yeah. Because everybody that pleads guilty does it because they're guilty of
I know,
crime.
I know, but like, let's be honest here. No one's against going after lawyers for anything, right? If there's a lawyer involved in some shady shit, we should go after them. What we're against is going after lawyers for some reasons and not for any reason, right? So like, if we're going after lawyers because they do crimes, that's a good reason to go after lawyers. If we're going after,
Well, if they
lawyers
break the
because-
law, yeah. But we're talking
Yeah,
about
but
whether
if
or not
you're
we
going after a lawyer because there are because of First Amendment protected activities. That's the problem.
Oh, of course, it's a problem. Just like it's a problem to use lawfare against political opponents.
It wasn't lawfare. We have so much
do you mean by
detail. We
lawfare?
have so
No,
much.
there was
evidence
lawfare. There
detailing
was
it.
lawfare on there. But however, I will
Where?
say this,
How?
Pisco. I will say this that
No.
with what you're saying with the lawyers, I think it's clearly under the First Amendment as a violation because one of the protected rights of a First Amendment is the assembly, the right to assemble. And
Correct.
so that's something that I don't know if anyone else mentioned that when they were trying to attack him.
Yeah,
but
I kind of conceptualize
Religion,
that right
speech,
as
press,
being distinct.
assembly,
Yeah, so
petition.
but I think this is probably understood more as an associational right, which I would say more under speech. But maybe you can make an argument for assembly. I haven't done much research.
no,
on it,
assembly is
but
under is a First Amendment protected.
I understand that assembly is in the First Amendment, but what we're talking here about like private associations, and I understand assembly to be more like public demonstrations physically, right, as opposed to private association with a lawyer. I haven't done the research on the history.
I see
of
what you're saying.
assembly,
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but no, it's good.
I would also point out that, I mean, like, if we're talking about the lawyers that I think we're talking about, like, we have tons of evidence showing, like, them committing illegal activity. Like, when it comes to Chesborough, he was, like, literally conceding that they were trying to break the Electoral Count Act on January 6th. And I'm pretty sure Chesborough was even at the Capitol on January 6th. Don't we have pictures of him amongst the crowd that are breaking through the barriers? So, like, to pretend that these lawyers, like, are like, we just weaponized the justice system against them when they were, like, involved in multiple cases regarding plotting a conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 election, to act like that is like a conspiracy from the DOJ, and to act like there's no evidence backing it is just to not know the case.
We're not just talking about that event, right? We're talking about all the instances of lawfare that's happened since then. So
yeah, but no,
like,
but that's not one-to-one. If you're saying that, like, we're gonna
and there's
like what?
free speech, right? So I mean, I was trying to make this point earlier that you are allowed to say anything you want, and your employers, your government, everybody is allowed to react to that, but you still are allowed to say what you want. Trump had people in his cabinet that went against him, and he fired them. When he fired them, that wasn't against their free speech, because when he fired them, they still were able to talk. When he went against NBC, he said, I'm threatening you, but he didn't. And they still were able to speak out. Free speech still exists under Trump. Now, just to give you guys my position on Trump, yes, I am right. I think that guy is the freaking biggest idiot in the world. If somebody offered me to have a beer with him, I would deny it. I don't like his tweets.
You would say no?
I don't like any of those things, right?
Well, he doesn't drink, but
if
you could have a Diet Coke with him.
No, I wouldn't even have a Diet Coke with him. I don't want to hang around that guy. I do not want to be around that guy. However, the policies he's putting in place and the things that he's doing are things that I wanted to do 20 years ago. I was like, why are we not going against China right now? China's
you know what?
Country right now. And I've been looking at these things.
Well, when they have our politicians in their back pocket.
And I'm like, okay, so I am a Trump supporter, but I'm not a guy that's going to drink a beer with him.
I get you.
In order to isolate back to the topic, I mean, you said that something along the lines of like, well, you know, this is just like consequences for your actions. You know, if the government like fires back against you for protected speech, then, you know, that's just consequences for your actions. My question is like, what would even at that point constitute a violation of the First Amendment if like the government just has justification to fire back for protected speech?
Well, I mean, that's a really interesting question, right? Because this is subjective at this point. I mean, there's always these.
I don't think it is. No,
you guys asked me for dates right earlier.
Yeah, for the third impeachment.
February 9th, 2021.
He was
February 9th, 2021.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard the
And when did he leave office? January 30th, 2021.
Wait, when did they try to impeach him?
The 9th?
And I said 2020 or 2021. You guys are he was still president.
February 9th
impeachment.
February 9th.
February when?
You said
February 9th of 2021.
Okay.
He did not serve from 2020 to 2024, did he?
No, but February 9th, they were still working on the second impeachment.
Well, he was a private citizen by the time that would have went through, wasn't he? But wouldn't he have been?
No, but the impeachment.
What happened, Elmerfudd?
The impeachment did go through. The second impeachment
didn't go through. This is the third time they tried it, dude.
What you're talking about
again.
The Senate,
this was the third time they tried it. Those earbuds work in your ears.
What you're talking about is the trial over the impeachment. The impeachment occurred.
Actually, hear me?
Yeah, the impeachment's like an indictment, purpose? Right? And an impeachment is like an indictment, right?
Sure.
So the impeachment went through.
It did not. It was the third time they tried to do it.
Real quick, I mean the impeachment. So
he was impeached like you're deaf.
He was impeached for the second time on January 13th, 2021. I believe that passed through the House on February 9th, but the impeachment trial began before he left office. He was impeached before he left office.
I'm talking about the third time, dude.
The third time didn't happen. You're making that up. That's
the third time was on February fucking 9th of 2021. That's when this proceeding
trial for the second one, buddy. That was the trial for the second
third one. Okay, then the second one didn't go through then, right?
It wasn't successful.
Okay.
He was impeached.
Follow my line of logic here.
Hold on.
So you're saying that he was impeached after he was president?
Oh, he's not a troll. He's just really, really dumb.
Yeah, impeachment doesn't mean that he was removed. Impeachment just means that he was hit with impeachment.
Oh my God, I'm talking about
like Disco said, it's like an indictment.
Dude,
You can be
February
indicted
9th
without
would
being
have been
charged.
after he was already out of the White House.
Yes, but he was indicted before he left
So
the
for
White
the kids
House.
at home that don't know what's going
Okay.
on, Congress has the power to impeach. It was the House of Representatives that
That's
did
just
vote
so
that to do that, and that was both of those times were done before his term was up.
Well, they both
However,
filed by
on
Al Green.
February 9th, 2021 is when his trial with the Senate, which didn't do it, and that was probably not just a good thing that the Senate did because at that point he was out of office. So the idea of it trying to do it that way. Well, here's the problem though, is that that second impeachment happened after he lost the election, and so that wasn't about getting him out of office. It was about making a political.
Look what we're doing. No, because there are two possible sanctions for an impeachment, and that is either A, that you are kicked out of office, and or B, you are disabled from ever holding office again. And so there was definitely something still to try. What you guys are proposing,
Right? I know that's why they were trying to do that.
Somehow,
thank you for proving my
somehow
point.
it would make sense. It would make sense for us to have like a carve out near the end of a president's time in office where nothing they can do can face the punishments of impeachment, which is completely bizarre and preposterous. Why would we think that it makes sense because of the logistics of how long it would take to bring one to come, like to actually have an impeachment trial?
So would you be okay if there was an impeachment done right now with Biden?
Sure, if there's some reason to bring it forward. Yeah.
Well, I would also point out that
that's good. That's good. Don't you? Wait. I just want to say, don't you? Doesn't it so fucking stupid and weird to have like a 2-month window where it's logistically impossible to bring an impeachment?
No, it has nothing to do with logistics. We're not talking about logistics. We're not talking about.
Why would you make him immune?
We're talking about the reality of what's behind an impeachment, and again, as someone who was old enough to remember what happened during the fucking Clinton impeachment, I also felt at the time that was also politically motivated.
No. What I'm talking about is this: is why would it make sense for us not to imply one of the most important sanctions of impeachment, that is, or a conviction on impeachment, which is disablement from office in the future? Why would we have like a whole window of time near the end of term of a president's term in office where he wouldn't be subject to that punishment for the same kind of shit that if he did it like months before, he would be subject to it? It doesn't make sense conceptually for us to make him immune in that like arbitrary window of time near the end of his administration. That's just so weird. Why would you do that?
Again, the whole point of impeachment is, in its proper context, is to deal with an issue where you have a sitting president who has broken the law.
But it bars them from rerunning.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're saying impeachment is only about sitting presidents because the whole point is for sitting presidents. But you can't point to some case law or some statement from the framers or from James Madison or from Thomas Jefferson that says
you're right.
This is
you're
only
right.
for while you're in office.
You're right. There's a tradition of doing it when they're in office, but that's right. If you just want to assert that there's been new traditions that have been established during the lawfare of Donald Trump, then I'm fair with that too.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're saying is the impeachment power, the sole power of impeachment, was in the House of Representatives. So really, the House of Representatives decides what is fit for impeachment, and the Senate has the sole power to try impeachments. And to me, if there's no writings on the matter that say, near the end of the presidency, we shouldn't impeach, or, we should never try an impeachment after the term in office, there's no like writings to that effect.
That's all fine and good.
Sense. It however, makes no sense to have this window.
However, I'm willing to grant you all of that if you'll grant to me that this was a politically motivated impeachment. The second one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Because they wanted to bar him from running from office again.
Yeah,
because he committed a crime. Yeah.
Because yes, they want. If that's what you define as political, then yes, it was political by that definition.
Yes, it was. Okay, there we go.
I would also. Well,
but that's a bad definition of political. What you should be saying is there a legitimate constitutional basis for the impeachment? The answer is yes. Notwithstanding the fact that people could be motivated politically, it's been said that impeachment is, by definition, a political process. You've heard this before. And so if impeachment is, in essence, political, and because it's done by the political branches, that is by Congress, right? Then, yeah, I guess it was political by definition, but that differentiates it to no other degree from any other impeachment. And in this case, there was a constitutional basis that was established in the facts and law by which to remove him and disable him from office. And unfortunately, Mitch McConnell did the fucking shitty thing of not following through and trying to and succeeding on acquitting him.
I want to point out two things as well. So I mean, if we're like he just said, like if we're saying that an impeachment is just political because it bars somebody from running for re-election, we could also say the same thing for the bar of removing a president from office. That would also be necessarily political. That would be a political thing to do. But on top of that, I think this argument is so fucking frustrating because during the second impeachment trial, I remember the Trump administration saying, if you want to try him in a criminal court for this insurrection, you have every right to do it. You just can't impeach a sitting president. And then when we did that, when we impeached him or when we indicted him for federal crimes relating to the insurrection, they ended up making the exact opposite argument that you could only try me if I was impeached. Yeah.
Do you want to use different words for that, Rinald? Oh,
what do you mean insurrection? Well, fine, we can say seditious conspiracy if you want.
You said that a sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally not. Do you want to choose different words for that?
I think we know what he means.
Wait, what are you? Can't be impeached?
Well, I know what Rinald said is a sitting that they said the sitting president can't be impeached. That's literally what happens to a president.
Oh, a non-sitting president. I'm sorry. Yeah,
well, Rin was on
I knew what you were saying. I knew what Rin was saying.
I figure everyone knew what I was saying.
I figured. That's why I asked if you want to choose different words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then yes, I meant not sitting president. My bad.
Rin rolled.
Okay.
Rin rolled.
Rin roll. Yeah. Make it a thing.
Maybe I will.
All right. How do you guys feel
Everybody's looking
about
great
the,
tonight, by the way. Good evening. Non-fun trippy.
Hello.
But again, it's still the impeachment has nothing to do with whether or not he's a threat to the.
You should come in here and say hi to everybody and then be like, Powder Dusty, fuck you. You know, he likes that.
So he has a fun.
He eats corn the long way.
I don't know what you're doing.
Powder Dusty eats corn the long way. Yeah. How do you guys feel about the arrest of that the mayor of what state is that guy in? I forgot the guy's name earlier today. I believe
was it
yesterday.
Jersey?
He was arrested for
I think
trying to go into ICE.
I think it was Jersey.
I know he's out now.
I think it's in Newark or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Newark, New Jersey.
Name is,
I believe.
Hard to remember. Damn it, I can't remember the guy's name. But yeah. Should have been Jersey.
Well, people are trying to apply like the term insurrection there. They're just not really careful about the term insurrection. And
well, that's because as soon as a couple of people showed up to the White House and walked around with it like a guided tour, y'all are
White
like
House.
Insurrection.
The White House.
Well, White House.
They're trying to stop the
Congress.
certification at the White House.
Yo, wait, no, Rin, y'all, hang
I'm
on.
sorry.
I just gave you grace on an oopsie you said with language and asked you if you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but the
Please
difference
don't
is that
jump
I
on somebody else
misspoke and he
for
had
saying
the
a different
building
word.
wrong. He had a fact wrong. I
just
didn't
had a
have a
building
fact wrong. I
wrong.
just misspoke.
You said the
I
wrong
misspoke
building. You
too.
said
Well,
the
let's
wrong
give him-
word.
let's give him the
Why
opportunity.
please don't jump on
Let's-
somebody
all
else
right,
or
all
something.
right. So let's give him the opportunity.
Why do you think
Pointed
it's
it out,
supposed to
give
be
you a
him?
chance to
Well,
correct
let's
it.
do
Let's
insurrection.
Slow down,
wait,
guys.
real quick. Yeah, let me make sure that he can clarify if he wants to. What building did they raid on January 6th?
It was a white one. Does it matter?
Raid is a strong
Okay, so
word.
that's why I pointed
And
it
I
out.
wouldn't even say they raided it.
That's why I pointed it out.
Wouldn't
They
even say
definitely
they
raided
raided
it.
What
Now
do
there
you mean
was
by-
an
what
unarmed
do you mean
woman
by
who was shot in the
insurrection?
neck during that.
Oh my
What do you mean by
Wasn't
insurrection?
there?
One at a time.
Oh my God! Either
One
because
at a
What do you mean by
time.
insurrection?
yes, because
Wait, what do you
correct.
mean, you
Insurrection.
people?
It was a honeypot.
What do you mean, you people?
it was a honeypot. I think Powder Dusty.
It was totally a honeypot. I tried to warn people that it was a honeypot, and they didn't listen.
Yeah,
to me.
so did
You
so
guys
did
are
Trump
cooked. You
when he
guys are
went on
cooked.
stage and he said, "Do not show up to January 9th."
That's that's what he said.
He said he
Definitely
did.
didn't say let's
You wanna
march
see the
onto the
footage of that?
Capitol on
No.
January 6th.
Definitely not
He
starting
said,
from
"Don't show up to it."
No talking over each other. One at a time.
This
Can I
message is
go now?
sponsored in part by
All right, just one at a time, please. It starts
Oh,
getting
why does it end
rattly.
like that, Sarah?
He wanted
Hand-
to see a
hand
wedding.
Is
check.
Trump a
Hand
threat to the
check.
First Amendment?
I can check one hand.
What? Can you repeat that?
Spicoli.
Can you repeat that?
Can I go?
Spicoli, we couldn't hear your ass.
Yeah, go ahead, Spicoli.
I don't know if Trump is a threat to the First Amendment, but he's a threat to democracy. He's a retarded old dumbass motherfucker. He's corrupt as shit. He's stupid as fuck. He's got shit for brains, and I hate insulting shit. I thought Biden was dumb, and boy, I forgot how stupid Trump was. He shut down the economy during COVID and fucked things up. Now he's got his tariffs and he's fucking things up again. He's taking a $400 million plane from Qatar. They're a bunch of sand schwarzes. They're terrorists. Trump is basically just a piece of shit. All Trump cares about is himself. Anybody that thinks Trump gives a flying fuck about you or anybody else is stupid. He's a fucking narcissistic, egotistical, spoiled little motherfucker. And I think he's got to be a Russian mole or a Russian spy.
Between India
because
and
we're gonna conspiracy theory.
Can we, guys?
I would rather have Faith Oracle as president than Trump. Trump doesn't even. Melania doesn't even want to suck his dick. The last time they fucked was when they had Barron and procreated. Melania would suck my cock before she sucked Donald's dick.
Right. Hey,
Scully, that's the reality. Trump is a sick ass motherfucker, and he should be impeached. They should cut his balls off and shove it up his dirt shoes.
Hey, Scully, you want to know what sucks?
Scully is like has this face where he really wants to engage. Can we hear from him?
Left. I just wanted Scully to know that it was dumb. Oh. If he would be an expert on dumb because he's got a name of a fictional character from a movie where he has another movie picture on his profile for another character. So good reference there.
I'm looking at his face and he looks like he wants to say something.
There's nothing specific I have to add right now. There's a lot of stuff. A good little guy. About 50% of which I agree with. So.
Right? I just want to make sure you got your information in there.
And Nick H in with the big 5. I love debates. This is a party in here. Good to see Pisco, Rignald, Non-Fon, Trippy Cast. Now we need to add Rob Noir and Destiny on here.
Oh God.
You want to see me explode? Don't put me on a panel with Destiny. I'll have him crying.
We can have a 2-hour debate about ISO warrants.
Rob actually made his debut here last night during the open panel, and we also have him scheduled out already for a Throwdown Thursday at the end of the month. And then he will be in that debate with Melanie this coming Friday as well. So I anticipate we're going to see a lot from Rob here. So Pisco,
he's debating Kirby.
Here's your cue. I'm actually making the thumbnail right now. But Pisco, here's your cue. If you want open panel,
he's really slumming.
Every debate goes into open panel when it's done. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right.
Listen, Sarah, I don't hold anything against you. In honesty, Wick pissed me off more than you did. And it's just having sometimes a partner. It just bogs you down sometimes. And all love to Wick, all respect to Wick. And you know what? I did shut up when I saw the woman on the horse. And so what can I say?
Hey, you know what?
Is your debate partner?
And the men.
Good luck.
Wait, what?
Wick was your debate
Wick
partner?
Was. Yeah, he's very high-minded.
Sorry.
And he has this very aspirational language. When I just want to get in the dirt and just start asking questions and mucking around in the dirt.
He wants to find the common good in people, and you're like, no, let's get back into the tribalism. Yeah,
100%.
Somebody in my chat suggests Sarah bring on Nuxanor sometime. I'm like, that's a big ask, I bet. Yeah, bring on me and Nuxanor.
Yeah,
he's a lot bigger than me, or any of us. I think.
He is. Oh, yeah.
He had like 600,000 subs.
That guy will do debates. 0% chance. No way.
I don't know. You never know. He may be open to it. I don't know the guy personally.
Hey guys, y'all have any last questions for me before I hop off? I really appreciate the invite, though, Sarah. Raging Tomato.
How do you feel about the peace treaty with Pakistan and India, and how quickly it was broken?
I think it's a little bit early to say that there was negotiated peace. I think I saw that India said something like there hasn't been some final resolution, but if true, I think that's pretty based that we have peace. I don't like war. I don't like the notion of nuclear powers like fighting. And so if this was actually real and not just some planned escalation, how Israel and Iran sometimes have that planned escalation that they know it's just for show. If I have reason to believe that this wasn't just for show, and I don't have reason to believe that, then I would think it would be a good win to prevent conflict between two nuclear powers.
I had one. I'd like Pisco, to see which nuclear- flag do you think is appropriate for people to put in their Twitter bios India or Pakistan?
Which flag?
Yeah, which flag?
Which flag?
Which one is the appropriate one to put in your Twitter bio?
For what? For what? Between India and Pakistan?
India or Pakistan? Yeah, I mean, people
I
put
don't know.
Ukraine,
I don't know.
Palestine.
I don't know much about the conflict. I don't want to step out of line. I don't know
Which
much about the
flag?
conflict.
Which
to be
flag
honest
is
with
the correct one in this one?
I don't know. I know America has historically been more aligned with Pakistan, but I also know that Pakistan recently, with harboring Osama and certain attacks against Islamic terrorists and stuff, that there's been some tension there. So I don't really know, and I don't know why I would take one over the other. I don't know enough about the conflict to comment, really.
Sorry, Trippy. I didn't mean to.
Totally fair, though.
Your
Totally
line.
fair. I'd like to see nuclear
That was a good
utility
one.
used for power plants instead of warfare.
Yeah.
I'd like to see
lawfare.
it used more for that, especially in the U.S.
The correct answer though for the flag
real
Grump, was
Springfield.
the Union Jack, right? It's the British flag.
Union Jack.
Now it looks so
back
close
when
to
they-
stars and bars, right?
Back when they controlled the empire.
Thank you guys very much. Love you.
Bye, Pisco.
Later,
that was
guy.
Well,
Pisco.
that was well.
I never met him, but I got to call him mean names. Then he stood up and he said, "Hey, mean names back."
Mean names back. Well, I mean, fuck around and find out, right? I mean, I always like to tell my kids, you mess with the bull, you get the horn. So,
Yeah, but I'm always the bull.
Well, that is a you problem, sir. And Kissy Cat came in with Big Five and said, "Hey,
Not a
can
problem.
everyone talk at the same time?" I miss that. And oh, dang it. I'm sorry, I missed this. I was actually messaging someone in the moment, but
This message is sponsored in part by
there you go. Shout out to you, K2. And maybe Pisco was still watching for just a brief moment for that.
So
horse
she was
video.
riding bareback with
Almost.
that amount of cheek hanging out. I mean, maybe chafing. Maybe almost amazing that
I
everything was
highly
supposed to go
doubt
smooth,
she
right?
actually
Yeah.
rode that horse.
Oh, my immersion is ruined, Sarah.
That
You
whole
done
thing is
broke me
AI.
now.
Don't you know that, Grumple? That whole thing is AI. That woman
Oh,
She
is
has
that AI? Don't
a
exist.
she has a channel.
Oh, does she? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
no, it's
right.
don't exist,
I
man.
actually got it from a channel, as well as the girl doing the butt rocking, hip swinging yoga.
What are you
She
talking
has-
about now?
She has what you need to see
He's asking
it.
for a link.
This message is sponsored in part by
Yeah, so this is it's a
Oh.
yoga. It's a yoga.
You're killing
channel.
Grumple. You're killing Grumple here.
I saw him turn red in real time.
Yeah. Look at him. He's still red.
Look at that.
Stormtrooper is better, and my kids are so excited that I'm like on a debate channel,
Wait a minute. Which
and now because we
stormtroopers?
do that, I can't show it to them.
You talking about the original stormtroopers because they were part of a certain war?
Well, the stormtroopers from Star Wars, not
Oh, okay.
grinding.
I'm talking about the people they were named after.
Bear 44.
You mean the one that
King
George Lucas obviously meant to wink at?
Right. Yeah, I got to get them now. I got you.
Okay. Still not a
'Cause
fan.
you know, nowadays, if you put your arm
Not
out like
me,
that,
not a fan.
you're immediately a certain type of person. You know.
It's not calling for a taxi. Like,
Or
this
if you-
is what I have a question.
Or if you
This
or
is
you
a-
or if you
anything
go
over here
and
is
you,
like no zone.
you take a photo
I'm sorry,
shoot
I'm
with
sorry, go ahead.
somebody's cleaner sword and
Real quick, I gotta go.
talking
Can I
about
say
backup?
one more thing real quick before I head
Absolutely.
off?
Absolutely.
So I want everybody to make sure, even if they're on the right, make sure that we're all rallying to get Gorka out for trying to say that it's aiding and abetting to come out in support of Mahmoud Khalil. I look forward to all of my super principled conservative brothers and calling for the resignation of Sebastian Gorka.
What?
Asking
All
a
right?
question is bad now. Asking a question. You said he asked a question. So
He asked
a bad
if
thing.
he asked if supporting a person is aiding and abetting terrorism, and he's in
Yeah, but
Trump's
he didn't-
Asking
administration.
a question.
That's
You want
I
to
was
cancel
going to
him
bring
because
that
he
up
asked a
myself.
question.
Yeah,
I want to
that's
cancel him because he's
mistake.
talking about violating your First Amendment rights, and you don't care. That's the main reason. So I look forward to everybody who has a principled adherence to the First Amendment.
Well, if it makes you feel better,
I love you guys. Sarah, I love you.
I already don't like Gorka, so don't worry. I'm already against Gorka.
Oh, Rinald, you're good. Have a good
missed
evening.
Oh well.
Oh.
Yeah, he just wanted to spurg before he left.
That's just stating a thing. It's like, remember when Trump asked if there was a way for people to take a disinfectant to get rid of the C-19, you know? It was a question. Oh, yeah, but no, now you're injecting bleach, you see. That they mean the same right. They thing. changed it to injecting bleach. That's right. And I mean, he even asked, I think it was in the same I don't know if it was necessarily a speech, but he was on stage, you know? He even asked if there was like a way to use a light to help kill it, and everybody, oh, he's talking about nuking people or whatever the fuck they escalated it to.
No,
ultraviolet light
pointing
kills
out
a lot
that
of
Trump,
germs.
Like repeatedly made a lot of dumb comments about COVID. I don't think it was.
And then he made a couple
A lot
that
of people
were
make a lot of
kind of silly, but it's like most of them were questions. He liked asking stuff while live.
First of all, as the president of the United States, when you have all these advisors around you, you should.
Yeah, he was asking advisors.
Even be
That's
in
the point, though.
asking
People-
dumbass questions about.
He's asking the same
how many
questions that the
states
American
are
people
COVID,
would want
but
answered for them. You understand that? The American
Yeah,
people
yeah,
want to know
those
what's
same
going on.
advisors,
First of all,
those same
no-
advisors
no-
that
no
are
one-
behind the whole
First of
fucking.
all,
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Like these are not questions that the average American was asking
No.
before Trump asked them.
No, they were
about.
too busy. They were too
Everybody-
busy putting 3 masks on their face. That's what they were doing.
Some people prefer the president to just read a script and be a pretty face. That's all.
Yeah.
Some people prefer.
Yeah, some people
I would.
prefer
I would.
that.
I don't like
prefer the
either.
President
Trump
in the time of crisis to act competently, and sometimes acting competently is going to involve reading off a script and not.
Are you
off
saying
something
confident or
not
competent?
competent?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, does that also include the stage notes?
Which
Exit
one
left.
was it? Sorry.
Biden did that. Exit left.
He said
in speech.
confident.
True. I mean,
So
I
what is
mean,
the average American asking?
Uh-oh.
during COVID.
Crumple's got a little issue he's working on. But yeah, I mean, like he asked, but his advisors were right there. He literally looked over at him and he asked. So what the cameras were on.
You should be. You would never extend. There's no shot you would ever extend this much credibility to Biden if he asked like an equally stupid question, right?
Like, where do I go when I'm going off the stage? A question like that.
You're right.
I
You're
get it,
right.
yeah, Biden's
You
old.
did that
Who's to
multiple
mention it?
times.
I'm aware.
You're right, and I'm pretty sure you'd be
One
the
at
first
a
person.
time.
You'd be the first
Non-fun.
person to get on Trump if he fell up the stairs to Air Force One as well, right? Yeah.
Who knows? But non-fun. You probably made fun of it when Biden had to be led around. What was it? The White House lawn by the Easter Bunny. You probably made fun of that, right?
I mean, it
No,
was.
he
fun.
was the
I-
Easter
You're not
Bunny.
aware of it at
so
all.
many memes of Biden that I think are funny of him like looking around and like
literally
looking
happened.
stupid or whatever. That's kind of separate from, which president do I not think is an insane lunatic?
But you
and
didn't
one would I
think
vote
that
for?
Somebody
anything
who's
like
led
that
around
was
by
gonna
an
be-
Easter
has, like,
Bunny.
touch buttons on the side I didn't know about. Yeah. But yeah, Biden had to be led around by the Easter Bunny that during
I've seen the
Easter.
clips of it. Like
You
I
mean-
said,
you
I-
mean
that
the
was a
white
real
Easter
funny-
Bunny?
I think there are plenty of hilarious ones, but
What about when Secret Service had to chase him down because he was walking around the wrong side of the bushes to go in?
Yeah.
Like a
I'm
Roomba.
not familiar with every single individual clip of Biden looking like a dumbass because he's old or
I
whatever.
mean, there's a lot of them.
That's not 'cause he's
I-
old. That's not 'cause he's old.
Dumbass doesn't mean that Trump isn't a dumbass too. They can both be dumbasses.
Hey, Trump is possibly the biggest threat to the Second Amendment that we have currently, but that's the only one.
Reality is that big with it, but
He's talking
like,
about 'cause, like,
I
the-
would
the
I would
stocks.
take like Biden being old or whatever over the absolute chaos that I think Trump has done. Like
I
any
think that's
day.
because give the president too much power in your head. If you
Actually
subscribe to the White House YouTube channel and pay attention to how many public speaking engagements and all over the world the president's involved in. This is a press release position. He's not really running shit.
Right, exactly. That's
We
what I was
know
going to say.
Biden
Because
wasn't.
not non-fun. He doesn't prefer Biden. He just prefers the people who were handling Biden and were telling him
No.
where he could eat his ice cream at.
I was
and
actually
while he was
going
ready to
to-
be a president.
I was actually going to come to non-Fon's side for a minute. I was going to say I don't think non-Fon was Chocolate just chocolate straight chip. up sitting there going, everything Biden's doing is great. I don't think non-Fon did that. I really don't believe he did. I don't have proof he didn't.
No, I mean,
But
I
let's
like
not
there's going to
attack
be
him as if he
obviously with
did.
any president are going to have some issues with their policy. It's just that, again, like I think Biden's deep state, or whatever you want to call it, I do think that there are competent people within that. I don't think that's the same as Trump. I think Trump is appointing people specifically who will listen to him and not challenge him on anything.
That's what every president does. They fire the previous administration's cabinet.
That's how administrations work. Right. Like Powder
No,
Dusty said,
absolutely not. You don't have. Give me an equivalent for Trump saying that he's going to fire Jeffrey Rosen or whoever the DOJ head was, and replace him with someone because they wouldn't send out a letter with fake claims of election fraud in it. Give me one equivalent of that.
I don't
know the situation.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, you can't say you don't care now because you just made the claim that
I didn't say I don't care. I said I don't know what situation you're referring to. But what I did say is that every president fires the previous administration's staff and brings in his own.
But let's
Right.
back up a little.
No,
Except
Some people are left over.
First
Some people
time.
are left over.
He didn't do that, if you remember.
Yep.
I'm not sucking Trump's dick on this one, but he didn't fire anybody from hardly anybody
That was
from
part
the
of the
previous
problem.
administration and replace him.
I
He left them in
don't
place.
believe it to be true, but again, it seems like when
I
it
mean,
matters,
you can
Trump installs.
you can go back in time and see it happen in real time.
Again,
I know
give
you
me
were
one
like,
equivalent
FBI
of,
director.
on the side of the Democrats of a president saying that I'm going to fire the head of the DOJ if they don't send out a letter filled with false election claims.
Yeah, but I think you just admitted that
You can't
under
do that.
Biden, they were in a deep state, right? You're like, as long as the deep state is running the show, this is our president.
They're still running it under Trump.
He would have elected these people or put these people under him.
did anybody get prosecuted for the
We're not
bag
running
of
them.
white powder that was inside the building,
Oh,
or
right.
they
There's no
sealed
way
the
you-
bombs at the
that
DNC
was,
and
you know.
RNC? Well, no, hold on.
Hold on, you guys have asked
One,
four different
please. One.
If I could get a second,
Really?
where are we at with
just
those?
admitted
See, you said the
So for
president.
one, I do.
Hold on a second. Let me get this out.
Five,
real quick,
hold
please.
on. Can I ask Five? Is your audio settings set to your mic? Because it's been sounding like it's coming from your computer all night. Just because it's very distant sounding. So check. There's a little button at the bottom of your screen. It should have a little wheel, like and it should say settings. And then on that, click on audio, and then check where the mic. Click the arrows and make sure the mic is actually feeding through your microphone, and it doesn't say desktop. I think that might be the issue.
Vibe, I want to hear what you're saying. I think I've talked over you, and I apologize.
Yeah,
I
copy
couldn't
that.
hear. I'm a little hard of hearing. I
You
get everything
and,
turned way up.
for the
Sounds the
gangbang.
same. You're low. So, but But Dustin, you got a pop said- filter. Make sure the right Dustin, device is being used. You said the president
Shut up,
doesn't have any
Rumble.
power, and that the Oh, thanks, president Tyler. no power. He's just on stage all the time. But then you just said that his cabinet does
spokesman.
everything, and that Trump has hired the cabinet he wants. So
I didn't
which is
say
it?
that.
He doesn't have any power.
I didn't say
or-
that. I
Well,
I
what
see
is
your
it? He
gotcha-
doesn't have
I
any
see the
power, or
gotcha
he
you're
has
trying
all
to
the
get me in.
power.
Do you think that he has? I do think he has power over his own staff. Do I think he's running the country? Absolutely not.
Right.
Why?
Right.
Why do you think that?
Why?
do you think he is?
Because he's got a 4-year term, right? Maybe 8 years, maybe.
Probably not.
To learn how to run the whole country, the biggest country and the most powerful country in the world. And if you subscribe to the White House YouTube channel and pay attention to how frequently he's making speeches and in what parts of the world. This man is constantly traveling and speaking and traveling and speaking and traveling and speaking. This is a PR position. He doesn't have time to learn how to run the country if he never stops traveling the globe to make speeches.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't
you say that,
necessarily disagree. I think that he is a cult leader, and he has put people like Stephen Miller who kind of have their hand on the wheel. But I think that he is the one who chose those people, or they were also chosen by him, right? Or rather, vice versa. Like they chose him as the figurehead where they could push forth their Project 2025 agenda, which is what they've been doing. It's kind of it's like a big Heritage Foundation thing. But
you're kind of a
conspiracy
conspiracy
Trump is still kind of the
theorist, and I
figurehead
love
of
it.
it. Not really. I mean, like you can measure exactly like how much of Project 2025 has been implemented. His executive orders follow it almost word for word. He
Project 2025 is a.
Sorry, I was almost done actually, and then you can go, Trippy.
I'm sorry.
He put Russ Vought as head of the Budget and Management Committee, or as Department of Budget and Management, who is one of the co-authors, one of the main authors of Project 2025. So it's not really a conspiracy theory, more of just an observation. But go ahead, Clown.
Have you read?
Ryan, you're a little low.
Project
Also,
2025.
Could you turn your mic
I
up just
read
a little
it.
bit?
Yeah, have
Your
you read
mic's
through it?
fine.
It's not very long.
All 800 pages. I don't
Oh,
think
that'd
that's
be long,
required.
yes.
I don't think that's
Do I need
necessary.
I don't think it's 800. But
We have to
it's a
close it
guidebook.
before we can read what's in it.
It's a guidebook for conservatives. It's not a plan for the future of the country. It's a guidebook for how conservatives should act and what they shouldn't institute.
How conservatives should run the country when they have the executive branch back, right?
Well, they're going to keep it.
Or what they should ask for.
I mean, look at how bad the Democrats are making themselves look already. And then they're going to put out
What
people
does this
like
do with
Jasmine
Democrats?
Crockett.
Why are
as
you
the-
changing the topic to Democrats?
as like the mouthpiece for their stuff. They need to actually sit back and reorganize so that they can have a stronger way of running in 2028.
Just
Am I
a
wrong?
heads up, guys. We'll go for about 20 more minutes and then I'm going to shut down. Okay.
Cool.
All
Because
right.
I honestly feel like they should, both Democrats and Republicans should have like a fair shot at winning. Right now, they're putting all the wrong people out on the news and right in your face. And Democrats are making themselves look worse and worse.
Come on.
And
Ilhan Omar is a great representative of the Democrat Party. Come on. Now.
Elon Omar, yeah, right. Her
So,
brother
I mean,
husband.
First
Her
of
brother
all,
husband. Yes.
Oh no, don't ask about that. You're not supposed to ask about that.
First of all, I don't think. I mean, AOC and Bernie maybe can make the argument because they're on tour right now. I don't think Ilhan Omar is necessarily a front runner Democratic Party right now. But I don't know why we shifted from the Republicans are currently doing a lot of bad, evil, horrible things to
No,
the
they're not.
Democrats look bad. It's like
Democrats look like
Because
shit,
they don't want
and
to
the
talk about
Republicans
that.
are doing a great
They
job.
don't actually want to talk about the things Republicans are doing. It's always like this.
I'd like to talk about the things Republicans are doing. You know that, Radical?
It's
like,
pretty,
I'd
it's
love
pretty
to talk
common.
about
Like the
the things they're
filibuster,
doing.
the GOP filibuster, the MAGA filibuster is like the number one tactic right now, and it's just over and over and over. Anytime you bring up anything that's actually happening in the world,
When Harry Reid started, when Harry Reid started,
You mean like the filibuster that Cory Booker did?
Yeah, there you go.
That filibuster?
Not even.
Yeah,
I just remember Cory Booker and
Right now, what I
recently
just
about filibustering.
Yeah,
27
He's
hours.
talking about what I'm talking about.
Sorry,
27
gentlemen.
hours
Can
didn't
we
change
try?
anything.
Can we try to
Sure.
just, one at a time, please? Thank you.
Sorry, Sarah. I know
Was
we're
that one
disagreeing on
27 hours though, or was it 25 or 26? I can't remember exactly.
It
how
was
long
somewhere
that-
between the
Cory
25
Booker.
and 27, somewhere in that.
I don't
No,
remember.
it was a long speech.
Didn't change
He wanted to,
anything.
Like he wanted to fight. He wanted to inspire
actually
people,
told
like
us.
politicians, to do that. He's probably trying to
No, he
position
was
himself to be the nominee later on.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know, but why
let's
don't we just talk
trust-
about like something evil that Trump is doing like right now?
Let's
Like
trust
why
Timu
do we
Op-
shift the subject again? Why don't we talk
Just
about
shoot.
like that? I don't know,
Again.
USAID or something, which was mentioned in Project 2025 to be shut down, has effectively been shut down.
Good. What was
and,
USAID
millions of
doing
people
that
are
was actually
starving.
Saving
benefiting
millions
anybody?
of lives, Trippy. Millions
Are
of
you
lives.
sure
in
about
Africa.
Millions.
I
Hold
guess-
on. The
I
claim has
guess
been made.
millions of lives.
Absolutely millions with
Go ahead,
PEPFAR. You don't think PEPFAR has saved millions of lives?
Go ahead, Grumple. I think Grumple's got interest in this.
Just millions of lives being saved by USAID. Hang on. Are we talking about net total?
So the thing I'm mentioning right now
Mm.
is just from PEPFAR alone. It's over about 20 years. PEPFAR
Okay.
has saved about 19
Total
million lives.
Well,
When you
I
factor
said
in other
net,
things,
not net. So the plus and the minus, and then you put them both together, and that's your net, right?
how many?
So what's the net?
Killed like 10 million people somehow. They committed like a secret USAID Holocaust. Like what is?
Oh no, just it's a math
So it is
question. You
millions.
see.
Just for the record, yeah, it is millions across various countries, including about 1.5 million
Are
people in
you-
Syria,
are you-
816,000
Are you calculating
people in
all of their
Japan,
activities?
600,000 people. So these are like people who are all affected by the cuts. So like if those cuts are things like food for starving people, which much of them were, then that's going to be millions of people who are maybe not dying right now, but are absolutely more food insecure than they were before Elon, the richest man in the world, who calls us all the parasite class, cut off their food for no reason at all.
Elon, no, we're not talking about elongated muskrat right now. Don't worry about that.
We're talking about
I was gonna
USAID.
say.
So
Elon went right to Congress with $40 million or $40 billion and said, "What's your guys' plan for ending world hunger? I have the money right here."
and they looked at him and they said, "We don't have a plan." You forget about that?
And I wonder if Ryan,
up?
you're
You just
as
gave up?
would be
They
equally
gave up.
appalled or be equally as passionate to say, hey, yeah, what can we do with this money that could be feeding people? Like, I don't know, giving millions upon millions of dollars to warlords and to people pretending to fight a war just to be a laundering kind of operation. Or how many times do we have to actually basically give money to other countries where they are not using the country to help their people? They're not even, and they still are at odds with us. So, I mean, I don't know where this comes from, this idea that would you be at least willing to admit that if they cut that kind of money, there's a reason for it?
No, I don't think they had a reason for it. I think they did it because they decided that USAID was a waste. They decided it was an easy thing for them to shut down.
Fascism.
And they thought that people like you, they thought losers like you guys would come online and defend it over and over. And they were right. They were absolutely right. Dumbasses like you, pathetic, cowardly traitors.
Well, you do
Always
to the Adam. Immediately to the Adam. As soon as he gets pushed into a corner.
Let
him
finish
talking.
And every fucking pathetic thing they do. And they'll do it every single time, just like you will.
Well,
Okay,
there was a bunch of
bullshit ad homs. You didn't even make a fucking argument, dude. Are you serious right now? You're
What
just
argument was I
slinging shit.
responding to?
You're just
Were
slinging
people
shit.
not? Was USAID not shut down and no longer providing food to millions of people? Yes or no?
That is a leading question. Because he would have to
First of all, USAID is not the only avenue through which the United States government helps to
Not what I
contribute to food
No
crisis
one said
all
that.
across the world.
Enable
Ending
the-
USAID does
is an
not
NGO.
end food subsidies for other countries in the world. Okay?
But let's
That's
be
a
fair.
complete
Ryan's
fallacy.
okay with the government spending millions of dollars, putting people up in places in Las Vegas and wasting that money, as long as we're also feeding millions of people and allowing other millions of people to come into our country and feed them and create more of this kind of problem where our system won't be able to sustain it over time, right? Yeah. Okay. Enjoy.
USAID is an NGO.
No. So one, USAID has nothing to do with whatever issues you might have with migrants coming over the border and migrants being housed after they come over the border. The argument again, I don't think any of you guys, if we just changed, basically the hypothetical, or not even hypothetical, if we change it from an act of omission, we're no longer giving aid to these people, to an act of commission, we're actively killing these people. I think all you guys be 100% against it. Would you guys be for killing 15 million people in
You're conflating
Africa?
the ideal of aid with the Agency of International Development. It is not all aid. It is a money laundering scheme. It has been found to be a money laundering scheme for all kinds of nefarious bullshit and all kinds of waste and fraud.
I mean, also non-fun. I might be pretty creative at war crimes. Just saying.
That's good to
Also,
see you, Ripple. How
just
you doing?
because we're taking away,
How y'all doing?
shouldn't these places be able to stabilize themselves without asking for help? Bill, it's just like there was a viral video that went viral of an African girl talking about how freaked out her country was because we weren't going to be sending them as much money. When they do have the resources to replace that money, they just don't want to because they were getting it from elsewhere.
They were getting it for free.
Yeah. It's like they know how to do it. They just don't want to.
Certainly, at least
It's like a global international EBT card, right?
Right, yeah, but this goes to the point that non-fun doesn't understand that he doesn't.
Non-fun was talking though.
He
Hold
seems
on.
to be complaining here, which is
I didn't mean to talk over non-fun.
Which is
sorry.
this.
Look, I don't even want to, credit you guys for this because I feel like you are being stupid right now. But absolutely, there are almost certainly some cases where it's kind of like reverse incentives where companies, or countries, for example, don't want to develop their own things because they're just getting it for free right now. And even if people want to develop their own thing, they couldn't sell that thing in a market because people currently are getting that product for free. But
hold on.
These, PEPFAR is medicine that these countries absolutely cannot afford. They don't have the equipment to produce, right? And it prevents babies from getting HIV. And this is in countries where they don't have access to HIV medication because it's way too fucking expensive and way too hard to produce in these poor African countries. I'm all for trying to get them out of poverty, but I think having a healthy population is conducive to that.
What you're talking about is
nope, blue shirt. You're next.
Do you know what Farm Aid was?
Not exactly.
No? Okay. It was an education system that the United States presented to third world countries where we would teach them how to work their land and create their own their own crops and this and that, and be able to sustain themselves, so they didn't have to take donations from other countries. They were able to sustain their own countries. Have you ever have you ever seen a sign that said, "Do not feed the wildlife because then they won't understand how to fend for themselves"?
So let me jump in. The thing that you guys are missing is that we, as the central reserve currency of the globe, want other foreign countries to have a demand for the dollar. So if we give them dollars, well, they'll want to spend them somewhere. So we create demand by giving away dollars. It's
Right,
like
and that's-
first line is free.
100%. That's
It's
what
like a
the
drug
whole
dealer.
neoliberal globalist scheme is all about. And that's the problem with all of this, because here's the thing. This is the question, and people like Nonfon may not want to see where there are related issues here, whether it be allowing with immigration or with foreign aid, is the fact that we have people in our country who would rather us spend resources on people outside of our country, and then don't want to do shit for people in our own country, like our veterans.
Did you hear what I said?
That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. You're taking money and you're exporting it out of the United States and giving it away to third world countries. What you're doing when you give them aid medication is you're subsidizing medicines that pharmaceutical companies actually manufacture in China so that it can be sent to some third world country in northern or central Africa. And at the end of the day, you're not even really addressing the problem where those countries are unable to obtain those things for themselves. Instead, what we ought to be doing is setting up some sort of way for them to fend for themselves, some way for them to be on their own rather than be dependent on the United States.
So it's
and
gonna
then
be-
they can
it's gonna
become
be easier
good
to do
trading
that.
partners with us, so we can invest in their manufacturing. They can invest in our products. That'd be a much better relationship than just taking United States tax dollars and shoving it out of the country. Moreover, USAID is responsible for some of the most atrocious fucking bullshit that I've ever heard of in my life. Like a trans opera in Ireland? Are you kidding me? Why is my tax money going to this? Is there a Sesame Street in Saudi Arabia? Why is my tax dollars going to fund this? Why do we care about this? A lot of this stuff is cultural outreach, and it's about messaging, and it's about narrative, it's about propaganda as much as it is about taking our tax dollars and exporting them to third world nations.
Wait,
Okay,
EOG
so
is
first of all,
totally anti-Sesame
Yeah, I
Street
know.
in Saudi Arabia right now.
Yes, I
This is
am.
the position he's taking.
So
That's a
much-
hard
so
take,
much
sir.
let-
Rest
hey,
in
let
peace,
Ryan
Jim
go,
Henson.
Ryan.
Guys.
Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah. So first of all, when it comes to like
Oh, Ryan.
the babies and the AIDS thing, actually, yeah, thank you. I'll start to go. Does anyone else want to let me go? So as far as babies getting AIDS medication, if you want them to if you want to have a society that does all the things that you just proposed they should be doing for themselves, like Non-Fun pointed out, it's going to be a lot easier if their fucking populations aren't dying of AIDS, right? Even if you don't like the way that they get that medication, I don't know about if the exact funnel is correct
Weird.
that you're accurately representing it. I doubt it, but regardless.
Over
that's
90%
obviously
of
useful.
pharmaceuticals are manufactured in
Second of
China,
all,
but-
I'm sorry.
Shut
Second of all,
It's
it
going.
is useful. It is useful to spread like things like trans operas and stuff, because there are, in fact, whether I know you don't like it, but there are trans people in these
Don't add,
countries
it
who
is
are
useful to spread
are
trans
more
operas.
oppressed than they are, who are even
Shut
more oppressed
up.
than they are here, right? And it's important to it's important for people like us who support the congressionally funded money that was assigned to things like this, which is part of how this stuff got here and how Trump is
that's
undermining that procedure. He's undermining that process by cutting it all illegally, by doing it illegally.
Not
right?
illegally.
And
I'm
finally,
going to guess you have no
and-
kids.
and
Right.
one final thing, when it comes to taking
Land
care
the
of
plane,
our
Ryan.
here, I'm landing it right now. The Republican Party doesn't want to do that here either. They don't want to give them. They want to give tax cuts to Trump and Elon, and they want you to pay tariffs. They want the working class to pay tariffs, and they're already not supplying you with those things. The Democrats were pushing for those things, and they were the ones who set up the USAID stuff. And you're crying about both of them.
Dude, that's
Right.
bullshit. You're
Wait,
sitting there saying that
tax cuts to Trump. He's not taking an income right now.
Ryan,
Trump's not taking an income. We all know that.
Plus, he's
Elon
talking
wasn't
about
taking an
raising
income
taxes.
either.
Right,
Elon is the
all they
richest
get is
motherfucker that you know of.
$400 million plane.
They're
Can
both
everybody
already
pause for a
billionaires, but they're bought by other countries. We get it, sure.
Ryan, one
Yeah.
question.
Wait, you don't think the
Who should be taking care of
$400
this?
million plane from Qatar was in any way corrupt?
I'm sure it was 400 million exactly.
It seems
Vibe,
quite
check
corrupt.
your
Go ahead,
settings.
Vibe.
It was a plane. It was a plane,
Let
Non-Fun. It
Vibe
wasn't
go.
cash.
Eode, this is why you piss me off so much. You don't know how to shut your fucking dick sucker, do you? Vibe, go ahead.
I'm just my question to Ryan is, who should be taking care of this? The government, the
what?
world, NATO, churches. society.
Well, USAID was taking care of a bunch of these things. It was congressionally approved funding, and Trump illegally
And how good
stopped.
were they at it?
I mean, they were better than they are when they're not doing it at all.
Okay. And you don't think that they should have to?
It's a horrible answer.
It's the worst possible answer. You're an espoused communist, apparently. I mean, just like I said in the chat, you're a radical communist. That's what your name ought to be.
The United States should be the world's piggy bank, and that's it, guys. We should just give all of our money to everyone else and not worry about anybody in our own country at all, especially the veterans.
That's probably not true. Like, I would, by the way, guess that like me and Radical Code are going to be way more in favor of spending money domestically on like welfare than any of you guys are. But
okay, great. So let's take the money from USAID and turn it towards welfare or towards our social program. Can we do that instead? Can we do that instead, non-farm? Would you be in agreement with that?
No. If I can give the argument, this is a incredibly small amount of the federal budget. It's like literally less than 1% of the federal budget is foreign aid most of the time, and it does a lot of good things. I would say, you know, the U.S. The argument is basically the U.S. has some minimum obligation to reduce suffering, and USAID
all across the world,
really
all across the world, we're
that.
responsible for the whole world.
Yeah, I think there's some minimum obligation to do that. Do you think if there was a child drowning next to you and you had to pick the toddler up, you know, out of the pool, but you were wearing a $5,000 watch, do you think you have a moral obligation to do that?
Well, should you put it on a credit card, Don Fawn?
I don't think the watch has a damn thing to do with it, but
it does.
Vibe is trying to get in. You're sounding real tinny.
The reason a watch is relevant is because you ruined the $5,000 watch when you saved the toddler.
And then that $5,000 watch is on your credit card, and you're paying interest on it, and now it's gone. And now you're paying interest on a debt that you don't even have the thing anymore. That's the analogy that you just did. No, well, it does, because the United States doesn't have wealth; it has created debt that's on a credit card. Essentially, is the best analogy to use.
Well,
you know that's true.
That. I mean, I know. I think
giving money to USAID is part of that credit card debt, is it not? I mean, come on.
No.
Yeah, 100. If it's paid with tax dollars, 100% is part of that credit card debt. Also, Vibe, check your settings inside StreamYard.
I thought you were referring to.
I think it's using a different device.
No, I get what you're getting at now. No, I thought you were referring to. I would say that the trade deficit is more analogous to buying stuff for a credit card than the actual budget deficit is. But no, look, like even like I obviously probably think our debt is more sustainable than you guys do. But whether, you know, we have to cut spending in total to reduce the debt or whatever, I would still say the U.S. has some minimum moral obligation to reduce suffering throughout the world, and it seems like USA.
Why?
But I have a question.
It increases overall utility.
Why?
Does the United States have an obligation to do that, or do you have an obligation to that yourself?
I think people have a minimum moral obligation to reduce suffering as well.
So does the United States have the obligation to force you to do that?
I can answer this.
Whoa.
So
is your question just are taxes theft? Is that just what you're?
No,
I think it's the definition of is it charity or communism? Because if you're forced to do it, it's not charity.
So what the U.S. has an obligation to do is
one.
Yeah, so the U.S. has an obligation to follow the Constitution. So with the Constitution, what we do is we elect representatives into Congress, and they approve things like.
Does the Constitution extend to all citizens of the earth?
Hang the fuck on. Hang on.
Is that your contention?
Right.
Okay.
You know what?
Somebody's microphone is going nuts.
It's now officially 2 a.m. for me, and I'm kind of over it. And then Josh with the big 5 says, takes no salary, but how much does it cost per golf trip at his own golf resorts? Less than $400K, we think. Here's what we're going to do, Ryan. We're going to go ahead and go around the room and let everybody give their final thoughts. And we'll go from there, okay? All right. Mr. Bill, guess not. Daniel McCoy to
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Interesting.
It's something.
Camera's frozen, but he's there, I think.
No, he's just staying perfectly still.
Oh.
He's perfectly
All right. Well, we'll move on to Vibe.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this was a long debate. Lots of fun. Ultimately, I don't think Trump's doing anything against our free speech. Matter of fact, I think he's an example of everything that is free speech. I don't like the things he says. I would never have a beer with him. I do like a lot of his policies. I sit on that right, but ultimately, it was a good debate. Loved watching everything and interacting with everybody. Love everybody. And if you guys want to catch up on me on vibeon.com, Vibe here. And thank you guys for the debate.
Thank you, Vibe. Vibe, I'm wondering, pull your mic closer to you.
I just switched it to my camera because of your other things, so I don't think this is going to work now. I'm going to figure that out next one.
Okay.
Your setting, it didn't change the actual what we're hearing. It sounds exactly the same as before. I think something there's a setting issue somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll solve that.
It's probably just not connected properly, and it's not like your laptop's not picking up on your mic.
I went
all
on
right.
vacation last week and disconnected everything and had to reconnect my laptop. So thank you guys for tolerating it.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of it. Daniel, you're back. Go ahead with your final thoughts, please.
But great debate. A lot of things covered. I think that radical coder and non-fun, they're not looking at the big picture. They're not thinking about the rest of the country other than in their own areas. There are a lot of people struggling. Why should we be sending money out of country when we should be supporting our own people, and not with welfare, not with a handout, but with a hand up? And not only that, but the veterans. Veterans really need a lot of help. And we should be supporting them before we support anybody else outside of our borders. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. You're always a great host.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. And EOD to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of came in super late. We've followed on the Rob rate. I want to say that y'all are 6 away from Sarah's goal. Let's get the final grifts in. Y'all thank Sarah for having everybody on and having this debate tonight. It was a good debate. I do think, Sarah, that it would have been better if you had Rob and Andrew on for the right side of that particular debate with fucking Pisco and Wick. I am not a fan of those guys. However, glad that the debate went well. I'm glad y'all had a great night. So happy to be here. Y'all find me on YouTube, EOD696. I'm here around sometimes.
I second that. I think Sarah should schedule a debate between Pisco and whatever his name was.
Rob North?
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, they debate all the time.
Andrew and Rob. That would be epic.
Oh, Andrew and Rob. Yeah, well, they've debated on a few things, but they generally agree.
Oh, Andrew and Rob together.
They're on the same side.
Oh, and whatever his name is.
And Wick.
Andrew won't debate Pisco.
Sure.
Andrew.
I've debated both of them together before.
I'm not going to comment.
Is that a Ryan sandwich?
Yeah, he'd be the cream in that cookie.
Throw it on my channel where you'll see Andrew praising me at the end of it. It's from a few years ago, though.
A few years ago, yeah, okay.
Non-fun to you.
Yeah, total Pisco W on the free speech thing. On the what I started talking about, the USAID stuff, I think quite obviously there's a minimum moral obligation to reduce suffering in the world for essentially all entities, and it's really cheap to help people in other countries because they're poor. It's really expensive to help people in the US, so it makes sense that we would send at least some money to these countries to help a lot of people, to help save millions of people, when that same amount of money here would not help it would not help that many people. Veterans specifically, this is my ultra hot take. I think veterans receive overly generous benefits already. There's like an entire.
Oh my God! It's his fucking closing statement. Shut the fuck up.
There's a good article by The Economist that explains this, called like veterans now receive absurd benefits or something. I think it's really bad that currently you can easily up your disability score for your VA and get like benefits that are $2,000 a month or something. I think it's kind of crazy, but welfare is good, and you guys should go check out all my debates about Some of them are about welfare, a lot of them about tariffs, a lot of them are about Trump. On all my social media, which is on screen right now, non-fun 420 Twitch and Kick, non-fun on YouTube.
Thank you, Non-Fun. And shout out to Kissy Cat for the big 2. Thank you. A Grumple to you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And then also secondarily, belated happy birthday.
Oh.
So Grumple does things sometimes. Grumple's been trying to be more active. Grumple is now talking in the third person, like talking to a child, like a toddler. So please bear with that. Grumple apologizes profusely. Grumple loves you. Remember that always. Please don't get anything confused. Grumple is spelled different places. Grumple disagrees with what Ryan and maybe a few other people said. Maybe we can talk about it later. Where are we going to next? Grumple asked inquisitively. And then also, stay sexy.
Thank you, Grumple, for that awkward closing statement.
It's even worse because he said stay sexy at the end.
Yeah. Ryan, to you.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is not just a threat to free speech. He's a threat to the constitutional structure that protects it. He sues media outlets for accurate reporting. He threatens universities that oppose him. He's defying Supreme Court rulings. And he has repeatedly shown a willingness to override core democratic principles for political gain. Under the Constitution, Congress holds the power of the purse. When it approves funding, whether it's for DEIA programs, disability accommodations, or veterans healthcare, the president is obligated to distribute those funds as directed. Trump has not only withheld that funding illegally, but has also diverted resources to pet projects and political punishments, cutting veteran benefits, shutting down civil rights offices, and targeting accessibility programs designed to support disabled Americans, which includes disabled veterans. This is not governance, it's rule by decree. And it should concern any of you who actually believe in liberty, accountability, and the basic guardrails of our democracy. Appreciate you having me on, Sarah. Non-fun, you kick ass. The rest of you can eat rocks.
Yes. And the rest of you can eat dicks, too. Trippy cast to you.
We were live this whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It was fun. I had fun. I always have fun on your panels. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over non-fun. It just kind of spurted out, and I was on mute. I thought I was still muted. Anyways, yeah, if you guys want to come over to the Trippy Cast channel, I put my link in the chat a couple times. That's my closing statement. Arguments between everybody are always pretty fun, and I like lighting up panels. So there you go. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Trippy Cast, and thank you everyone else for tuning in this evening for another Moderator Monday. It was definitely a doozy. I do think that as far as the debate, the actual debate was concerned, I do think people need to really learn to have some self-awareness when we're talking for too long, or when we're like mic hogging, and when we're making 10,000 points and all of those things. But I also think that we need to learn patience and understanding when people aren't recognizing those flaws. Outside of that, I thought it was an interesting conversation, even though I fucking hate politics and you all know it. I'm not sending you anywhere tonight. We're not rating anyone because I just don't give a fuck. And you guys have access to YouTube just the same. You can figure out where you want to go. You're a bunch of grown-ass adults. Be sure to tune in Thursday night. The Soy Pill is coming back for Thursday Night Throwdown with another Trump discussion. Again, more Trump, which is fine. It's what you guys want, and that's all that counts. So make sure you hit the notification bell and you're locked in for that one. And, you know, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Sith troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.